Hello, welcome. Are y'all able to hear me okay? Hello. Awesome. This is like my only second time ever going live on TikTok. I tried it like back in 2020 and then yeah, I haven't gone live since. But I really wanted to talk to I wanted to get conversation going and talk to people and see and get to know some people and let you guys get to know me. Hi Melody. Hi Cindy. Honestly, my following grew during 2020 and then it just kind of stopped. Mostly because I'm not consistent. And a lot of it was I was just posting random stuff. I was convinced that I could become that 2020 dancer on TikTok, but I don't dance. So, hi Jade. And so I just ended up, really, I tried to post like some photography content. I tried to come up with different things and then, yeah, so then I kind of gave up on it. And I was just like, I do have dogs and cats, so I apologize in advance because sometimes it's noisy at my house. It is pure chaos sometimes. My kids are at their dad's. Well, two of my kids are at their dad's, one's at college, so. But yeah, it's, doing the TikTok live is actually kind of weird too because like you're just talking to your phone and then like you're responding to comments, and sometimes it would be really like nice if it could be like a Zoom call where you're like everybody can be in the conversation at once, but then you hear everybody's background noise. So yeah, I do have Bridgerton season 3 streaming. Yeah, we love our fur babies too, Crazy Daisy. We have actually we have a lot of animals. We have 5 dogs and 3 cats, or no, sorry, 3 dogs and 5 cats. We used to have a rabbit, but we rehomed the rabbit to one of my daughter's friends because he just needed more room to play, and she had a whole pen set up for him. So, and then my daughter, my 17-year-old, the third dog came from my 17-year-old deciding she was going to add more to our mix without actually talking to her mother about it. But we have a German Shepherd Husky mix, and then we have a golden doodle. We lovingly call her the stupid doodle because she's not very bright. And so we have and then I have a snowshoe kitty, and then I have a black cat, and then I have 2 calicos, and then I have a gray kitty, which I can't determine if she is a Russian blue or if she's just, there's a certain type of gray that they call them, and I can't remember what it is, but we have a lot of animals in our house. And then my daughter's dog that she decided to get without my permission is a Yorkie. But yeah, the Yorkie she's not really made too much of chaos into the mix, so I can't complain. She's just a yipper. She likes to yip. But yeah, I decided I needed to attempt this live thing because there's so much to talk about. And then, so Sarah Beth, you said you've got 1 season and 2 episodes. Is that season 1 episode and then 2 episodes from season 1, or have you just been able to get there's the chaos right there? Oh, you're on season 3. Okay. I have watched season 3. I think I'm on my 5th run of watching it. Maybe 6th. But I'm trying to do, season 3 all the time. But I can't just keep it running in the background all the time because my TV, you can turn off on the Netflix where it just automatically turns off. I haven't figured out how to do that. But Thanks for the gifts. Appreciate it. This is all new to me, so if I do anything wrong, I am so sorry. So it's 7:59. I really wanted to wait till 8 to introduce myself officially, but speaking of streaming it at work, so I am a single mom. My name is Mary. Nice to meet you all. I'm a single mom, and I have been a single mom since officially it was November of 2011, but we ended up my dogs are wrestling in the living room. It's so distracting. But we ended up officially divorcing in June of 2014. And so we ended up, thank you for the gifts, guys. Those are really sweet. We separated though in November of 2011, and so I've been a single mom since then. I have had my own fair share of really bad decisions with men. On just a side note, the whole like Daphne and Simon scenes, the only thing that really bugs me is like, I feel like Daphne and Simon, which in the book, in The Duke and I, there are a lot of scenes in the book, but I feel like season 1, there was just so much of the intimacy scenes with them, whereas like Anthony and Kate didn't really have hardly any. I think they had like, I would call it a half of one, and then they had like another, I would say a half of one, and then of course, Colin and Penelope, they only got like the carriage scene and then the mirror scene and then the very like 5-second clip at the very end. And I don't know what the difference is. I don't know if it's because they're trying to go along with the book, or if they're like trying to match like what the book has, or what's going on. But I just feel like in a lot of ways that they end up, I felt like they kind of missed the mark on like the opportunities. Like, when Colin walked in and she was in her dressing gown, that could have been where they pulled from the book where he said stay instead she said stay. So that's just my opinion. But and then so back to me. I'm a single mom since 2011. Officially, we separated in November of 2011. Officially divorced in June of 2013, due to money, not having the money for a divorce. And then we ended up. So I've been single. Lots of bad decisions with men. I think my favorite version of men is trash, but we won't talk about that. I have had my fair share of situationships, which is why I am open. I know a lot of creators on TikTok and a lot of people who are in the fandom are not open to talking about Antonia. However, I am. The reason why is because when you know, you know. When you know what you're seeing, you know what you're seeing. And I do think that Luke and Antonia are in a very much a situationship, and and while I don't agree with all of her methods, and I think a lot of what she's choosing to do is not okay, in the way she's behaving, I think I feel for her a little bit, because I've been in her position before. But, so that is not an off-limits topic with me. You can talk about the adjacents with me. I will say, if it gets too mean, I'll shut it down. Just because I don't feel like we need to be mean to people, but we can discuss it. It's an open topic for me. So I have 3 biological children, 1 adopted. I adopted a teenager out of foster care. She is 6 months older than my oldest, but she's already moved out on her own. And then my oldest, she is in college. She's in a marching band at an SEC school. And she actually lives in the state where she goes to college. And then I have my middle child. She is a senior in high school, and my youngest is a sophomore in high school. So I don't know. I wasn't okay. Hold up. In terms of immaturity, Crazy Daisy, I had my moments. I mean, there was a couple guys where I could say that my choices were not as mature as they could have been. There was one guy, actually in 2020, who I was seeing. I already knew I was a situationship. I knew he would not choose me. He and I had the conversation that he was not ready for a relationship. We were best friends. We were actually best friends. Like, we were friends before we were friends for like 8 years before we even got involved. So, like, I honestly thought it was going to be the friends to lovers kind of thing for me and him. And then we ended up, he came out of a divorce. I did side kind of with him in the divorce because even though his wife was one of my good friends, I could not side with her because she had cheated on him multiple times in their marriage, and she kind of involved me in it, and I just couldn't get on I couldn't get on the same page as her with that, cause I tried to have conversations with her about it. I told her, you know, she's going down the wrong path. She can't string two men along. She really needs to make a decision. And she ended up choosing the guy she was seeing outside of her marriage, and so I did side with him in the divorce. And you know, we got a little bit close, and then he just told me that because he was coming out of a divorce, he wasn't ready to dive into another relationship. And once I figured out that he was seeing another, like, he was seriously seeing someone else, I didn't bow out gracefully. So that was really immature of me. I was clinging into, we actually, ironically, he and I actually just had this conversation last week. His daughter had got married last year, and her husband was killed in a motorcycle accident. It was very sad. So I reached out to give my condolences, and he and I had an opportunity to actually have a conversation. And he admitted that he was in this is actually something I really wanted to dive into on a video regarding Luke, because he admitted he was kind of in his, in a manho phase when he and I were seeing each other. And so when he said that, I was like, whoa, he probably has a lot of insight about where Luke is right now. And I was listening to him talk, and I was letting him kind of express himself, and he doesn't really open up very well. So when he was opening up, I kind of let it happen, because this is a conversation that I had tried to have a couple times with him, but just for closure's sake, because I didn't quite understand how we could have taken this friendship of 7-8 years, and it turned into what it did, and then he chose this girl he barely knew over someone he knew for years. It just didn't make sense to me. And he just explained that he was in his hoe phase. He was not ready for a relationship. He knew he was using me. And he was open about it. He apologized. But he didn't really delve into what was in his mind frame. So I couldn't really find a solid answer about that with him. So yeah, but it's, in terms of immaturity, I think I should have bowed out more gracefully when I knew about the other girl. He actually ended up marrying her. So apparently she was the one, and I was not it. So it is what it is. But I did not behave the way I could have behaved. And we talked about that too. I told him, I said, I knew you weren't going to choose me, but I stayed anyway. And I think in a lot of ways, Antonia is staying with Luke, knowing she's not going to be the chosen one. But for her, and this is one thing that I have thought about long and hard with her, is that she is thriving on negative reinforcement. And by negative reinforcement, I mean that she is, anytime, we know, actually, and I don't think she's posted today, so that's a little curious. But generally, when anything Bridgerton or Nicola posts, she posts. And yes, that's true, Crazy Daisy. Luke did spend most of his 20s in serious relationships. So it does make sense that he's playing the field now, because that's exactly how this other guy was with me. He spent the better part of, he was with his first wife for 8 years, second wife for 7 years, and there was no break between wife number 1 and wife number 2. He divorced, he was already in a relationship almost immediately after. They ended up getting pregnant, so they got married. So for the better part of 14, 15 years, this guy was in a serious relationship. So, of course, he wanted to go through his, I think the Amish call it the Rumspringa stage, where they get to go inside of the wild oats. And I guess that's, in a sense, where Luke is at right now. He has been, if people take a moment to this really, my hair's driving me nuts. If people take a moment to sit and think, he was with Sophie. He breaks up with Sophie not long after he gets with Jade. And he was with Jade for a very long time. Like, that's a long time for a serious relationship without a ring. Like, without a commitment. Like, without marriage. So first he was with Sophie, then he was with Jade. So he spent, like you said, a good part of his 20s in a serious relationship. So, of course, he wants to go sow some wild oats. He wants to go play the field. He wants to make sure he's not just diving headlong into another serious relationship that's going to end in just a few years. Because I think Sophie is... Oh, why would I stay if I was second choice? Because when you go through your whole life being second choice, or why would she say if she's second choice? When you go through your whole life feeling like you're second choice, it's a comfortable feeling, and you tend to go where you find comfort and for what's familiar. So, and I can't speak on Antonia's childhood. I cannot speak on her parents. I know nothing about them. I know nothing about her childhood. And that's exactly right, Crazy Daisy, because sometimes being second is better than not being chosen at all. And at least there's some feelings there. Like, I stayed as long as I did. I let him string me along for like another 5 weeks, but even though I knew about someone else in the picture, and I stayed because I was absolutely convinced that if he had feelings for me, he was going to see that I was the right choice. And, when we see pictures of Luke and we observe him, we can see that he is... I get the vibe he's tolerant. I don't feel like he gives the same vibes he does, like what he had with Jade, even Sophie, and even with Nicola, like, especially with Nicola, like, the vibes he has with them, I don't get the same vibes that he has, like, that, I don't see that in pictures, and I've already put out a video about the fact that, half the time he doesn't even know he's being recorded, so that's who he is with her. Very distant, very, in many ways, cold, it seems, very separated from the situation, and yes, Cindy, that's right, any relationship has positive moments. So, yeah, and Luca's mama, thank you for sharing the live. Y'all can share the live. I'd love to have more people in talking and conversing. This is my first live, so I don't expect a whole lot of traction with it. Especially given I only have, like, I think today I breached 3,700 followers. It was like, whoa, okay, new number. But, so, the thing that I feel like with Antonia is that she is staying for a few reasons. One, like you said, any relationship has good moments. Like, when you go back and you watch some of the videos from when they were in LA, like last year, or was it back in April? Back in the spring, I guess? Yeah, in the spring. So when you watch when they were in LA back in the spring, there's one video where I guess Luke is showing her something she can do on her phone, but he doesn't talk. And she's laughing because she didn't know her phone could do that. And so for that, like, in her mind, I mean, I'm sure they've had some laughter. I'm sure they've had some jokes. Luke is a very kind person. So I'm sure she feels like his gentleman side is coming out when they're together. So, like, when they're together, I feel like maybe she's, even though she can see the difference in how he treats her versus how he treats Nicola, I think she stays because she does feel considered. And maybe, I don't want to go into the word cherished, but, when a guy is very gentlemanly, a woman can still feel cherished even if the guy is not 100% into her. Like, for instance, the guy that I was in the situationship with back in 2020. And there was one day I didn't have any gas in my car. And he said, get in your car. And we got in the car. We drove down to the gas station. He got out, pumped the gas, and paid for it. And I was like, are you for real? And in that moment, I felt cared for. I felt appreciated. And I think, you know, when Luke takes these trips with her and their friends and they do things together, and like when he holds her in the water, like even if she makes him do that, she feels cared for and appreciated. So she's going to linger because it's a feeling you don't want to let go of. And I know for me, I didn't want to let go of that feeling. So like I feel like Antonia is not going to want to let go of that feeling. And if things do come to an end between the two of them, it's going to be hard for her to let go and go gracefully because, one, she is immature in many, many ways. Two, I think she's manipulative. She thrives on negative reinforcement, and we can tell that because of the fact that anytime that Nicola or Bridgerton post, she's just riding the coattails. So I noticed this time though, I haven't been on Instagram or I haven't checked TikTok in a few hours, which I feel like, I'm sorry, do y'all feel like as a fandom, if you don't stay on, Ruby, are you wanting to co-host with me? Is that what you want to do? Enjoying.
Hell yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Why are you wanting to co-host?
We're gonna battle.
We're in a battle?
Yeah.
What kind of battle?
These things, you just accept.
I did. I don't know what I did because this is my first live that I've ever done. So what am I supposed to do?
Oh, see down in the bottom left corner, there's a thing that says match.
Yeah?
Hit that and then hit accept.
Okay.
There you go. You've done your job. Now we just sit here and shoot the shit for 5 minutes and see who can get more taps on their screen.
Okay. Well, my kid is in my life. Oh my gosh. So do you care about Bridgerton?
Who the hell is that?
It's a Netflix show.
Oh, what?
It's a Netflix show based
never
on,
watched
like,
it.
the old, like, Prince and...
I have no idea what the fuck that is, so no.
Well, you basically wanted to go into a match with someone who's talking about Bridgerton, so...
Okay, we'll talk about it. Explain it. I'm here for it.
Okay, so Bridgerton is a Regency era romantic drama. We're on season 3, and right now the entire fandom is loving the leads for the show, Colin and Penelope, and they are played by Luke Newton and Nicola Coughlan. And so basically, we're convinced that these two people should be together in real life. So, let me ask you, let's get your opinion. What do you think about friends to lovers?
I mean, I was really good friends with my fiance before we got engaged and all that fun stuff.
How long were you friends with her?
Like a year and a half.
Is she in the room? No?
No.
So, how long have you been engaged?
We've been engaged for a year.
So you were together a year and a half before you proposed? Or
No,
did you?
we've been together for 8.
You were together for 8 years before you proposed?
Alright, so I met her when I was 14.
Okay.
She was 13.
Okay.
Good friends for a year.
Okay.
We got together when I was 15 and she was 14.
Okay.
I waited until a year ago to propose.
Okay.
Because I was poor. And couldn't afford a ring.
Well, see, we were actually talking about Luke Newton because he's kind of in what we call his manho phase right now. He's like, he's in like a situationship and he's not seeing what's right in front of him. So so when you finally realized, like, what was right in front of you with her? Like, what was the key?
No, I knew after like the first like year and a half, 2 years, like I'm probably going to marry this woman, but I was poor and didn't have the money to do that. So.
Okay. So money doesn't matter. You could go to the courthouse and elope.
Yeah, because that's every woman's dream.
You can have the big ceremony later. You don't have to make it like super fancy. You can make it super romantic, even with a courthouse wedding. I mean, yeah, no, it's not everyone's dream. Okay, whatever. All right.
We'll move
So
past
like,
that.
all right. So if you see your friend who clearly has chemistry, if you see your friend who clearly has chemistry with another friend of his, and what are you going to tell him?
I mean, I have chemistry with him.
You got a regular bromance going on.
Fuck yeah.
Look, one of my people in the live said they had a courthouse wedding,
Good for them.
and they were okay with it.
I'm
So-
glad it worked out great for them.
What if we apparently have an open relationship?
We're tied right now on tabs.
We are not
We are-
tied with tabs. I have
Nope.
18.
Yes, we are. You have 6. I have 6. Oh no, you have 18. What the heck? That's
you
so not
blind?
fair. What? That's not fair. I just looked up at the top. I actually have. Oh, I only have like. Okay, come on, guys. You gotta tap harder. Like, give me something.
How
This
many
is my
people are in
first.
your live right now?
What?
How many people are in your live right now?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of low key depressing.
How many
Um,
people
so-
are in your live?
I have 17.
Yeah, you have 2 times more than I do.
Do I really?
Oh, dude, why are you ahead of me?
Okay, so what you need to do is you need to go on Netflix and you need to watch Bridgerton.
I am still in the middle of Shameless. I'm not going to start anything new.
Okay, but since I agreed to this match with you because I had no idea what I was doing, would you at least take the time to go on Netflix at some point and watch Bridgerton?
Is there boobs involved?
There's a lot of boobs involved.
Fuck yes, I will watch.
There is a lot of nudity on that show. Every season has plenty of nudity. You would appreciate it as a man, and you can watch it with your fiance. Maybe you'll get some ideas of how to romance her a little bit better without
I have
money.
proof of romance. It's
Because
sitting
in the
right
Regency area, even if they had money, they. I thought you said your fiance wasn't there.
He's
Is that your
not,
fiance?
but- No, no, that's gonna be his. I have a baby
Oh,
over
his.
there.
Okay. Oh, you have a baby. Oh, I didn't see the baby. Sorry. Okay, so you have a baby, and that means you liked your fiance at least one time. Oh, there's a baby. Oh, look at the baby.
I did like her at least once. Oh, we got restricted. Live audience,
All
age
right, we got restricted. Oh no.
more kids.
Okay. Oh.
All right,
All right,
have
I'm
fun.
disconnecting. All right. Sorry, guys. I didn't know what I was doing when I accepted that match. I had no idea. That was a whole. I just learned something new. Anyway, I am now restricted. Crap. So what happens when you get restricted? I'm still live, right? I don't even know if I'm live. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm still live. Okay. So back to Luke and Nicola, since I ended up having a moment. Oh my gosh, that was so embarrassing. Okay. I did not know, he probably shouldn't have showed his baby on the live, but I didn't know, like, so back to Antonia, like, we were discussing her and, like, why she stays, in the situationship, knowing that she is second choice. And I really think it boils down to lack of maturity, lack of her own self-confidence, and also, too, she seems to thrive on negative feedback, because every time she is, every time Nicola posts or Bridgerton posts, which I haven't been on today, and, like, that's one of the things I was saying when that match happened. I didn't know, like, what, I didn't know, or that's not what I was saying, sorry, I lost my train of thought, but every time I feel like if I take a break from, being on social media, something happens, and then I'm like, what just happened? And do any of you feel that way? Like, do any of you feel that way at all? And I feel like every single time, every day, I'm afraid I'm going to miss something. And so See, that's the thing. I wish her followers would stop growing. Like, maybe that's... I have a 20-year-old child, and... Actually, I mean, I have two 20-year-old children, but I... As a mom of a 20-year-old, or, well, one's 19, one's 20. I feel kind of mean saying that I don't want her followers to grow, but I don't want her followers to grow because she's riding the coattails of someone else's success. I want her followers to grow because she earned it. And on the not giving her attention, I just want it to be an open conversation. Like, I don't want people to feel like we can't talk about that subject. I do think that it's an important matter in the subject because of the fact that there is a situationship going on there. There is some involvement there, and there is a pretty much what it's boiling down to is that until she's out of the picture, we're just going to be riding this ship on some rocky waters. And I think all of us as a collective would like to see her out of the picture. Am I wrong? I mean, we would love to see her out of the picture. We would love to see her no longer thriving on this negative feedback. We would love to see her with someone who matches her better, because I really don't feel like she and Luke belong together. Like, I just don't feel it in my gut. It is not there. And every time I see videos of him with Nicola, like, there are some moments where I just sit there and cry because it's just so beautiful how they truly do love each other. And I get so upset because I'm just like, how can they not see it? But then again, maybe they do see it. We don't. Oh, I think she knows. I think she knows she's second choice. I think she knows she's second choice. And you want to know why I think she knows? Why do you think that she posts anytime Nicola posts anything? Why do you think that she tries to distract from Nicola and Bridgerton? She knows. And because she knows, Mocha, you are not part of this live. Go on. Go. Shut up. Stop. Go. No, you're too loud. That's okay. Typos happen. But I don't think that she's unaware, because she is very much aware of what's going on with his co-star. She sits there. She literally sits there, and I feel like she sits there and she pays too much attention, or she has notifications turned on for when, you know how like you can turn on notifications for when a certain person posts? I feel like that's what she's doing. Okay, this is just a side note. This is when Cressida comes in. The song Confident, I like this song. This was, I think this was the musical version of Confident. And, oh my goodness, I love this song. Oh yeah, and yeah, exactly. At 23 years old, her jealousy is going to show. And it's going to be evident, because even us as women in our 40s, or us as women in our 30s, or us as women in our 50s or 60s, we still get jealous, and we still sometimes let it show. I mean, we might joke it off, but like, I think also too, as you get older, you get a little bit better about controlling your jealousy, whereas hers is a little bit, in a lot of ways, I feel like unhinged jealousy, because of the fact that what do you mean? Jen, I just noticed your comment. Towards the end of the press tour, it seemed like Nick was ready to be with Luke. Is that what you're saying? Or ready to be done? But I think that, at 23, it's really hard for when your entire, like, your brain is not fully developed at 23. I don't care what anyone says. There's scientific proof your brain is not fully developed. Like, you still... I have children in my life. These are my children. Hi, Alex. Thanks for joining us. Wow. I was hoping to get away with it without you guys noticing that I was live on TikTok, but apparently not. So anyway, I do think that she is going to, her jealousy is evident just in the way she posts every time someone else posts. And I'm gonna tell you this: when they were in Sorrento, Italy, she was 100% aware she was being filmed. She was 100% aware, and there was rumors that she was the one who orchestrated that. But I'm absolutely convinced that even though she orchestrated it, Luke had no idea. I think the little, what paparazzi says was a kiss on the cheek, was her whispering in his ear or leaning close to his ear to say, hey, we're being filmed, because she knew. Well, to be completely honest, I feel like men in general, they don't always notice women's ages. And I mean, if you look at, like when you take into account Nicola plays a 19-year-old girl and she doesn't look like she's 37, I think it's easy for men to look at women and not really take into account their age, because of the fact that they are, like, if they don't look their age, it's really hard for them to associate them with their age. So, like, I don't think, even though men are visual creatures, I don't think that they really pay attention to the number. And that's the other thing too. They are both consenting adults. Like, that's, to me, that's neither here nor there. They're both consenting adults. However, it would have been weird for her to be like 16 years old and him dating her in his late 20s. Like, that would have been weird. Or in his 20s. That would have been definitely weird. And I agree, Luca's mommy. He has been in a serious relationship. He needs to sow these wild oats. He needs to, because if he doesn't, then what's going to happen between when he gets in another serious relationship is, if he feels tied down, if he feels suffocated, he's going to end up cheating. It is what it is. And the fact that she's, Rory's girlfriend, Sienna, is the same age as her. I don't know. Is Rory the same age as Luke? That's something I haven't dove into. Well, a 31-year-old and a 23-year-old, that's only 8 years. If you think about it. So if Luke is not completely mature at 31, if they both enjoy going to bars, if they both enjoy dancing, if they both enjoy drinking, if they both enjoy traveling, they have stuff in common. So who are we to say they have nothing in common? They may even enjoy the same shows. Like, we know that Luke and Nicola both love Stranger Things, okay? So, and that's another thing too, like, couples all the time. Okay, this is my favorite thing to share. So I will be 43 on August 30th. As a 42-year-old, this is what I say about dating in my 40s. You know why it's difficult? Because I have the men my age. Not only am I, in a sense, competing with women my age, I'm competing with the cougars who like younger men. I'm competing with the younger women in their early 30s who like a slightly older man. And I'm also competing with the 18, 19, and early 20-year-olds who want a sugar daddy. So I'm literally competing with every woman who's of legal age. And it is what it is. Like, that's just reality. Like, if they're going to be dating, they're going to date whoever they want. We have no say over that. And I don't think Luke is making a bad decision in the sense that he's choosing to date or choosing to sow his wild oats. If that's what he's choosing to do, that's what he's choosing to do. And that is his adult decision to make. I do think it's a good idea that when you come out of a serious relationship that you take a break from being in a serious relationship, because a lot of times we can feel suffocated in a serious relationship if we bounce from one to another, and then it can cause dissatisfaction and discontentment. And then we end up doing things we shouldn't be doing. And so, also too, I do think, and this is just my personal opinion, I don't know Rory, I don't know much about him. The videos I've seen of him, he does enjoy being the center of attention, 100%. This guy loves being the center of attention. He thrives on it. I do think he's a lot of the driving force behind Luke's decisions right now. And I find it curious that when Nicola went to the night where she saw the shape of things, Rory was there. And they met, but she and Rory don't follow each other. They don't interact. And then when Luke and Nicola went out after the show, Rory wasn't present. So I find that curious. And also too, if you don't like your significant other's friends and they don't like you, your significant other don't like... Uh-oh. The lady whistledown reveal is coming. Oh my gosh. I hate this part. I'm gonna turn this one down a little bit because I really don't like this part. I don't like when he... Well, if my remote would work. It's not working. Oh wait, that's the channel. Okay. I do not like when he figures out she's Lady Whistledown. But I feel like if your significant other doesn't like your friends and your friends don't like your significant other, that creates... Oh, thanks, Jenny. Hi. Oh. See, I agree with you, Crazy Daisy. Like, why is nobody bothered by the fact that Nicola is 6 years, I think 6 years old? Yeah, she's 6 years older than Luke. Because she turned 37 right before he turned 31. So, why is no one bothered by the fact she's older than him? Why is no one questioning the fact that she's 6 years older than him? Why does everybody want to ship them together, but he's not allowed to date someone 8 years younger than him? And so, with her being 37 and him being 31, I mean, it's not that far off of an age difference as him and as him and Antonia. So I really think that we as a collective could back off of him being with Antonia and recognize that he is sowing his wild oats and he probably needs to get that out of his system. And also too, like, this has been said multiple times. No one really knows what happened between him and Nicola. We do not know. We don't know if they made the decision to be together. We do not know if they tried to be... Oh, the part where he cries. Oh, I can't handle it. Ugh. Oh. Looking nudes with tears in his eyes is so sad. But we don't know, like, if they had a conversation. We don't know if Nicola was the one who put the brakes on and said, no, get your act together. We don't know if Luke said, no, I gotta do right by Antonio. We don't know. I personally feel that Luke recognized he was in a situationship and Nicola didn't want to be the other woman, and a conversation was had, and right now they're in a weird impasse because he's not separated himself from her. And when do we define when people can be in a serious relationship or not? I mean, honestly, Felicia, like, when do we define that? Like, I'm 42. I have been a single mom since I was 42, and that was 2011, it's 2024, 13 years. So I think I was 30 when we divorced. So by society, by that comment, I should already be in a serious relationship. But I've been unfortunate in that quest in my life. So if I was to decide to just, okay, let's take into account, let's go back to the show. All right, if we're going to talk about when you should be in a serious relationship. Lady Tilly Arnold, she was married. Her husband died. She was widowed. She didn't want to be in a serious relationship till she met Benedict. Back in the Regency area, that was questionable. What she was doing was definitely a society no-no. But she was sowing her wild oats because she'd been married. And I would guess, based on arranged marriages back in the Regency era, that maybe he was an older soul. Lord Arnold was an older gentleman. And she got the opportunity to be with Benedict, and then she was like, wait, I don't like sharing you, I want to be serious. But Benedict was not ready to be serious. So if we're saying that you should be in a serious relationship in your 30s, technically, I think if you go by the books, Benedict is in his 30s. If you go by the show, I think he's in his 20s. So my question on that is, when do we say it's okay or not okay to be in a serious relationship? And how do we know? That's another thing. I am absolutely convinced, so take this with a grain of salt, I'm absolutely convinced that Luke is in a situationship with Antonia because, one, he has not hard launched her. I don't care what anyone says. That paparazzi picture on season premiere night was not a hard launch. That was her trying to get attention by having whoever call whoever to get pictures, and it did not go the way she planned. You can tell by his face, you can tell by her body, you can tell by her smiles, you can tell by reports of people who were there. It was in her plan, not his. He had no intentions of hard launching her. None at all. And this is very much my personal opinion on that. I don't know for a fact. All we know is that Luke's face said he was not happy. And he was not immediately associating with her. She was still reaching out. She was reaching out to touch him, and he was completely oblivious to her presence. In any situation he's been in with Nick, he has always turned around to check on her and make sure she was next to him or close to him. He has not hard launched her. That is a situationship. He has not made her public. He's not put her name out there. He has not been out in public with her, allowing paparazzi to get pictures of him kissing her. And some people said that they kissed at the GQ event, but I have yet to see picture proof of that. All I saw is that the only thing I saw was she dropped her earring and he was trying to help her put it back in. And see, Retta, I think you're right. I think Luke wanted a relationship with Nicola, but she didn't want to be the other woman, and so hard conversations were had. She wanted him to figure out where he was at with Antonia because she was aware of Antonia's presence. And someone sent me a picture privately, and I agreed to keep this person anonymous, that we were talking in one of my videos about Italy and the tension in Italy. The picture I have shows Antonia in a spot that's very similar to the outdoor area where they were taking pictures in Italy. So that is absolutely possible that Antonia was in Italy, which caused some tension, because there was definitely some tension in New York. There was rumors that Luke had invited Antonia and then uninvited her to the NYC premiere, and she still showed up. Yes, exactly. In Brazil, where Luke was very protective of Nicola, and he was always checking behind him to make sure she was with him. But he did not do that with Milan. But Crazy Daisy, why is she not allowed to post on her social media? Because she could private her social media. She could turn off all comments on her social media on any post regarding Luke. Why is he not on hers? Because even if he doesn't want to post on his, she could still post on hers. There should be no stopping her. He could be worried about the feedback she'll get because of the fallback with Jade. But Jade did some stuff that brought that on herself. And we have to remember that Jade had some actions that brought that on herself. So, and that's right, Steph. Like you said, he could put all this to rest with one picture, one quote, one public outing, one kiss, one hug, one very open, I really like you post. Like, all it takes is one public paparazzi moment where he is not stopping it from leaking. In LA, when they went to LA after the premiere, she's not, like, the ones who leaked obviously were her friends and her. Anything I noticed when they went to Sorrento, anything he was in was very discreet, like they were being discreet about including him in it. And of course, the person who did actually film him was someone who was an outsider. It wasn't part of his group. But it's rumored that Maria and Antonia follow each other. And that's right, Marissa, he didn't ever stop Jade from posting anything about him and her. And, like, Jade actually, like, would post videos, you know, hyping him up. And, like, when he did where he decorated their flat, or the flat with Halloween stuff and gave her the boo basket and spread it all out for her dressing room, they were literally on the outs during that, but he didn't stop her from posting anything. So, and that's right, that's exactly right, Meadow. If he does not post you, that man is not your man. And that is one thing I've learned with situationships, and that's one thing I've always said. If he will not post me on social media, I am not it. I am not the one. And so back in, this is a great side story, but back in late April, I met this guy through a friend, and in early May, we decided to be exclusive, except he wouldn't change his relationship status. He wouldn't let me post him on social media. He would not post me on social media, and he gave no indication on social media he had a girlfriend whatsoever, which I found concerning. It was actually one of my biggest red flags, because back in 2020, same thing with the guy I was seeing in 2020. He wouldn't post me on social media. He took me out of town to eat lunch. That should have said something. But me being dumb and thinking, oh, he's paying attention to me, it shouldn't matter, right? No, he had motives for taking me out of town. There's a whole story behind that one. But, so, this guy from May, I just noticed that some things were off, so I decided to do my own research. Go lay down. Lay down. Go lay down. Thank you. There was a picture he posted in a public group, and I was like, that's not his yard, and that's not his parents' yard. Whose yard is it? Well, some random woman had liked one of his things, so I decided to look at her stuff, just because, you know, that's what we do as women. We research. Seriously, though, I don't know why more women do not run the FBI. Anyway, so I decided to look at this woman's stuff, and the picture he had posted was her backyard. So I did some research, got her phone number, called her up, and said, hey, are you in a relationship with this guy? They'd been in a relationship for 2.5 years. He wouldn't even post her. She wasn't allowed to post him. They'd been together for 2.5 years. That in and of itself is the biggest red flag. If a guy is not posting you on social media, he is not the guy. The sad part was in all of this, she took him back. And he still has not posted her on social media. Not that I should know that, but I do. Anyway, so my point is that Luke has not posted Antonia. Therefore, Luke is not in a relationship with Antonia. He is in a situationship. I think for a lot of us, if we just are patient and bide our time and don't give Antonia the negative feedback that she enjoys so much and she thrives on, we're going to see that eventually she's going to fade out of the picture. Because with situationships, the men always end up getting rid of the girl. They do. They just, if they're in a situationship and they have no desire to commit, they would have known. It's a scientific, it's been proven scientifically that a man knows within 8 seconds if he's going to marry a woman. 8 seconds. He knows right away if he's going to date that woman seriously. And yeah, I'm at that, yeah. That's now, which scene is that? Oh, it's the wedding tour scene, the tense one. Oh, that one breaks my heart too. I hate this part of season 3. Ugh. This is where Luke basically tells her that he will let her know what this, not Luke, sorry. Blurred lines. This is where Colin lets her know she is going to, they'll figure out what this wedding is, or this marriage is going to be after the wedding. Ugh. And then he accuses her of entrapping him after telling his mother, or her mother, that she did not entrap him. Ugh. Not okay. So I honestly feel like Antonia will eventually fade out of the picture, because men who are not serious about a woman, they eventually get rid of them. They either dump them or they cut ties, and it may be a very explosive separation. And you know, Antonia is, I think she's a manipulative person. But, you know, Nicola posted that Scrabble board on her story. Well, I was in Bocce Go Hawks' live last night, and we were talking about what the words could mean. And someone suggested that maybe Antonia has some dirt on Luke. And, so, exactly, Felicia. If he had accused, if that had been me, I would have walked out. I would have been like, I can't. Yeah, I love Bocce too. She's so funny. But last night we were up super late. I was up super late because she's on Pacific time, I think. And so we were like sitting there going over all the words on the Scrabble board. And some people suggest that maybe the reason why Luke is with A or still with A is because she has some dirt on him that she's going to expose if he dumps her, and she's manipulating him with it, which I personally think is true. That's true. A has places to go and a name to make. She's going to eventually get tired of being in the background. She's going to eventually get tired of being in the shadows. She wants to be a big star. That's what she wants. That is her drive. He entrapped her. He baby trapped her. That's right. At that point in time, Lord Featherington was already in her belly, and nobody knew. She's very temporary, Sarah Beth. I can't see this being a long-term relationship. If it is, we're looking at another. Oh gosh, I don't want to say it. I feel like we're looking at another. If she was long term, it would be another Hailey Bieber situation. But I don't want to hate on Hailey Bieber because I'm sure she's gotten a lot of hate. But I don't know. I just feel like Hailey Bieber is who she's mimicking right now. Like if you look at the post and you, Alicia, I was sitting there. I don't know. The manipulation that Hailey has over Justin and the way she's hurt Selena. Oh, I don't even follow that very much, but I can just see. You know, I feel like maybe Luke feels like he has something to prove, so he sees all this hate towards Antonia, so maybe he feels like he needs to, in a sense, be the hero and protect her, because he is such a gentleman. But he's so not himself with her. Like, it's just, uh-oh. It's asking me to verify. Okay. It asked me to verify. He's just not himself with her. Like, I just don't, he is too nice. And I think, too, the problem, too, like, I have found that when men are kind, but then they get themselves caught up in a situationship, is that they have a hard time separating themselves out of it, like, getting out of it, because they don't want to hurt the girl, because they know they're going to hurt the girl. And then it eats up at them, the guilt eats away at them. And so, essentially, it becomes they stay because they don't know how to separate themselves from it. And he will stay longer than he should. You were exactly right. So, but I do think when September rolls around, they start filming again, he's going to recognize the difference of how he feels with A versus how he feels with Nicola. And I think that will honestly be, that will be the kicker in his decision making. And some people said that Antonia will be on set, and I just have to clarify that probably will not happen, because even Nicola has said you don't see your loved ones for like 8 months straight because the amount of time there's filming and everything like that. Yes, Stephanie, you're right, because he is aware of women's feelings and actions, and I think that a lot of that comes from having a sister. Men who have sisters tend to be, oh, that's a good point, Sarah Beth, that Nicola didn't want to be his Jade rebound. Someone said something else. What do you mean, but if it's not right for one person, why would it be right for the other, C-Dub? Sorry, I'm reading the comments. See, someone said that they didn't think Antonia was pretty. I think she's beautiful. I do, but I also do, as a photographer, like, it's just a natural thing for me to look for people's natural beauty. Yes, Shonda, I agree. Shonda will not approve A on set because she knows people don't like her. She knows the cast is not. The cast has shown in interviews, in passive aggressive ways, they are not pleased with her presence. And then Shonda did recognize how Luke was at the New York City premiere, and I'm pretty sure that that's true. Nicola and Luke won't be 8 months on set because they were done filming with Simone and Jonathan early on. But they do film. It does take 8 months to film Bridgerton. The ones that they get done with early, they have their final day of, but then they might bring them back to do some reshoots. Yes, I agree. If the fandom just leaves her alone and completely ignores her, she will fade out. But I'm sorry. Have you guys ever driven past a car accident that was just a complete and total chaos mess, and you can't just help but look? That's kind of how I feel like Antonia is. It's like a train wreck or a car wreck, and we just can't help but look. We want to look and we're trying not to. Like, we're trying to, like, drive and keep our eyes straight forward and, like, not look, but then we're just like, and so we can't help it. And, oh, yeah. Sorry, I got distracted. Shonda did notice how Luke was at the New York City premiere. Like, there is a video that has circulated where Luke was upset about Nicola talking to someone else, but the tension was present between Luke and Nicola even early on at that premiere. And that was where it was rumored that Luke had uninvited Antonia, but she still showed up anyway, and she still ended up past the I think the red, like the red carpet tape, or like basically she somehow ended up past where she should have gotten past. And yeah, and Shonda even said, "Are you okay?" Like, she picked up on it. And some people have said that Luke's been in LA. Well, Shonda Land headquarters is in LA. So I'm sure Shonda has had many conversations with Luke regarding Antonia and the negative publicity it's bringing Bridgerton. And, you know, that comment about them being a happy couple with a baby on Bridgerton, playing that role, it's not going to last with A. See, there was the video that got posted about Jade when she was watching season 2, and that scene where Colin walks in and Penelope sees Colin and she's walking up to go hug him, but then Hyacinth and Gregory push past her to go hug him. Oh, you were going to ask me about my take on the tension between... I think it had to do with Antonia. I think Nicola was annoyed. And Nicola... Okay. One thing I love about this woman is that no matter how annoyed she is, she hides it so well. She hides it so well. But you can see it in her face. Like Italy, for instance. She was very in tune with the interviewer. Anytime she's not been mad at Luke, she's been eyeballing him. She's been giving him the doe eyes. She's been looking at him, smiling big, all of it. But the tension, the interviews with the tension in Italy, she was like, oh yeah, looking at the interviewer, like completely tunnel vision. Forget about Luke Newton right next to you. She was tunnel vision. So at the New York City premiere, if you pay attention to her face, it's very tunnel vision. There's maybe a couple shots where she looks at him, but it's not their norm. And so I sit here and I look. I really feel like it boils down to the fact that Luke was upset that Antonia still came to the New York City premiere without, even though he had basically said don't come, and he recognized that it upset Nicola and probably some of the other cast members. But you know, the cast members, I think in a way that they stay out of it publicly because it's not their business. But there was more tension in London, 100%. Like, if you pay attention, there's a lot of tension in London. Especially what's the name of the woman who plays the queen? Why am I not remembering her name right now? Golda. When Golda was like glaring at him during the cast picture, oh my goodness, there was so much tension. But like, anyway, so the New York City premiere, back to that, like, I just feel that he he knew he had messed up because, oh my goodness. And I'm going to say this, not a lot of people, if you are not naturally in, like, if it's not, if you don't naturally pick up on social cues, and I can say I don't always, but body language is a big thing for me. And also too, watching people's faces, I've learned to watch people's faces to make sure that I'm getting the right energy. That's true. Other cast members didn't have their significant others there. But I'm not even reading the comments, guys. I'm so sorry. I should go back and read some of these. I'm so sorry. But if you watch, when you're, thank you for reminding me of her name. I could not remember her name. Okay, so Steph is trying to find when the tension started. Okay, so we figured out the pattern was, the travel pattern was Australia to Italy to New York to, Italy. No, wait, is that right? Yeah, to Ireland to London. Yes, I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay. The tension started, I'm nailing down this now. The tension started in New York, fed over into the early parts of Italy. Things settled. Oh, Brazil too. Brazil came right after New York. I knew I forgot one. Yes, thank you. Brazil was after the New York City. But so it was fine in Australia, but then in New York, some tension started. And this one really bothers me. Yeah, I'm going to share that. I'm doing a deep dive. Oh, so yeah, I'm sorry. My ADHD is ADHD, guys. Sorry. If you have a hard time following someone who has a lot of ADHD and can completely change directions really fast, I'm so sorry. Let's see. So, Australia was fine. They go to New York. There, you know the one picture the one video of where they get to see themselves in the Times Square? Has anyone picked up on the fact that when Nicola had her hand on Luke's wrist, his very, very smooth way of stepping 1 foot back to get his hand off of her? There was some tension there. And, Sarah Beth, you did that? Could you send that to me by chance? I would love to see that in chronological order. Okay, I have a cat about to, run away from my dog across everything. No, Hershey, you cannot do that. Hershey, you cannot do that. Go. But, yeah, no. They were looking at the big screen, and then he shifted to turn back this way. But it could have just been he was shifting to turn back. But the way she dropped her hand really quick, I don't know, that one still doesn't sit right with me, and I can't figure out why. But so then there was tension in New York that fed over into the early parts of Italy. But by the end of Italy, they were back to normal Luke and Nicola. Then we have Brazil, and Brazil was fire. And I know I'm not crazy about Brazil, because if I saw it and an entire fandom saw it, something happened in Brazil. We all know. Okay, so that's what I was wondering, if maybe his foot was just in an uncomfortable position in that video, and he was shifting his foot, but Nicola took it like, oh, get your hand off me, and she just dropped it, or I don't know, but yeah, I think, okay, so I'm glad that people feel, no, yeah, you're right, Italy was before, I don't know why I'm, okay, let me track back. Okay, so Australia was normal, but there was tension in early Italy, but someone sent me this picture of, I'm confusing myself now at this point, someone sent me this picture of what looked like Antonia in Italy, which could explain some of the early tension. They definitely were fighting in the early interviews. And then, we're outside the Modiste. Oh, that scene. Oh, that one's fire. But, dang horse had to come on by at that point. Anyway. Yes, Australia, Italy. So Australia was fine. Italy was a little bit tense at the beginning, but then by the time they were done, things were back to normal. There was tension in New York, but then Brazil was fire. Then there was Toronto. I forgot Toronto too. So, but there was rumors that she left Brazil a day early and went to Toronto early, and he came later. And then there was the rumors were that Antonio showed up at Brazil that last day, and I guess maybe the thought is that they ushered Lukola off away to avoid the craziness, and then they went to Dublin and Galway and then London. And I personally, they were sick in Toronto, so I attribute their sickness to a lot of how they were in Toronto. But I also think that there was stuff that had fed over from Brazil that caused some different behavior in Toronto and Dublin and Galway and even London. And, something happened in Brazil, 100%. There's no way, like, their body language was so different. There was no way nothing happened. It was just, even most people say they can't see it, but that one where they were filming the montage of the places they'd been, and then he goes to walk back to her, she leans in for a kiss, and then it's like they both click, oh wait, we're on video, we can't do this. And they were 100%, whatever happened in Brazil was hot for them. It was intense. It was a lot. And that, in my opinion, is Brazil was, in many ways, I think, the place where it all started falling apart. It came together, but then it fell apart. There was actually rumors that Antonio showed up the last day in Brazil, and that's why Lukola went to Toronto a day early. It could have just been Lukola had some press stuff to do ahead of Luke that was scheduled, because they do have two separate teams. So I'm gonna share some stuff about Italy. So that's the other part that I was gonna dive into. So as a single mom, I work multiple jobs. I run my photography business. I substitute teach part-time, and I was working part-time at a hotel in Pigeon Forge. I live in Sevierville, where Dolly Parton's from, but I worked in Pigeon Forge at a hotel, and last night I lost my job at the hotel because a travel ball team complained because I was trying to keep their kids from wreaking havoc on the hotel, and they thought I was targeting their kids, and my manager got upset. So yeah. So now I have more time on my hands. So I actually have decided, since I have this time on my hands, that I would like to break down each set of interviews and talk about body language, talk about the way that they are with each other, talk about the difference, and then track it chronologically to see, so you can see the difference in their behaviors as they go. Because I think that would help people really understand some of the dynamics of what has happened between them, what other people are picking up on that maybe the other people are not seeing. And I think that the list that Sarah Beth has is going to help me, because I really, 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 really want to do this, because I really want people to see what I see. And it's hard to describe it, if you can't give like solid proof. So, you have the list. Oh, yay. Okay. I would love the list. Sarah Beth doesn't have it. Oh, Nikita has it. Oh, sorry. I misunderstood. But I would love it, because I'd love to see it from your perspective, because you have ADHD, so you can say if it's a stim or not. I think I stim because I cling to my hands like this, like when I was talking to my boss last night when he was mad at me about the group. And then when the guy was screaming at me because he said I was targeting his kids, it was all on camera, guys. The kids misbehaving was all on camera. I was wringing my hands, and I think I was stimming at that point, because I was trying to calm myself down. But I do have ADHD. It is awful. I'm not medicated by any means. I've learned to function through it through lists. But all these people want to participate in the match. No, thank you. I learned the hard way not to do that. And I think I'm hyper focusing on Bridgerton because of my ADHD. I do. I think it's become a hyper focus. It does give me a little bit of an outlet. But yes, I do want to take each interview segment and break it down chronologically and talk about the ups and downs of their behaviors towards each other, because I can see the pattern flowing. Some people have mentioned different things about like Double in Galway. And I have to take into account things like that are going on externally, like in Toronto they were sick. Dublin and Galway, Nicola was home, and that's a big deal. She was in Ireland, that's her home country, and Galway was her hometown, or home province, city? What do you call it in Ireland? I don't know what you call it. The matches are so dumb. I don't know why people, I learned the hard way today not to do the matches. But I think too, like, okay, and so this is just, my ADHD is really bad right now, guys. Sorry. One of the things I noticed, and I just wanted to ask the public about this, is, okay, so you know Luke touches his lips, right? Constantly. So he's always touching his lips. In Brazil, all the things in Brazil, his lips were very red. Like, roughed up red. And then I happened to notice during the intimacy scene, Luke's lips had the same tone. And that scene took 2 to 3 days to film. Do we think they could have been kissing behind the scenes of all of the press tours in Brazil? Because his lips had the same red tone during the intimacy scenes. And I just picked up on this like 2 nights ago as what his lips look like in Brazil. And let me tell you, the Brazil lips were bothering me, because I was like, are his lips chapped, or is that run over from Nicola's lip gloss, or is that his lips have been loved on quite a bit? Felicia, it definitely was more than kissing in Brazil, 100%. I personally think that between like filming for the press tour, like there was some definite kissing going on behind the scenes. People say that he does this because of his ADHD. I think we all stem different ways, but if you notice, he only touches his lips when he's looking at Nicola. So, but okay, Audrey, in March, they both said that they were single. And yes, I think that she is 100%, oh, we're at the wedding, guys. Aww. I do think that she was aware of Antonia's presence, but if he straight up said to her, I'm not committed to her, he could have even said that he had ended things with Antonia, okay? He could have said anything to Nicola at that point in time, and especially if they'd been drinking. A lot of times when we're drinking, we say things. And also, too, if we've been drinking a lot, which they were very tipsy in Brazil, people end up doing things they wouldn't normally do if they were sober, because you do lose a bit of your reasoning skills when you're drinking. And you have to also remember too that, in a sense, even if before Brazil, before the press tour, before all of this, even if they weren't actually intimate, because there's no proof of that, they were intimate because of the intimacy scenes. And even though it was just their characters, we are still human beings. Acting is just their job. It is not who they are. It does not make up who they are. It is their job. And even like the intimacy coordinator had to give them tools to separate themselves from that situation. So in many ways, they had already crossed that boundary because of the intimacy scenes. Hello, how are you? Yeah. I think that because they ended up, because they were drunk, because they'd already crossed that boundary, there was more that happened in Brazil than any of us will ever know. And honestly, it's none of our business. Like, I'm not going to just going to tell everybody what I did, you know, with any guy. So, and yes, Luke has already said he has a hard time separating himself from Colin. So, I think that they were given those tools to separate themselves, because it was evident that more went down between them during the intimacy scenes, emotionally too, not just physically, but emotionally. And even the castmates have said that those intimacy scenes seem very real between the two of them. And the best part is that because, well, I guess that's not really the best part. If they had already crossed those boundaries mentally and emotionally and even physically, I don't think it would have been hard for Nick to say no in Brazil. Because in her mind, they'd already been there. And that's, yeah, they've said they had to hold back their chemistry for 2 seasons. They were coached many times over the first 2 seasons. They had to hold it. They were told to hold it back because they weren't supposed to be feeling that just yet. Yes, the intimacy coordinator told them to spend at least 6 months apart. We know for a fact that did not happen because filming ended, I think, in March, early March, mid-March of 2023, and Luke was in The Shape of Things in in the summer of 2023. So that was not 6 months. That was like 4. So they did, and then that picture of them at right after The Shape of Things, it says finally reunited. So they did take that seriously. They did take that into account. And let me tell you something. That picture from The Shape of Things, the way he had his arm around her, his hand was on her butt. That is not just a friend gesture. Like, any of my male friends would not put their hand on my butt like that. They would, yeah. Exactly, Felicia. They had to hold back with the kissing scene. And they do have so much chemistry. Like, you can't manufacture that much chemistry. And so, like, it has always been there between the two of them. Yes, exactly. It was an inappropriate pose for a picture of friends. It was definitely one of those, yeah, exactly. His hand wasn't open because he's a gentleman, but it was still in the neighborhood. Oh, yeah, I'm sure that when the camera was off, he may have even opened his hand. I mentally imagine when they stopped taking pictures, he opened his hand and gave her butt a gentle smack or a pinch because of this stuff that happened. Like, people were saying was happening on the press tour where he was pinching her bum. Oh, he was absolutely loving that. And that's another reason why I feel like he is not in it 100% with Antonio, because have you ever seen his hands the way he stands, the way he is with Nick? Have you ever seen him like that with her? And I'm telling you guys, when he doesn't know he's being filmed, that's who he is. That's who he is. So if that's who he is, that's who he is. So, and that's how he behaves with her all the time. And we don't see any of that interaction at all. Yes, season 3, I felt like I was intruding too, because their chemistry is so fire. Like, it's so real. And even the castmates have said that those scenes felt real. They felt real. And I agree that Luke was the one who was putting the drive on being in a relationship with Nick, because you have to remember too, he came right out of his relationship with Jay during all that filming, and especially during filming some of the more intense scenes. And because of that, he ended up, I think, you know how, like, when you're in a relationship and you come out of one and you feel kind of lost, like, you want that feeling back? And I think maybe everyone is on point about the fact that Nick put the brakes on because she, doesn't want to be the rebound. She doesn't want to be another woman. And she wants Luke to be sure these are the feelings he has. There are rumors that they were in Spain together, but there's no picture proof that they were in Spain. It was summer of 2023 that it was rumored that they went to Spain to explore their feelings with each other. There are pictures of Luke in Spain with his friends, but there's no picture proof of them being in Spain, which I believe that they were told that no one was allowed to take pictures of them. Yes. So someone had asked me in one of my videos to talk about the parallels between Luke with his group of lords, and Luke with Rory. See, and I'm because there's really nothing to show that they were in Spain except for one person's comment, or one or two people's comment. I don't really think that they were in Spain. I think that was just a rumor. If I could find proof, that would be great, but that would take a deep dive, and that would mean someone snuck something that they weren't supposed to sneak. But I think if someone wanted me to compare the parallels of Luke with his Lord gang and Luke with Rory and that group. There is parallel there. Blurred lines. Again, Luke trying to fit in with the Lords, but then realizing he doesn't quite fit. And then Luke trying to fit in with Rory and that group because they're still on... I feel like Rory is on a permanent hot boy summer. Like, he and Charmaine and her boyfriend and Sienna, I don't think any of them are taking life seriously. The F-boys of the ton. That's fabulous. Oh, you were the one who asked, Ratchy. Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad you're in the live. But I do think that there's parallels there because, I mean, if you sit and listen, like we were talking, like in the video, I was talking about him being a highly sensitive person, and the guy who wrote the article on Pinterest that I found on Pinterest, how he was talking about how he felt like he never quite fit in with his gender identity because of his sensitivity. I think Charmaine is older and seems more mature. And you know what I find odd about Charmaine? This is the one thing that I found odd about Charmaine. Is that she and Nicola are very passionate about some of the same things. So I'm surprised that she and Nicola are not... They don't follow each other. I'm surprised by that. But then again, if Rory is the driving force, if he is the leader of the crew, then Charmaine and Tom and Rory and Sienna are... Well, Rory and Sienna, I feel like, drive the bus, just like Lord Fife drove the bus. And I feel like everyone else is just on the bus for the ride. And I don't feel like Rory and Sienna are ready to calm down. I do notice that Charmaine and Tom travel a lot, but Charmaine is a flight attendant, so that actually makes sense. Like, that's her job. Like, she goes to so many other places, so, like, I would see that she would travel a lot. Does she follow Nick? I didn't think she did. Okay, now I'm going to have to go look. I didn't see any connection, but I will go look. I could be wrong about that. I do like it when people correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to put out misinformation. Flight benefits for the win. Yes. Charmaine is... so Charmaine is dating Tom, and I believe Charmaine is friends with Sienna. And so Tom and Rory are friends. So it's like it goes Rory and Sienna, Charmaine and Tom, Luke and Antonia. So that's like their core group. So I'm sure you can imagine, like, if Luke wasn't not dating Antonia, he would go on all these trips and he'd be the fifth wheel. So for him, that means that by having Antonia around, he's not a fifth wheel. He's got someone there. But, again, hot boy summer. Once he gets back to work, he's a phenomenal actor. He pours his heart and soul into everything he does. Yes, it's a lot of pressure. That's called peer pressure, and that's called that we never left high school pressure. Because I really do think that Rory is the bus driver. I don't know Rory from anybody, okay? I don't know him personally. I don't like him. I'm sorry. I just don't like him. I feel like if I met him in person, he would aggravate me to no end. And I think you're right. You know how, like, you have a best friend and, like, they meet someone and everybody's like, oh, I love this person. But then, because everybody loves Nicola, right? But your best friend also loves this person. But then you feel like, oh, wait a second. Oh, we're at the wedding dance. Oh, so beautiful. Yeah, I do. Like, I just don't like him. And I think he's jealous of Nicola. I think he's jealous of how Luke feels about Nicola. And if Rory was friends with Jade, which I haven't, I've been trying to follow Tiff's timeline stuff. If Rory was friends with Jade, and he saw all that go down with Jade, which I'm absolutely convinced a lot of what went down with Jade had something to do with Luke's underlying feelings for Nicola. Oh, you're at the boys drinking at Will's bar for his last night owning it. That was a good thing too. Yes. Rory and Sienna are that mean couple energy that they want to basically control everybody around them. That they want all the attention on themselves. They can't stand it when anyone else has attention. And also, too, if Rory was around when that all went down with Jade and he was friends with Jade, then of course he's going to blame Nicola for all of that. And naturally, he's going to not understand what Luke's, based on Rory's comments, and the fact that Antonia has liked horrible body shaming comments about Nicola, and Rory's comments about I could never do that with someone I'm not attracted to. I have a feeling that Rory feels that Nicola maybe brings down Luke's hot boy quotient, I guess. I don't know. They are petty. You're right, Sarah Beth. They are petty. And you are correct, Felicia. Luke needs to realize that some people need to outgrow their friends. They don't need to be, yeah, that's true too. A dog named Miss Suzanne. I like your name. Luke getting close to Nicola kind of eased Rory out of total best friend status, and yeah. And so yeah, that's, Rory said that he could never do an intimacy scene with someone he was not attracted to. And he was passive aggressively mentioning Nicola. Well, your dog is always welcome here, Miss Suzanne. Or, well, the dog named Miss Suzanne. Miss Suzanne's always welcome here. Yeah. And I think that that is actually part of what made me also not like him. I also think that, yeah, that happened back. I need to find the video or the article. Whoever said it, I need to find it. It was on X. I found it on X is where I found it. But yeah, I know Nicola is stunning. I promise, guys. Any information I give you, I will try to find where I found the information. You have to remember too, a lot of my scrolling is done at night when I'm getting ready to go to sleep, and I don't screenshot things the way I should. I've gotten better. I'm getting better at it, but I do think that in many ways this friend group Luke has is going to be his demise if he's not careful. I firmly believe in the show me who you run with and I'll show you who you soon become. In the meantime, Martin Scorsese started following in so R can go hide himself and cry. That is true. I mean, and that's another thing too, like, have you guys looked at Rory's followers? Antonia has more followers than Rory. Which, yeah, anyway. I don't know. But, so, also if he knows Luke gets with Nick, they will be way out of his league. Yes, that is exactly right. And that's why Rory does not want Luke with Nicola. You know why? Because Nicola is on the trajectory of megastardom. She will take Luke on that trajectory with her if they get together. It is not going to be, it's, you know how like when people get famous you say don't forget the small people? Rory feels like a small person next to Luke, okay? Rory is overcompensating in his behaviors in many ways. Yes, they will be a power couple. They'll be like Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively. I mean, literally those two filmed major movies that are coming out at the same time. And so I unfollow A. Don't follow her. Don't do it. Don't do it. I know you don't want to miss a thing, but when we are giving her the negative attention she craves, we're just feeding into it. No. But yeah, we don't want to. I feel like if we give her the negative attention that she's craving, we're just feeding into it. I don't follow her. I do occasionally look at her stuff, which I have to be careful with that because the more you view somebody's stuff, the more it ends up in your algorithm and the more it brings it into the algorithm. So you do have to be careful with that. Yes, exactly. I will send you all the info. I'll just screenshot and send it to you. That way you don't have to follow her. You can see her stuff without following her. You do have to be careful with how many times you click on her stuff because, like I said, it does bring it into the algorithm and it makes it more prominent for views. You also need to be careful searching her name because if you search it too much, it also brings it into the algorithm. Someone made a post of one of my friends sent me a video. Jenny sent me a video about, was it Jenny? No, someone. Was it Jenny? There was either Jenny, Steph, or Marissa. Steph, was it you that sent it to me? About the person who made the video about Antonia and the smile with the smile song. Who sent that to me? Someone sent that to me. Anyway, so someone made a video about Antonia and every time she smiles and like trying to like say, oh well, this is what does this mean? Like who told her she wasn't a worthy person or whatever? And do I think Luke and Nick will get married? My heart wants to say yes. But I am not a predictor of the future. So it's all up to them. And if they decide that they are right for each other, if they decide that their love is something they want to chase. One of the things that okay, this is kind of sad. Like at the top of your lives, like I have a heart and it has a 0. And I think that means, I don't know what that means, but it's kind of sad because it has a 0 on it. But there's 98 people in here right now. So that's kind of more than I expected. I feel protective of Luke and Nicola. I do. I feel very protective of them. What was that? I don't know if Antonia has kind eyes. I think she has insecure eyes. I think she's insecure. I think she is very much, and that's what I don't understand. And one of the reasons why I can pinpoint she's insecure, if you look back on a lot of her Instagram, if you go back a little bit, there are some photos of her in a white tank top that is very see-through. And I really just wanted to message her and be like, girl, you do not have to use your body to get attention. You don't. And I feel like that's why she dances the way she dances. I think that's why she uses her dancing videos to try to gain attention, because in a lot of ways she's using her body to gain attention. And so, yeah. Which I feel is kind of sad, actually. Yes, Nicola and Luke are soulmates to the core. And that's one thing I kind of wanted to get on the live about, was because Luke and Nicola are soulmates. And one of the things that I find most beautiful is the fact that their love seems so pure and genuine and so incredibly... Yeah, all the dances are similar with I feel like they're never any different. But when I look at the videos of Luke and Nicola, one of the things that devastates me is seeing such pure, genuine love and not seeing it embraced and explored. And it actually breaks my heart, because I don't want to go into like what Luke likes as a figure, because if you look at all of his girlfriends, they've all been different shapes. Not a single one has had the same body shape. So I don't think, if Luke has a type, I don't think he even knows his type. Let's be honest. But when I see Luke and Nicola together and I see them not exploring the love that they have for each other, I feel like my heart is breaking because there's so many of us out there in the world that want that kind of love, that want that kind of genuine connection, that want that friend that we can laugh with, that kind of relationship where you can laugh, but you can also, you know, be tense with each other, and by the end of the day, be in a better mood. And, you know, I think in many ways, I think what's driving us crazy as a fandom is that they are not seeing how rare that kind of love and chemistry is, because it is rare. Doing photography, I started doing weddings with a wedding company in 2010. I branched off on my own in 2011 to do weddings on my own. So I am going on 14 years of being a photographer, and I've done over 500 weddings. I lost count at 500 and I stopped counting. But when I'm at a wedding, I can generally tell if what the couple's feeling is true love, or if it's just, let's have the wedding. And when I see couples that are truly in love like that, I cry. And I stopped crying at weddings a long time ago, but I will literally break down and cry at a wedding where there's true, genuine love. Luke is in his Leo era. You know, Leo never quite settled down. He still dates those young girls. I hope he's not in the Leo era, because if so, that Leo era is long lasting. And I think that Luke needs to sow these wild oats before he ends up with Lukola permanently. But I also feel like, in a lot of ways, and some people disagree with me on this, I do feel like Nick is hurt. I can feel hurt from her. I feel like the hurt came out at the London premiere because of some songs she posted. Music is the language of the soul, and I think that she, in many ways, felt blindsided by what happened at the London premiere. And, you know, she had to go immediately start filming like the next day for the Magic Faraway Tree. And so I don't know if she really ever had time to process her feelings. And if she did, the feelings that she did have a chance to process maybe weren't fully processed. And some people are like all hyping up Nick because of her drive for working, and, you know, and just that drive, right? Just staying on that trajectory of where Bridgerton has taken her, like staying on that upward trajectory. But me personally, I think that in many ways can also become very unhealthy, because when we push ourselves too hard, we can push ourselves to the edge and break down if we've not dealt with what we're dealing with emotionally. And yes, being so busy, it is hard for us to think about a relationship, and I'm sure she feels some kind of way. So she's keeping herself busy to stay distracted from maybe what is deep down hurting her. And if you've ever listened to Lukola talk about herself, she's never put herself in the lead role before. She's always felt like she was a sporting role kind of person. Yes, she didn't post that was another thing. It says she didn't post about the premiere for a week, but every stop in the tour was the next day. That does say a lot. She does work hard. She gives everyone credit but herself. I don't know if Lukola met A before the premiere. I know that she, I have a feeling that she knew about A's presence because of the video that was leaked from New Year's Eve, but I don't know if she ever met her. I think she definitely hugged her at the New York City premiere. There was rumors that that Antonio was in Italy in the early days of, like in the very first day of Italy. And I have that picture, and I'm going to share it. I promise, guys. I just want to go through and chronologically do it because I'm a chronological person. But she was being polite with that hug. You could tell that was not a Nicola hug. It was a very uncomfortable, awkward, fake hug. There was so much fake in that hug. It made me want to gag. And like the fact that Antonia clung to Luke's sister through that whole thing. Could you be more suspicious? And the way Antonia told Nicola she was funny, that was the fakest. That was like in Mean Girls when she said, "Oh, I love your skirt, vintage." That's literally the vibe I got. If you know that Mean Girls movie and you know that reference, you know. That's how I hug the B-side. Spot on, yes. Mean Girls, yes. Oh, that's how I felt when she told Nicola she was funny. I was like, are you telling her skirt is vintage? But yeah, so, I don't know. I think Nicola working as hard as she does is a distraction method. I think she's distracting herself from what's really eating at her. Oh, look, there's my black cat. She was giving beef outside. Watch the... I'm sure she has a burn book about Nicola, but I'm sure Nicola probably... I mean, Nicola does throw some shade. Like that one video that's been circulating about where they told her her dress was not flattering, and she goes, where is it not flattering? I'm sure Nicola has her own burn book. And if not, JVN has one for her. I mean, he throws some shade in the most nicest ways. He makes me laugh so hard. Oh, she has a shade crew. 100%. Her friends have her back. 100%. So, and you want to know, like, this whole Scrabble board thing, everybody's like, oh, she was just playing a game and drinking a Guinness with her friends. No. No, she's a double major in college. Like, she's an English literature major. She has 2 degrees. The woman knows big words. And that Scrabble board was her throwing some shade somewhere. She was throwing something out. It was a message. There was I think it's Soul Tarot did a reading today, and she said something about, like, it was basically a message saying, hey, A, it's me. It's not you, it's me. And, yeah, she's strategic. Nicola is brilliant, and that's why we love her, because we see her brilliance. We recognize her brilliance. We recognize who she is, like, outside of Bridgerton, like, just as a person as a whole. Like, she is to have that much intelligence and that much talent and that much life experience. She's an enigma, and she is going to be she's going to be that one to watch for years to come. And yeah, I don't know. I think Nicola is going to be one of those people who we're going to look back and remember her start, but with Dairy Girls and, sorry, my ear is itching, with Dairy Girls and with Bridgerton, but she's going to go very far, and she's going to do big things. And yes, she's going to shut mouths up. Like, oh, the Hey-Oh was intentional. So Bocce Go Hawks is convinced that it was a reference to the Hey-Oh song from Outkast. And if you read the meaning behind the Hey-Oh song, if you read the lyrics, it comes down to, some of the lyrics are shake it, shake it, shake it like a Polaroid picture. And then, but if you read the meaning behind the song is about a person who's in a relationship they don't want to be in. Oh yeah, 100. Yeah, that's exactly right. If she did not want it to come across as shade, she would have removed it. She knew what she was doing when she posted that picture. And the Guinness coaster was a straight up message to grab someone's attention intentionally. Yes, and that was one of those, no, I think it was a reference to the song based on what Bocce was able to pull up. And it was dead center in the board. So either, and it could have been like a play on words, like it was a reference to the song, but it was also, hey, A. But yeah. And then the Wordle, the Wordle was actually, wasn't that posted the day before the sculpture? Yeah. Oh, about the paparazzi? Oh yeah, there was some shade. Anvil did have a marriage meeting. Oh yeah. She would shade A at the risk of upsetting Luke. Why would she not? If she's hurt by stuff Luke has done, and if you pay it, like in the beginning, the early part of the Italy interviews, if you watch the two of them, like I said, she was tunnel vision to the interviewer. When Luke was being sassy, he's sitting all back like this, like, okay, he's just being a sassy dude. Like, the sass was strong in that. Nicola, she gets her hands on her hips and she's talking and talking, and then Luke says something sassy at the end of one of that interview. He said, I think he said, perfectly said, couldn't add anything more. And it was the way he said it. And she did this, she goes, and she started laughing, like, are you really going to be like that right now? And so yes, if they're kind of salty with each other right now, and trust me, if you have a best friend, you fight with your best friend 100%. Like, if you don't fight with your best friend, I would be concerned. But you do get salty with your best friend. And the best part about a best friend is that you can be salty with them and you can say exactly what you're thinking and you can do exactly what you feel, because you know their love for you is unconditional. You know that they're still going to love you tomorrow. You know that no matter how upset you are at each other, no matter how much shade and pettiness you're throwing at each other, no matter how much you're hurting each other or upsetting each other, you're still going to love each other tomorrow. Okay, definitely start your yoga, Nikita. I'm actually probably going to end this soon, like in 15 minutes, because it is almost 10 p.m. But I'm glad you're hooked. But I think that I tried yoga once. This body does not bend that way. But yes, the biggest thing that, I mean, like, with Nicola, like, I mean, gosh, yes, of course she's going to throw shade at A at the risk of upsetting Luke. I think, and this is just me because I'm petty and I come by it naturally, but if I really wanted to get a guy's attention and I wanted to let him know I was upset, I'm going to upset his girlfriend, because then his girlfriend's going to go to him and be like, what was going on with that? And so then he's going to message her and he's going to be like, what were you doing? Like, why did you do that? And I'm going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was just posting a Scrabble game with my friends. And then of course it's going to turn into, you know, a conversation. And then, so she, in a lot of ways, Nicola in her own way is basically getting Luke. And I think she may be, okay, yes, plausible deniability. Plausible deniability. That is right. That's exactly what I was trying to get at. So I think that if Luke's not talking to her right now, if he's being the sulky, sassy boy he was in Italy, he may be like not talking to her much. So she is poking and prodding at him to get a response, because quiet people who are not super emotional, when you want a response, if you're like me, you're going to poke and prod until you get the response. And therefore, she's poking and prodding. So, I think that in her way, just because Nicola is 37 years old, does not mean that she doesn't have a little bit of petty in her. Like, we all as women can be very petty and catty when we want to be. So, I think a lot of this is not necessarily about upsetting A, per se. I think she's poking and prodding at Luke. Through A. That's just my opinion. Because when I found out back in May about, actually it was June 7th, I found out about the guy from May, about his girlfriend. I went straight to the girlfriend. And then I was talking to her, and we were sharing receipts, and it was poking at him. So then he started talking to me finally, because he was giving me full-on silent treatment because I exposed him. And so then he started talking to me, and then we finally had the big old knockdown, drag-out fight of how he made me his side chick, and I did not want to be a side chick, and I was really angry about that because I literally told him everything I'd been through. And he actually said to me, he goes, he said, I told you if you push and push, you're eventually going to get the response you don't want. I said, actually, I said, I am getting the response I want. You're finally talking about this. I was like, you're finally having a conversation with me. I was like, so I knew if I poked and prodded hard enough, you would be in that conversation. So if Luke is not talking to Nicola right now, because he's upset with her about something, maybe they had a fight that we don't know about. Maybe they had words that we don't know about. She may be poking and prodding right now to try to get him to open back up. Oh, I called him out. So Nikita, you missed that part. I was involved with a guy who would not post me on social media. My friend had actually introduced us, but we met in April, we decided to become exclusive in May, and he would not put me on social media, and that was my biggest red flag, is that if a guy does not put me on social media, I have to be a side chick. He was insistent that he was just a private person, and I believed him because he didn't even post his kids on social media. So, but then, things just felt off, so I noticed he had posted a picture, and I was like, well, that's not his parents' backyard, and that's not his backyard. Whose backyard is it? And some random woman had liked something on his social media, so I decided to click on her stuff, because, you know, me being me, and a woman. And when I clicked on it, it was her backyard. So I did some research, got her phone number, called her up, I said, hey, are you in a relationship with so-and-so? She said yes, they've been in a relationship for 2.5 years. Come to find out, he wouldn't let her post him on social media. He wouldn't post her on social media. 2.5 years. They lived together. 2.5 years. So I was like, so she and I were, she had literally, like, she kicked him out. She was threatening to burn his stuff. She and I were sharing receipts. The sad part was that she did actually take him, oh, my bad. She did actually take him back. I should know that, but I do. Again, research. But, listen, my friends tried to tell me that there was red flags, and I refused to listen. I just refused to listen. The things that was said, A and Rory have been up to some secrets, like doing things behind Luke's back. Oh, I figured out so much faster than she did, Sarah Beth. Like, all it took was one picture that didn't set right, and the fact he wouldn't post me on social media, and it was all the red flags. Yeah, so I was not taking that guy back, because the worst part is that I literally sat and told him all of my relationship trauma, and he literally did the exact same thing to me. Like, what kind of low-class human does that? And so, yeah, I will suss a guy out faster than he can blink, because, yeah, hold on. I'm missing some stuff. The person who said that about the tarot reader, about Rory and A, can you... Busy Bee Tarot coming out that they had an affair. What? Do y'all think that's true? A and Rory? Do you guys really think that do you think that's true? I do think that Nicola is done doing PR for Luke. I think she's done covering his rear end. I think she's you know, she's working. She has all this time. Yeah, I know, Nikita, I'm sorry, I gotta go back to this, but 2.5 years, they were together 2.5 years, and it didn't even click in her brain that she should be concerned he has not ever put her on social media. So, C-Dub says, I feel like Nicola not talking to Luke, though, and feeling upset because of how much that's probably true. See, and I kind of agree that Nicola is dismissing of A, and while the Scrabble board may have been a message to A, I think it was more of using A to get to Luke. I do think that it was a method of using A to get to Luke, because ultimately Luke is who she cares about. Luke is her best friend. Luke is her, you know, he's her right-hand man. And I think that even if it was a message to A, it was not to A per se. It was, this is A, but this is who she's really trying to get to is Luke. Like, and she knows the only way to get to him is to irritate him that way. And just like I knew the best way to get the guy's name. Should I share it on here? Probably not. The best way I knew how to get to the guy was through his actual girlfriend. And to get him to talk. Because he just went full on silent treatment when I called him out. It's his nickname. So nobody would, I mean, people might be able to find him. But his name was Buzz. That's his nickname. That should have been a red flag too. Like Buzz Lightyear. Like really. But I went through his, like, I knew to get him to talk to me and tell me why he did what he did, or at least argue with me about it, was to poke and prod, and I finally did. Now, I will say his last messages to me, he threatened me, and it was awful, but I don't feel like Luke would do that to Nicola, because they do have to work together, and I think that Luke is not like that. Luke is more of a gentleman. I mean, Buzz Lightyear. Okay, so I would like to think that Nicola is not like that, but she is still a 37-year-old woman. She is still a woman, and we are petty, and we are catty when we want to be. I don't care what you say. We can be the nicest women on the planet, but when it comes down to, there is something about a man that changes how a woman behaves, without fail. I do not care if you are the nicest woman on the planet. There is something about a man that changes how we behave. And also too, Nicola has a lot of friends who also are slightly petty. I mean, people say Javian's not throwing shade. He's throwing shade. I don't care what you say, he's throwing shade. But do you think, oh well, yeah, it could spoil things for her if she does it the wrong way, but she's known Luke for 5 years. Antonia's known him, what, a year? Nicola knows how to get to Luke and stay in his good graces, even if they have an argument, because you can tell that they had some arguments during the press tour. You can tell. You can tell there was passion during the press tour. You can tell that there was a lot of affectionate feelings during the press tour. You can tell that they went through all the emotions during the press tour, and I think. Felicia, I don't know. If he does know and he's still with A, knowing that Nicola's his best friend and he really does think the world of Nicola, that would take him from here to here with me. Yeah, Nikita, they had me going through all the emotions, and I didn't dive into the fandom until like the last month of until May. Like, actually, I dove into the fandom during all of that stuff that was going on with that guy, and because it was my release from everything. So it's like I didn't really get a chance to, like, I mean, I went through the whole roller coaster of emotions with them, but they have been through every emotion together. They have literally been through every emotion together. In 5 years, there is no way they have not been through every emotion together. They have probably fought. I hope Italy was a farewell trip for A. I do. I hope it was the last hurrah, because he knew that he was getting ready to go filming and he is not wanting to be with her, and that he was trying to find a way to ease himself out of the situation. But I think bye. I'm probably gonna have to end this live soon because it's almost 10 o'clock, and I don't want to keep you guys up. But I think that he is very much, I feel like he's done with A, but he just doesn't know how to get out of it. And I feel like Nicola, knows he wants out, but doesn't know how to get the message across that she knows. I don't know. You know, honestly, I don't think the fandom will ever die down. I think we'll all be, like, waiting on pins and needles to see the next step. Thank you, Nikita, for sending me that link. And then I think that Wait, does a 360 in drips. That was fabulous. A has been fairly quiet lately. And then that one person who posted the video of her talking about her smile and how she doesn't need to let other people drag her down. I wonder if there's some stuff going on behind the scenes, but Luke's still following her on Instagram, so he is still following her on the IG. But yeah, I don't know. I think if we all just bide our time and wait and see and ride the ship, and yeah. What do you mean? What about the smile? Did I say something about a smile and I forgot what I was saying? Because I probably did. Oh, the song. Someone posted a song saying that when you smile, that basically they were saying that every time Nicola or Antonia smiled, it made them smile, and Antonia shouldn't let anyone drag them down. And yes, I will meet everybody for drinks on the top deck. We will party hard while we wait for the ship to dock, and then we'll have a big wedding to celebrate. That's what I'm going for. They're gonna get married on the ship with all of us there. Yes. But anyway, someone posted a video of Antonia using the song about a smile and saying that, you know, basically the smile just makes them smile, and like she shouldn't let other people bring her down. And she thinks her story is exactly like Hailey Bieber's. I mean, if you watch her, she literally wants to be Hailey Bieber. She wants to live in LA. She wants to dress like Hailey. She wants to be Hailey. And I don't think they'll share trailers again in season 4. Not unless they feel like it's important to their storyline as a married couple. I think that if there's still tension between the two of them starting out season 4, that they are going to probably use separate trailers. I bought the unlimited drink package. Yeah, me too. Let her move to LA. Yeah, let her move to LA. She does thrive on hate, which I don't understand. Like, why would you want to do that? Like, we left high school years ago. Like, why would you want to thrive on the hate? Like, hate makes me anxious. Like, I don't like people hating me. Their trailers are going to be next to each other. I want Nick to... Good night, Mr. Bridgerton. Good night, Mr. Newton. Yeah. I think that they will. Nicola's mom says if something is yours, it won't pass you by. That's actually a common Irish saying, is what Nicola has said, is that it's said a lot in Ireland. I don't know if they'll share hair and makeup together. Well, I guess we'll know because they may post a picture, but I think that... Sorry, I got distracted by the TV behind me. But I think that they will... I don't know. I've been wondering about the trailer thing. I think that they may share hair and makeup, but I don't think that they're gonna be like super... They may not if they're still... Yes, okay, so Helen, here's the thing. Oh great, my nephew's in here. This is nothing you'd be interested in, Jake. Nothing. I don't even know why you're in here, Jake. I love you, but this is really nothing you'd be interested in. Leave it to the kids and my nephew to be in here. But I think that Nicola and Luke need to not share a trailer. Or maybe if they share a trailer, they'll like find their groove again. I don't know. They do communicate very well. And that is something they said in the press tour too. That if you're going to do Friends to Lovers, you need to communicate very well. So, I think they'll be fine come. I love you. I love you, Jason. Be careful. Have fun on your fire call. I think that they will be, I don't know. It's hard to predict the future. It really is. They do need to talk before filming. I 100% agree with that, Felicia. If they don't have a good talk, it's going to put so much tension on that set, and it's going to make it hard to film, and it's going to make it hard for their chemistry to come through the TV. And I honestly feel like season 4 could make or break Bridgerton. I really do think season 4 will make or break Bridgerton. And a lot of it will come down to pollen. I really do. I think tension is good, yes. But I also think that if there's too much tension, it can really hurt the chemistry. And if they're too professional, like, the professional who be professional. Were you in Ho-Ho's live where she was talking about the professional jealousy and all that? That was so funny. I do think we're all going to just be watching season 4 to watch pollen. I think J-Lo also recognizes the chemistry they have. And I think she will be paying attention to things regarding the upcoming season 4 to see if it's going to vibe for the Happy Place adaptation. And what does it say? Sorry for mentioning this again, but Lumor said Luke is afraid to be... Aw, thank you. Rejected? Is that what it is? Yeah, maybe. He may be afraid to be rejected. J-Lo will be marrying Luke. Now, if we're going to talk about age, J-Lo was way too old for Luke. Anyway, so I think that it's important for us to remember that we cannot predict the future for Luke and Nicola. But I do think that we need to be sending them all the good vibes and all the prayers for season 4 filming, that they have the conversation, that they have the, don't forget Cougar Town. I just think it's important for us to remember that we need to send them the good vibes and the prayers, that they have a good, successful filming season for season 4, because I do think that season 4 is going to be, like I said, made or broken by how pollen is, because we're all hoping for a good pollen season. Not just the Benefit, but we do want Benedict and Sophie together, to see them together. We want Benedict to have his moment, but we are true pollen fans. Like, we want to see him. No, A will not come to the shooting set. I 100% do not believe she will, because Shonda will not allow it, because there's too much tension there. Also, too, A is not in a serious relationship with Luke. She's not engaged or married. And even Nicola has said that you don't see your loved ones for like up to 8 months at a time. So there is no way Shonda would allow that. I think it would be too distracting to have A on set, and I think that it would actually cause more problems than it would benefit. And also too, A runs the risk of being a PR risk because of the fact that she likes to post sneaky videos and post them. So she would, yeah. That could hurt any kind of behind the scenes that they have approved to be released, because the behind the scenes has to go through a process of approval before it can be released. So yeah, and everyone on that set, like Anna just said, is it Anna or Anna, just said that Nicola is loved by all. No one's gonna allow that, because they know everybody's paying attention. The only one who probably is completely oblivious, I would say, is Claudia Jessie, because she doesn't have social media. And there's one other star who doesn't have social media that is on the cast, and I don't remember who it is, but yeah. I think, and if Claudia Jessie is involved, it's because others have informed her. But yeah. So, and everybody else on the cast and crew has been shipping Luke and Nicola. They're going to do everything they can to keep Luke as far away from A as possible. So, Luke Thompson, thank you. Yeah, so Claudia and Luke Thompson both do not have social media. So if they are in the loop, it's because other people have kept them in the loop. And that is, it is important to remember that this cast has Luke Newton and Nicola Coughlin's best interest at heart, and A is not in their best interest, period. We all agree. A is not in their best interest. She is still a human being. Antonia is still a human being. She has a name. She was born onto this earth because the Lord above decided the earth needed one of Antonia. And I feel very much for her because there is a lot of hatred that is being spewed towards her. But she has brought on some of the behavior. She has brought on some of the negativity. She has been thriving on negative attention. And until she straightens up as a human being, she will continue to breed negative attention. So, we can lead with compassion. We don't have to hate. We can remember she has a name and that she is a human just like everyone else. And that we can hope that she does learn and grow from this. The cast and crew will 100% choose Nick in this divorce. Oh, the whole world has chosen Nick in this divorce. If it's been a separation. We're on a legal separation right now. Let's call it that. And like, I don't hate her either. I just want her to move on to someone who suits her better. I want her to find her fame and fortune of her own accord instead of riding the coattails of someone else's success. I want Luke and Nicola to recognize that the chemistry and love that they have for each other is very genuine and it's very rare. And you only come across that once in a lifetime. And I want them to choose. I want them to make a choice that suits them. And when I look at Luke and Nicola, all I can think to myself is how amazing is it that they were divinely appointed for each other. Because Nicholas fits into Luke's body just like a perfect puzzle piece. And I was noticing this during one of the episodes of Bridgerton, when he kisses her, their faces literally fit perfectly. Like, it's not an awkward fit. They literally fit perfectly. And even they have said that when they kiss beautifully. Yes, Sarah Beth, I agree with you. She deserves a relationship that can be shared. Because that's what I want. And that's why I saw Buzz Lightyear as a red flag, because he wouldn't allow me to share this big joy that I had in my life of a relationship. And I knew that something was off just by that. Yes, I've learned a lot about love and best friends from Nick and Luke. I actually told a friend of mine recently that I'm not sure I believe in romantic love. At least not for myself. My friend countered me and said that it does exist. And I said, I don't think it exists for everybody. But when I see Luke and Nicola together, it gives me hope that it's real. And that even if not everybody gets to experience it, I pray that the people who do value it and cherish it. And yes, they are so in sync. Oh my goodness. And I hope that they realize that. I hope all these fan edits that people send out, I hope that they see it all and they recognize what they have in each other. And I hope they both come to a place where they meet at the right, it comes to the right point, the right time in their lives. You know that saying, the wrong person, the wrong time? I think that they are the right person for each other. I think that they need to find the right time. So, yes, I am a lover, not a fighter. Let's spread the word. I do think that it's precious that Luke remembers their first meeting. And I love the way he said, I love the way he says that he felt this immediate warmth from her. And when he felt that warmth from her, I think that was the moment he knew he fell for her. Because he believed in love at first sight. But he was also with Jade. And he always references Ross and Rachel. Which Ross and Rachel are not really Paul coded. They're Luke and Nicola coded. What do you mean? What happened recently with Chespe? Nothing in particular has happened. She's just not. She's been very quiet. Someone posted a video about her talking about how her smile makes them smile and that she doesn't need to let people bring her down. I do think he fell in love. I think Luke fell in love the first time he met Nicola, but he was with Jade and he couldn't do anything about it. And I feel like he knows he couldn't do anything about it, and I feel like he had to repress it. And then when they realized they were going to be the leads together for season 3, I think that things started coming up during season 2 once because they found out early on in season 2 that they were going to be the leads for season 3. And I think that's what Jade picked up on when Colin walked in and on that scene with Penelope, where she went to go hug him, but then Gregory and Hyacinth post past her. I think Jade saw it then, and Jade was like, what is going on? And she recognized in that moment that her boyfriend had feelings for someone else because she saw it in his eyes, because she knows him intimately, she knows him personally, and she could see more in his eyes than what we as a whole could see. So she picked up on something distinct about Luke in that moment. Oh yeah, Jade can 100% tell if her man loves someone else. If we're with a man, we can see when he's interested in something. A is a rebound. She's side noise, I like that. Oh, he's definitely different when he's with his friends and when he's with his Bridgerton family. But have you ever noticed, like, his expressions just aren't as soft and relaxed when he's with his friends? Like, I just feel like his expressions are way different. I said I was going to end this like 15 minutes ago. We're still talking. If you guys want to end it, just let me know. If you guys are enjoying it, we'll keep on going. Where can I stream Harlots? I need to look it up because I want to watch it. His smile is different, yeah. Keep going, Felicia says. Okay, let's go. I do have to answer a text. I don't know if it'll take me out of the live if I answer the text. Give me just a second. Let me send that. Okay. But I'm a night owl too. I was actually editing some photos, and I was like, I really just want to. My Lady Jane. Is it good? I haven't watched that yet. You're not alone on the ship. You are not alone. And I think too, like I feel like I'm kind of newer in terms of someone talking in the fandom about it. Like, I don't feel like I have as much pull, so to speak, or as much knowledge as some of the others. But I'm working on gaining that knowledge. That's why I really want to dive into each interview and do it chronologically and really dive into it, because I really want to go see. I want to see if I'm on point with how I feel about everything that has gone on. And apparently Heartless is on Hulu. Keep going, Mary, on the Love Boat Experience. Let me look it up. I'm on my computer too. I can pull it up. Let me just Google it. Oh yeah, you can watch it on Hulu, Amazon Video, Google Play Movies, Apple TV, and Fandango at home. I have Hulu, so I can watch that. Sweet. My problem is, okay, I don't know if anybody else is facing this issue, but if I watch something else, I have not watched Big Mood, but it's on Tubi, right? Yeah, but Tubi TV is free, so I don't have to have a subscription for that. But I want to watch Big Mood. I actually want to watch Dairy Girls. I've never watched Dairy Girls, believe it or not. My kids have watched Dairy Girls. And I saw a clip from Dairy Girls, and I laughed so hard I cried. Just a short clip. And I'm like, I need to watch that. Okay, but here's my problem. This is my dilemma. We want to get Bridgerton Season 3 to, like, the top 3 watched shows on Netflix, right? And I'm so worried that if I stop streaming Season 3 and watch something else, that I'm going to not help that happen. Granted, I'm only counted as one view in millions and billions of views, but I really want to keep going, but I know I could, like, put this on, like, let it stream on my TV and put it on mute. But my ADHD is also a problem, because what happens when I get distracted and I look up and I start watching it instead of watching what I'm watching, and then I'm going to miss something. Yeah. I mean, I could watch, like, I have extra devices. I have my computer, I have my tablet, I have a Kindle, I have a TV in here and a TV in the living room, so I can stream repeatedly. I can stream it repeatedly while watching other stuff. And because I have the Netflix account, I do have ADHD, Emma. It's really bad. I mean, you can ask the ones who've been here from the very beginning of this. I have changed directions without giving my turn signal a few times. It is actual bad. Oh yeah, my mom used to watch The Love Boat, Angie. I used to watch it with her. The Love Boat. That's the way the song goes. Is it The Love Boat? I don't remember the song. There was a... And now I'm going to look up the song. The Love Boat theme song. Hopefully I don't get restricted because of copyright. Oh, my mute is on my computer. Yeah. That's the Love Boat theme song. I think Clara Devlin would be my spirit animal, because I love to read. And I get so mad when I lose a page. This is where they figure out that the ball is exactly what they imagined. Oh, better than they imagined. I love it. See, I can do multiple things at once. People get mad at me because I'll zone out while I'm talking. And Anna said something, I guess. I need to go back to it. Anna, did I miss your comment about something? "20 minutes yoga done." This is where she lets them know she's Lady Whistledown. But, like, I could be doing something. This is exact pure evidence of me. I will be doing something, I zone out, I will literally be talking to someone and just stop mid-sentence. And that ADHD it gets real strong. People are like, "Mary, finish what you're saying." I'm like, oh, was I saying something? The only credits I watched at the end of one of the episodes was intentional, because I needed to find out who the Mondriches knew, like the Kent household, who the butler was, because I could have swore I knew him from something else. And come to find out, I was wrong. He was not who I thought he was. And so I could not, but that's why I watched it. But, like, I don't ever watch the credits, because I will zone out on those as well. So for those of you who are in the U.S., oh goodness, yes, go to bed, Helen. Thank you for joining my live. I'm very surprised at how many people joined. Actually, the numbers are dwindling really quick. People are getting tired. But for those of you who are in the U.S. and who are familiar with the Smoky Mountains and Silverville, I really wish that Nicola and Luke would come to Gatlinburg. It is 10:23. Well, 10:22 here. Yeah, I'm on Eastern time. But I really wish they would come and surprise everybody, like sneak into, you know, come and visit. I actually, the pictures I'm editing, I photographed a proposal at Dollywood. That was fun. So I'm actually editing those right now. And see, that's another thing too. Like, I want to stick with like the Bridgerton content right now, but I also promote my photography through this page, so I may have to make a separate TikTok for my photography, because I do share a lot of my surprise proposals that I do on here. Like, if you scroll back, there's one where I did a couple at Anarchista, and I have one that I want to post from a covered bridge here. Oh, you were there in July for a weekend. From North Carolina. You're just over the mountain, Marissa. 7:23 in California. So if you're still awake, Tish Doc, you're not like ready to go to bed anywhere close to it. 9:23 in Dallas, Texas. Okay, like as an adult, 9:23 is close to bedtime. I've been to Texas. I went to Fort Sam Houston. Well, my ex-husband, he was in the military briefly, and he was stationed at Fort Sam Houston briefly. But yeah. Canada. Oh, thank you, Angie. I'm glad you enjoyed my lives. Oh, yeah. I can't wait until I will be a very fulfilled man indeed, Colin. Oh. I actually am very grateful for all the people who did show up tonight. I was surprised that it stayed steady at 99 for quite a while. I was not expecting that. So, oh, and Nikita's from Canada too. You're on the western side, Nikita. So are you, like, this is going to be a dumb question, but are you in the same, like, time frame as, like, Washington, California, all that? It's a really dumb question. You can laugh at me. Hi, Sophie. Thanks for joining. Hi, New Me, Bin Me. I got more people joining. Pacific time. Okay. Felicia's in California. Same time as Montana. Okay. Okay. So my parents flew to Montana once. I have a friend that lives in Washington State. So I've been to Washington State. We were not able to go across the border to Canada when I went to visit her. And then I live in Tennessee. I've lived here for almost 25 years, but I was born in Alabama. I lived in, oh, my daughter's in Kentucky. She goes to UK. I probably should not have put that out there on social media, but she is a student at the University of Kentucky. But I lived in, yeah, I'm glad this is live and it disappears. I was born in Birmingham, lived in Louisiana, lived in Georgia, and I moved to Connecticut, lived there for 8 years. Okay, so yeah, you're not too far from her. She's in the marching band there. So I'm pretty proud of her because she is quite driven. I'm proud of all my kids, very much so. My middle daughter, she is in color guard in the high school marching band here. Oh, Glassberry. I know where that's at. I lived in Norwich for 8 years. I actually graduated from Norwich Free Academy. So I'll probably be at a couple of the UK games this year, just because she is, since I go for the band, I don't go for the football. Who do we hope returns for next season? Oh, Genevieve, yes. How is Benedict gonna explain his connection to Genevieve? How? I had a longtime friend that lived in Kearney, New Jersey. Sarah Beth. Kearney, however you say it. Caitlin, what are we hyping Caitlin up about? Fill me in, because I may have to scroll too far back. Caitlin, where are you? I missed it. Caitlin, fill me in. I don't know how close it is, Kate Bay. Now, Varley, the bugs! It's one of my favorite lines. You know, and I don't know if anyone else, like, is anyone else in, like, their 40s, their early 40s in this right now? Because I think I'm in a midlife crisis. Ooh, the street makeout. Okay. I think I've hit my midlife crisis because I dyed my hair a little bit bolder than I normally do. I am very discontent with life right now. I feel very restless. I just want to pick up and like travel everywhere. I not necessarily do crazy impulsive things, but I just don't, I feel like I'm just not right where I need to be. Like, I feel like I've let too much of my life pass by, and like I'm sitting here looking at what is going on. I mean, and a lot of it, and I hate to say this because it sounds like it's me saying bad about Nicola, but it's not. It's actually me saying good things about her. It was actually Nicola who triggered this in me. Because I'm looking at this girl who is, this woman who is 6 years younger than me and on a trajectory of chasing her dreams like nobody's business. And I feel like, I'm like, what are you doing with your life, Mary? This girl is, this woman, she's a woman, not a girl. She's younger than you and she's going to pass you by, and or she's already passed you by, and what have you done with your life? And I feel like it's very real. I feel like that's exactly what's going on. Like, I feel like I'm in my midlife crisis. Yeah, we're all in our own race, but like, I've had dreams and like, I've not chased any of them really. Like, I mean, yes, owning my own photography business was a dream, but like, it's a hard business to run. It is not an easy business to run. It is, the competition is fierce. Everybody does it, and it's, whew. But I'm definitely not where I need to be in the business. Oh yeah, Nyx had her own struggles. Like, she fought to get where she's at 100%. Like, please don't think I'm throwing any shade at her at all, because like, I mean, it was very evident she fought to get where she's at. Like, she worked, you know, in retail. She worked as a part-time in a ophthalmologist's office. She had many failed attempts into getting into acting. And thank you, Nikita. I try to be kind all the time. But she, and you know, she definitely, she was an uphill climb for her. Like, she even said she lived in London for 6 months and then moved back home because nothing was happening for her. And you know what? You should, Michelle, you should get into photography. Even though I say there's a lot of people who do it, you should, because we can all have the same dream and just taste it differently. And photography is an art, so it is subjective. So we are not necessarily gonna have the same style or see things the same way. So I think it's important that there's a large variety of photographers. Plus, everybody will always get married. Everybody will always have children, and everybody will always graduate high school. You want to know something? Part of me wants to live in different places I've ever lived in, I've ever wanted to live for just a year. Like, live in New York City for a year, live in Hawaii for a year, live in Montana for a year. And I fell in love with New Hampshire this year. I had a wedding in New Hampshire, and I fell head over heels for New Hampshire. It was so quaint. It was so romantic. It was like where you would envision Hallmark movies being. I honestly feel like my 40s are becoming more liberating. I literally, that's true, Nikita, with photography, I could live all those places because all I have to do is create a new client base in each place. And I can also use, I can sell prints and stuff. It's harder to sell, like, landscape photography, but I could even turn it into like a whole blog journey of living in different places for a year. Any New England fall or autumn is stunning. Connecticut autumns were always stunning. I mean, we have pretty views here, like when the leaves change because of the mountains, but New England, oh, really? I would love to see that. Like, if in Canada, I want to go to Canada too. Like, I would love to live in London for a year. I'd love to live in Ireland for a year. You know, just pick up and move somewhere for a year. And Canada, very friendly. I've heard that Canada is gorgeous. People are friendly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like, you get universal health care in Canada, right? Like, is that a positive or a negative? Nikita, she's like, I don't want to delve into that one. Oh, that's funny. Well, yeah. When I've heard too that you get like the wait time when you go can be excruciatingly long, especially like in other countries. Like, I've heard in other countries that you get universal health care, like the wait times can be, you know, upwards of 12 to 24 hours depending on where you go. I'd love to pick up and move to Italy, but I've heard that people in Italy really frown on you if you're overweight, which is really weird because they eat a lot of pasta. So I find that odd to think that people in Italy have a hard time with overweight people. Okay, I'm on the part where Michaela Sterling comes in. And I'm not, like, super upset about them with the whole book. Like, the difference between the book and the show thing. The only thing I'm worried about is Francesca doesn't have children with John, but she did with Michael. And now I'm wondering if this means that Francesca won't have kids at all in the show. I know, right? Judge me, because I love me some pasta, and I would love to go to Italy. Oh, she is stunning. But I think the girl who plays Michaela Sterling, I tripped out for a minute because I thought, wait, isn't she the same person who played young Lady Danbury in Queen Charlotte? But she was not. I had to go and look. I hope they don't do Francesca like that. I hope she gets to have kids with John if she's going to end up involved with Michaela. Luke does love pasta. Maybe I'll run into him in Italy. He seems to love Italy. Milan, Sorrento. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, so Nicola was talking about, like, I watched an interview with her today. She was talking about, like, the traffic in London. Does it really take an hour and a half to get from one side of London to another? I'm not ready for Francesca to lose John. Oh. I would love to, even if I just visited in London or, you know, just kind of, I would not backpack around. I would not backpack. I would not do that. I am too fat and too unhealthy. But I would definitely create a nice little travel itinerary for myself, to get from place to place. But I just want to go and see the world. But that involves money. And right now my bank account's laughing at me. And telling me my backyard is as worldly as I'm going to get. There is a TikToker I follow. She sets up tours in Italy. And I thought about trying to join one of her tours once, but whew. See, that's okay. So Luke lives in West and Nicola lives in East, like the east-north part of London. They film in West London. So you know that picture he shared of the cinnamon social? And people suspect that maybe it was Lukola who took that photo after their filming of the intimacy scenes. Do you think that it was just more convenient for her to go to his flat after filming 2 days of intimacy scenes than for her to go home to her own flat? And that's why people think she took the picture. Because I was thinking about that. If he lives in West London and they film in West London, that's where the warehouse is, where they film, and the studio, I think that she went to his flat because it was easier to, and they finished filming on a Friday, which means it's likely she spent the whole weekend at his flat. The ketchup ones, okay, don't come for me, but I don't love ketchup. So I would be surprised if I actually liked the Lay's ketchup. Aww, Lord Featherington has now arrived with his beguiling smile. She did say the drivers know everything, so I would love to talk to those drivers. I'd love to get them in a room and basically make them sit there and talk. Supply them with some alcohol and get them to talk. That would be fun. So, See, I actually don't like tomatoes, so I think that's why I don't like ketchup. My grandfather co-owned a tomato farm when I was little, and I remember when I was 4. I walked into we didn't have a whole lot of money, and I walked into the dining room, and my mom had made homemade spaghetti again. Homemade sauce and spaghetti, and and I walked in there, and I was like, oh, spaghetti again? And my dad was like, eat it or go to bed hungry. And I think that was the day I decided I didn't like tomatoes or spaghetti. Oh, the drivers. Okay, so basically when they go to, Crazy Daisy, I just saw your comment. Oh my god. Anyway, sorry, my brain just went on a completely different tangent. Sorry, I'm coming back to the drivers. Okay, the drivers. So, hold on, I gotta do something real quick. I'll turn that off for a minute. They pick up the actors and actresses and producers and all that in the morning. They pick them up, bring them to the set, because it is a very secure, closed set. And then they drive them home at the end of the day. And Nicholas said that she would get picked up around 4 a.m. and it would take about an hour or so to get to the set from where she, but then by the time they were done filming, it was usually around 6. They would leave, and they would leave around 6. And she said it could take like an hour and a half, or maybe she said 7, but they would take like an hour and a half to get home because of the London traffic. So basically they're being driven everywhere. But Luke lives in West London, which is where the warehouse that they film at is. Then the Lego lives in East London. So basically, my theory is after the filming of the intimacy scenes, they finished on a Friday because there was pizza and it was Champagne Friday. And then there was that picture of Luke with the cinnamon social. And he lives in West London. And traffic gets awful getting to East London. And she was tired after 2 days of being on set. So was it highly likely that she just spent the weekend with Luke? I mean, she just hung out with a friend. Slept on his couch. Said goodbye to Panini and Triangle. I'm just saying, it was a professional sleepover. This is a thought. Just a thought. Like, because if she was, and then the driver picked them up on Monday morning. Although I think she filmed Big Moods on Monday morning, didn't she? Well, that was at the early stages of filming. Professional sleepover. They're just being professional. I mean, they had to explore how Lord Featherington came to be in a professional manner, I'm sure. Gosh. Okay, and that's another question I have. The intimacy wear. I don't know if anyone knows the answer to this. But once they wear it one time, like for the filming of the specific scene, they don't wash it and keep it, do they? Or do they? I would think that they would throw it away. But then again, I don't know. It would be like wearing a used bathing suit, wouldn't it? Like, that's a question I'd love the answer to. So is West London different than, like, is the, wait, what did it say? West End, meaning close to Central London? Oh. So is it that West is not as, like, West, like what we think it is? Is that what you're saying, Audrey? They wash and reuse? Oh, that's so gross. Why? I just feel like, I would think it would need to be disposable. Andy, PJ Party and Luke could have worn Nicola's charity t-shirt she bought him. She did want a picture of him in the flat. She could have taken her own picture of him. Whew. The sets are West, not West End, so it's quite far to go there. So okay, so Audrey, so if the sets are West and not West End, then would Nicola be closer to the sets than Luke? Okay. So, like, if Luke had to wear the same intimacy wear for more than one scene, they would wash it and let him reuse it. Got you. That's true. That's what I'm saying, beautiful fairy. Like, they did. I mean, but if there was a sleepover and they were just being platonic and professional, I mean, Brazil would be new. No, they don't check, but that's the least expensive one to take. But let's just put it this way. Think about it. If you are going 2 to 3 days, completely nude, minus your intimacy wear, filming really intense scenes, and you're really tired, and you just decide to, like, room up together against better judgment, what's the likelihood you're awake enough to continue on with those scenes, and not, like, I feel like they would have been super tired after several days, and they would have just crashed. But then I don't know. My thought process is, if she was the one who took that picture of him eating the cinnamon social, and she was in his flat on his couch, then, and it was on a Friday, and they didn't get picked up again until Monday to film. Who's to say? But then again, there's public transportation in London. There's also, I'm sure, Nicola can hire a driver very easily. I highly doubt she's going to be on public transportation. It's on his Instagram stuff in black and white. If you scroll down, it's on there. And she comments, you have to scroll through the comments, but she comments, we deserve that. But, well, he was wearing a shirt. But she was covered up under that blanket. But yeah. See, that's the thing with intimacy scenes too. Like, there is a crew around, but Nicholas said that the crew for one part of it, like, kind of backed off a little bit and gave him more space. And yeah. So, oh, was that the carriage? Oh yeah. Well, no, she said that the one where they broke the leg, that it was just like there was mainly just them with the big camera above them, is what she said. And they were really going for it. But like with certain parts of that scene, like you can tell there's cameras right up on them, because when Luke goes to do the thing with his hand, I mean, there's camera, like the camera has to be right there, like, because of how close they got. And then the one above, and then they had there was one also too behind Nick's head, which it could have been the same one that got the shot from the side of the settee. They did stay under the blanket. You are correct. They admitted to that. But can you imagine? Okay, they said that room was cold, but they had heaters running. But can you imagine under that blanket, the body heat? Like how sticky and sweaty they were? Alright. Nikita, I just saw that comment. Okay, that's another thing, Nikita, from your personal experience, from your professional experience. So, and maybe I'm thinking too hard about these scenes, which could indicate a problem. But, do you, like in intimacy scenes, they sometimes put stuff between their bodies, like a deflated exercise ball or like towels or something, based on the way I'm looking at their bodies, and I probably have assessed this too much, and that's concerning, and I'm so sorry, I might need therapy. But do you think that they had anything between their bodies? Like, from your professional standpoint, based on the way their bodies, like, I was trying to, like, in my head, think about the logistics of their bodies. They don't have anything between them? Because Reggae said that they put, like, exercise balls and towels between them. But I guess that's for different parts of scenes. Oh, well. We all know what Luke and Nicola decided. There ain't no question about that one. I just think, too, like, the friction, wouldn't that hurt after a bit? Like, doesn't that hurt after a bit? Like, the friction, the rubbing up against, like, constantly, like, that has to hurt. But, like, looking at their bodies, like, I could not see how their hips were, like... But then again, there was blanket covering them, so... But what about when they're in motion? Doesn't that cause friction? So that's what I was thinking, Crazy Daisy, that there had to be something very small and cushiony there, because I can't imagine that it would not be at some point. Oh. See, well, I guess it's good that you don't end up with the raw skin. Because I could not, I kept thinking, I was like, surely they have to have all this friction. And then, like, I really overthought this, clearly. Maybe I should be an intimacy coordinator. Mary should not be an intimacy coordinator. Mary has no filter. And Mary would make too many comments. I'm sure it's like, it's like Nicholas said, like, you hear the different, like, takes on it, like, from Reggae and what's her name? Phoebe. They had a completely different take on their intimacy scene. And so did Simone and Jonathan. Like, they said, you know, like, it was very well scripted, very well crafted. But, like, even Luke and Nicholas said that theirs was very organic. So I guess it's up to it truly is up to every actor. But, well, Steph, they put, they do make them, like, if they start to feel, arousal, they have to, from what the articles I've read, they do, like, push-ups, or they do exercises or jumping jacks to get the blood to go somewhere else. That's true, Nikita. They did know each other longer. And they could hide the pillow because they were under the blanket if there was one there. They can't do the pillow during the take. Is that what you're saying, Nikita? They have to wait to do the push-ups after. Oh, gosh. I wonder if that's why Nicola blushes every time the intimacy scene stuff comes up. Because she knows. She knows. Because they can't just stop a take, right? They can't, like, they have to go ahead and finish the take. And with the, so Luke's reaction at the end, he had a good workout that day. She knows. Yeah, so every take, like Luke said, you don't want to waste a take because every take costs money. And so and then, like, Nicola was bragging about that one dance, how they got it in one take. So I can see how, like, each take, like, it costs money because you're obviously paying your cast and crew, for the amount of time they're on the set. And then, of course, the cost of running the equipment and the depreciation on the equipment and everything, like, and then you really don't want to waste a take because for me, for my camera has a shutter life, so every time I click that shutter, that costs me money. So, yes, I am loving Nikita's information. It is really thrilling me. Wait, did she say something funny? You want to be ready? Well, we know Luke was ready when it came down to it. He was so ready. I hope I'm saying your name right too. That's why he didn't want to get up. Okay, you said that, and I have not addressed this, but when they're laying under the blanket together, I mean, we as women, we know what it looks like. There was some obvious, could have been a wrinkle in the blanket. Could have been, but I don't think there was. I really think that there was, a little bit. Yeah, you just have to go back and watch the scene. And it could have just been a ruffle in the blanket, but I really don't think it was. Because, I mean, if you think about it, on that entire one side of his body, he had her perfect breasts pressed against him. He had her, professionalism at his peak. That was good. That was really good. So she had like laying under the blankets. She had her perfect breast pressed against him. She had triangle pressed against him. Like the way her legs were, you could tell her one leg was like kind of angled. Like there was definite like skin to skin contact right through here. And so much for the panini. The panini got 8. Oh, that poor panini. It was so wide. Lay down, Mocha. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. No. The triangle was in the way with cameras around. And I know it's not professional, and I'm not saying he did this. Yeah, I think he needs to do his bedtime routine. And he just told me he has. Yeah, it's down. It's in black and white. It's on Luke's Instagram. He's sitting on the couch scrolling on his phone. He's got a little bit of a cinnamon social in his hand. Okay, so when he reached between their bodies to position himself, part of me, the curiosity got the better of me. And I was like, oh, that's exactly what he was asking for, Nikita. He says the actual word, and I can't say it because he knows what it is. But when he does that sound, that's him saying the actual word. So when his hand went down between them, right? One of the things I question is, where does his hand go when he's being Lord Fingerington? And 2, where, when he positioned himself for the actual, when he inserted himself, did he move triangle and panini? Probably not, because it wouldn't have been professional. But yeah, and that's the other thing too, Nikita. I wanted to insert himself. I wanted to okay, so you can't do that. Okay, fair. Okay, yeah, because that's basically it would be considered pornography, right? Like if that happened, and then everybody on set would consent to participating, right? In that moment. Okay. So, with that being said, one of the other things I noticed was he never once, like, this happened, I noticed this in all seasons. Reggae and never touched Phoebe's breast. Jonathan never touched Simone's breast. And Luke never touched Nicola's breast. Is that considered a legality if they touch their breasts? Like, is that considered a like a pornographic type thing? Because I can definitely say at one point he looked like, thank you, Audrey, it was nice listening to you too. Or it was nice conversing with you. I didn't get to listen to you, but you know what I mean. Like, I guess it's like, okay. So, he didn't touch, exactly, Steph. He did not touch her, but he sure wanted to at one point. You could tell. He wanted to so bad, but he did not. So, I'm assuming that it was in the contract that he could not touch her there. Like, that's not what she was not comfortable with that. Well, but Nikita, even Nicholas said that, people think that it's like a dance, but like it's like, oh, you put your hand here for 3 seconds, you put your hand there for 3 seconds. But she said, like, for them, that it was very organic, that they were allowed a lot of liberties. Like, they were allowed to do, yeah. Well, he did do over the dress touching, which she was probably comfortable with, but probably bare breast she was not comfortable with, because even though she exposed her breasts on the set, she immediately covered herself. So she was only comfortable with her being exposed for so long. And then when he climbs on top of her, he's very conscientious. If you pay attention, he actually brings the blanket up to protect her from too much exposure. He was very careful to position his arms in certain ways to keep her from being overexposed. I'm glad that there's like contractual stuff there in place, because I think any actress or actor would feel that, yeah, they actually said in the carriage that there was a lot of improvisation, but they were given more free reign. And I think that because of their long-term friendship and their knowledge of each other, I think that's why their contracts probably gave them more free reign, because they knew each other on a deeper level. It wasn't like they just met that first day. I just have to think. I just think that after 2 to 3 days of filming that they're physically, they were probably just tapped out. He is getting so annoyed. He will be fine. He's actually the most impatient dog on the planet. I would show you guys Mocha, except for the fact that my bed is not currently made. I'm washing my bedding right now. Maybe we should get him a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna still see my mattress. This is Mocha. Say hi, Mocha. Mocha is a Shepherd Husky mix. He's actually more German Shepherd than he is Husky. He's 25% Husky and 75% German Shepherd. His father was a white German Shepherd, though, so I think that's why he picked up more of the Husky coloring. He is a talker, though, 100%. He definitely got the Husky side. My golden doodle, she needs a trim, otherwise I'd show you her. She doesn't even look like anything right now. She reminds me of the dog from Fraggle Rock, if you remember Fraggle Rock. But Mocha is full of personality. He is he's the bane of my existence. Not to pull a line. But he's not the object of all my desires. Were you really? Are they doing a Fraggle Rock reboot? Oh my gosh, I love Fraggle Rock. But yeah, that's my golden doodle reminds me of the dog from Fraggle Rock right now. When is it? I guess you can't tell that. I guess you can't say. If it started filming in 2021, is it out now? Like, can you watch it now? Oh. Where have I been? Clearly under a rock. Yeah, but Mocha, he is the bane of my existence, but not the object of all my desires. We got him during COVID of 2020. He's a runner. He's a track star. He has pulled me down chasing stray cats in the neighborhood. I actually hate taking him out at night because I cannot see half the stray cats that like to venture out in my yard. And he, when he runs, he thinks it's a game. I've tried everything to get him to come back. I've laid in the middle of the road acting like I was dead. I've laid in my neighbor's driveways acting like I was dead. Yeah, he was a puppy. He was 3 months old, I think, when we got him. He was born February 15th of 2020, and we got him in April. So he was only like 2 months old. I do feel lucky to soak up some of his light because all of my neighbors love him because he makes himself well known in the neighborhood. So I'm Mocha's mom in the neighborhood. So I guess he did not. Mocha did not care that I was fake dead. You know what he did? You know what my neighbors probably saw on the Ring camera? Someone just laying in their driveway playing dead. While their dog just ran off. Mocha had no interest whatsoever in the fact that I was dead. I laid in the middle of the street playing dead. He did not. I have tried convincing him to come back with peanut butter. When he's gone, he is gone. And he will come back when he's ready. I did find out that part of the running issue was he was not neutered. And I did not know that my neighbors had a dog that she was on a electric collar, like a shock collar that kept her in a certain parameter of their house. But she's not fixed. So I did not know that. And that was probably why he was running so much. He is neutered now. He's only run once since he's been neutered. But my neighbor posted some pictures of some puppies that her dog had and said, I don't know who the father is. I said, I know who the father is because they look just like my dog. And so I did shame him for being a baby daddy and not paying child support. But my sister got one of their dogs, so that was my form of child support. And then 2 of my neighbors got some of his offspring. He did. Mocha fathered some pups. He contributed to the pet population without me agreeing to it. Oh, he was a deadbeat dad, 100%. Oh, don't look at me like that. You know you were. You know you wham bam, thank you ma'am, and ran. He's so offended. He just looked at me like, excuse me? But he's actually, I mean, he's a really good dog. He's got a wide vocabulary. He understands a lot of things that I say. My golden doodle's not so brilliant. No one warned me about golden doodles. Oh, he's a rake. If he was in Bridgerton, he would be a rake. And he would have no shame about it. He'd be like Anthony in season 1. But yeah, I actually had to get stitches in my knee because he pulled me down one night. And when he pulled me down, I caught air. Because he's 80 pounds of pure muscle. And when he pulled me down, I went flying. And when I landed, it tore my knee up. And I ended up having to get stitches in my knee. It was fabulous. Yeah. Jonathan Bailey. You know, I really think that he's a phenomenal actor. I cannot wait to see him in Wicked. I am so ready to see that. And then he actually, I saw him on an interview today. He was part of an Emmys panel for the SAG-AFTRA. But if people ask me though, and this is just my take, if people ask me who I would choose out of all of the older brothers, because obviously we're not choosing Gregory, he's a minor, but all the older brothers, I would go with Luke Thompson. I think he is beautiful, and you know, everybody loves Luke Newton because he's handsome. I personally, just something about Luke Thompson just gets me. And his sense of humor, like, I don't know what it is, but when he acts, he brings a sense of humor to the screen. And you could just tell he has a sense of humor. Like, when they were asking Colin why, you know, about the engagement and his feelings for Penelope. And Colin looked at Luke and he says, no furtive look necessary. That, and then like in season 2 when he got drunk or high from the stuff Colin put in his tea. Oh my goodness. He just won me over. Like, I know he's kind of in his rakish phase, and I know he's done his own exploration, but his smile, it reaches his eyes. Much like Luke's when he laughs, but it's because he's funny that I like him so much. And he also has like the more rugged good looks. Like Luke has this, and you can come at me for this one, that's fine. Luke has pretty boy looks. Luke Thompson has rugged good looks. It is. Yes. Also, Luke Thompson's closer to my age. So, I'd feel less like I was robbing the cradle. Because Luke Newton is like, I could be his big sister. Ugh. Yes. But I think Luke Thompson and Nicola Coughlan, no matter who they're around, they have chemistry with. Like, they have natural chemistry with everybody. They're the kind of people, like, when they're in a crowd, they just automatically draw attention. Like, you just automatically just love them. Like, you just want to be around them. They just bring a light to every place they're in. See, I thought Reggae was a pretty boy. I didn't see the rugged good looks in him. I thought he was too pretty boy. I think when he got mad, he was more rugged, but he definitely was, in my opinion, very pretty boy. Luke Thompson and Nicola Coughlan are almost the same age. I think Luke Thompson's 37 and Nicola is 30. No, that would make them the same age. Yeah, they're the same age. Pretty sure Luke Newton is 31. Nicola's 37. Luke Thompson's 37. I think he's 37. I think I just looked it up. Mocha, you can wait. It's not that bad. You just went out like 2 hours ago. I said the word. You were fine. Okay, it's been 3 hours because I took you out right before the live. Yeah, I know. Yeah, nod your head at me. Hold on, I'm looking it up. Luke Thompson. I'm enjoying this live and my poor dog is suffering. He's really not suffering. He acts like he is, but he's not. He was born the 4th of July, 1988, which makes him 7 years younger than me, which makes him 36. So he's actually younger than Nicola. Oh, he was a freedom baby! Except not in England, because they don't celebrate the Declaration of Independence in England. Oh, they really have. Shonda is incredibly gifted at the cast that she pulls together. Like, you know, you think Grey's Anatomy. I think so. Yes, I think he's still dating Harriet. It doesn't necessarily... Well, maybe it will say. Hold on. Nope. Apparently I've looked him up more than once. I feel like his Wikipedia page wouldn't be very accurate. Doesn't say. He's very private. Since he doesn't have a social media. I would say that, no, actually Luke Thompson, I don't think was supposed to be Colin. They told, Nicola that Colin was being played by Luke and Luke Thompson, and that's who she looked up, but that was a mistake. It was Luke Newton. So I'm not sure if that's accurate, Crazy Daisy. It could be wrong. Yeah, I think that was a mistake made by the production when they were putting together the board of who they were. Because there was 2 Lukes, so they didn't realize, and they had just cast Luke Newton. So, Luke Newton hadn't had a chance. They probably told them Luke is playing, but they forgot that there was 2 Lukes, like Luke Thompson plus Luke Newton. So they probably forgot to clarify which Luke it was. Luke Newton originally. Can you imagine Luke Newton as the Duke? I could not. He would not have made it a good Duke. He makes a perfect Colin. I can't imagine him any other way except as Colin. Like, you know, it's funny, Nikita, you said something about me knowing so much about the industry. I only have been reading about a lot of the stuff in the industry right now, just because I've been really interested in it all of a sudden. And I was like, I could be an actress, and then I'm sitting there, I'm like, probably not. Because I'd probably freeze up as soon as the camera was in my face. But I would love to be director of photography on set. I would love that. I think that that would be amazing. I think, yes, I would love to do the behind the scenes photography. You know, like how Ryan Wheeler does behind the scenes video and stuff. I would love to do that. I would love to just be like that little random person on the set, just behind the scenes, snapping shots. Because there's one shot that I'm sure they took it because it's so beautifully done, but it's season 3, obviously, episode 2, yeah, right before the kiss, and she's perfectly framed in the window, and the lighting and everything is, oh, it's beautiful. And then there's one of Portia. It was season 5. It was episode 5 in the beginning, right before Colin comes in and defends her. The way they set up the shot, where they framed Portia here and the windows here, I would have loved to snap that a shot as a photo. Ryan Wheeler? I actually commented on one of his posts that I would love to like be mentored by him, and he never commented back. But I'm not saying that it's not possible. It's just, I'm sure he gets that kind of stuff all the time, like people who are in the industry just asking. But that's actually something I love, more or less, being kind of a behind the scenes. Like, that's why I love weddings, because at receptions, it's very much a in the moment candid. Like, it's not posed, it's not scripted, it is just whatever's going on. And those are my favorite things to shoot. 100%. Like, right now, one of my favorite shots from this proposal, and I probably can't show it to you because TikTok will claim copyright on it, even though it's my work, is the couple is talking to 2 Dollywood employees, and it's just their laughter, their smiles, the laughter and the smiles from the employees, like, it's just so natural and so flowy, and that's what I love. I love catching people, like, in those moments where it's natural. It's not, no one's worried about, like, what's actually, like, what the camera's actually doing. You're right, Nikita. Those who are persistent will get responses. I think J-Lo is a diehard Bridgerton fan, and I think that, hey, Shaylee, how are you? I take Shaylee's pictures when they come to Gatlinburg. That's how I met Shaylee. I'm talking all things Bridgerton, Shaylee, so join in. But I think J-Lo doing the Happy Place, I'm excited to see that. I am actually going to go get the book because I want to read it before it actually comes out, because I want to make sure that I'm not, like, low-key disappointed when I read the book versus after having seen the adaptation. Oh, 100% J-Lo ships them. 100%. She wants Luke Newton and Nicola Coughlan together because she sees it. She's worked in the industry for so long. Actually, fun fact about J-Lo. This is one thing I absolutely love. One of my favorite movies of hers is The Wedding Planner. And The Wedding Planner is one of my favorite movies of all time, But in it, of course, she's in weddings. The character's name is Mary. And I literally love that movie. Like, I could sit and watch that movie all the time. You've Got Mail, even though J-Lo's not in it, is Meg Ryan. I love that one. I was so excited when Luke Newton mentioned that Notting Hill was his favorite. One of his favorite rom-coms, because that's one of mine. And I remember when Notting Hill came out, I was actually in high school, and my friend worked at a movie theater. So, in Connecticut, so we went, when I was waiting for her to get off work, she would just give me movie tickets, and I would just go in and watch movies. I think I saw Titanic in the theater like 3 times. I saw Notting Hill in the theater 5 times. I have all the tickets. I ended up, my favorite song from Notting Hill is When You Say Nothing at All, but it's the Ronan Keating version, not the Alison Krauss version. So, I was like, oh, someone needs to make a fan edit of them to the song, and sure enough, someone did, but it was the Alison Krauss version. So I would really love if they did the Ronan Keating version, but I could do that. I mean, I'm sure I could. It's just copyright. You have to deal with when you're making videos that you're going to share on social media. You have to deal with all the copyrighted songs. But yeah, I could watch Notting Hill on repeat. I could watch You've Got Mail on repeat. I did actually in college. And 10 Things I Hate About You and Ever After. If someone ever asked me what my all-time favorite movie is, it is Ever After with Drew Barrymore. But I love rom-coms. So hearing that Luke would watch rom-coms during the filming of season 3 made me so excited, because then he and Nicholas started mentioning see what? Hold on. Do I think J-Lo ships them? Yes. Yes, I do. I think J-Lo ships them very much. I think that she wants them together. I think oh, and what do you think about J-Lo? Okay, yeah, you said that. I already answered that one. I honestly, if J-Lo does not choose to cast Luke Newton and Nicola Coughlan in the Happy Place adaptation, I think she's missing the mark on who would make the best for this. Because I could actually see them playing a couple who's been together for a long time. Like, I could see, like, the little mini arguments, the pettiness coming out between a couple who's, like, on the end. And, I could see them, like, trying to, like, play nice. Like, I could just see it. And then them coming to the realization that they do really love each other at the end. I could see it all played out. And they would play it so beautifully because they dive into their characters. It's amazing. Nikita, they're optioning as a single one-shot series. Like, just one season? Or like just one, like a movie. Nikita, you should audition for it. Like, you should audition for a part in it. Then we can be like, we knew you, before you were, we knew you before you knew J-Lo, personally. Have you met J-Lo, Nikita? With you being in the, industry, have you met her yet? Like, personally? Nope, Hershey, you cannot. Hi! Welcome. We're just hanging out, talking all things Bridgerton. My dog's getting mad at me because I'm not taking him outside. Lay down, Mocha. It's fine. I really would have loved to see Luke's expression when he realized J-Lo was following him. Because in Galway, when Nicola mentioned that J-Lo was following her, the face he got. And I really think Pitbull needs to do him a solid. And, are you on Backstage, Nikita? Like, is that the website you use to try to get auditions and stuff? I do hope Nick is a Bond girl, but I think Luke would also be a really great Bond guy. Yeah. Can you imagine them in a James Bond movie? You use your connections. Yeah, I know, for real. Stop playing, Pitbull. It's time to follow Luke Newton back. He needs to be part of the Mr. Worldwide Club. Like, cut him a solid. Let's do it. There's no reason to hold back on this one. Because literally now, for the rest of their lives, Luke Newton and Nicola Coughlan will be associated with Give Me Everything Tonight. As will Pitch Perfect. Because if you know Pitch Perfect, you know that is one of the key songs in Pitch Perfect as well. Listen, I'm about to go tell, Pitbull that he needs to get his act together and follow the right people. Pitch Perfect was a good movie. My kids love it. We actually all love it. We will watch it on repeat. This is interesting. So working at the hotel that I no longer work at, there was a lady who comes in and she's on I saw her address was Los Angeles, and I was like, oh, you live in LA. I was like, do you meet a lot of people? No, Lucky, you can't. Lucky, don't. Do not. Leave him alone. But I was sitting there and I was looking at her address and I was like, oh, as I was checking her in, I was like, you live in LA. I said, do you ever see a lot of famous people? Or do you ever see people who are, on TV or anything? Her sister pipes up and she goes, she's on TV. And I said, oh, really? And so come to find out, this lady she stars in Hacks on Hulu. And she is also a comedian. And she was in something else. Oh, she had a movie on Amazon Prime called Cora Bora. And so I was like, what? And of course, we can't give out their names. We can't tell, that they're there. Like, I can't ever, disclose, because of privacy and everything, that we don't disclose when people are staying in house. And I was like, I decided to look her up on IMDb, and she had actually a lot more projects than her sister even listed, but I was like, okay, cool. That's actually pretty nifty. So what actually happened was she got discovered because she was a comedian. It's crazy, like, how people get discovered. Oh, Missy Elliott replied to your tweet. That's so cool. But I think it's really interesting how people get discovered because, let's take, for instance, the Haktua girl. I cannot stand her. I don't think she should have got famous over that. Or even got any kind of recognition for that. But it's not that I can't stand her. I can't stand all the jokes that came from it. But I honestly, it was just a random moment on the street and all of a sudden everybody knows who she is. So, it's crazy how people get discovered. Nikita, do you have an IMDb page? Can I go look at it? You're so pretty. You're beautiful. Well, it shows that it shows the Fraggle Rock, the African family going down. So, like, if anyone Googled Fraggle Rock Back to the Rock, you would come up. Gosh, you're stunning. I wasn't really part of the Zendaya fandom. Zendaya was from my kids' era. And you have commercials too. That's so cool. I'm watching the short film right now. Sorry, I got distracted. Sorry. Oh my goodness. That's so cool. You have a really good RBF. Just letting you know. Your RBF is on point. Lukola is my first fandom shipping. My kids were like very much into the Zendaya age, and of course, you know, like with the Greatest Showman, of course, I was, you know, I paid attention to her, but Lukola has me heart and soul. I don't remember much about the Zendaya era, but my kids might. Like, I could ask them if how hard people went with this, because I feel like people are going harder on the they're going harder on the Lukola. I really think Lukola is another level. Like, I think, like, the amount of intensity, like, I can't get over how intense this fandom is. Oh yeah, if you watch some of the Zendaya's old interview videos, like, the chemistry was well matched to Luke and Nicola. A lot of people like to put their videos side by side to show the similarities. And it's amazing what you see in the similarities of how they are with each other. Like, it is incredibly intense how similar they are. I can't believe it's almost midnight. I'm kind of wide awake. RBF, resting bitch face. Basically, it's like the dead stare, like the face that says "Don't come near me unless you have something valuable to say." It's 11:36 p.m. here in East Tennessee. There was one scene in the short film that I was watching that is on your IMDb, and you're in the courtroom, and it's like your face. I was like, dang, that's a face. That's a leave me alone face. Oh, nailed it. That was the if you don't have something valuable to contribute to the conversation, walk on. I don't have RBF. People say I just look happy all the time. And people can tell me, oh yeah, I would be too, Nikita. People tell me all the time, like, it's when I'm quiet that they know something's wrong. Because I'm a talker, like, when I warm up to people. I am slow to warm up, but when people get to know me and they see me and I'm talking all the time, like that's their norm with me. But like they when I'm quiet, everybody knows something's wrong. Everybody. No one ever has to tell me to smile more. I get told all the time that people love my smile, and my wrinkles are starting to show. I smile a lot, which I'm okay with that. I like smiling. This is my take on life. I can either laugh or I can cry. I'd much rather be laughing. So. Now people can tell when I'm mad, because my whole face changes. My kids know that there is a certain face that I get when I'm big mad. And if I'm mad and I'm quiet, that's where the storm is. If I'm mad and I'm yelling, there's no storm there. But I have never been accused of having RBF, ever. People tell me all the time that I have this, like they just feel very comfortable around me. I'm like, that's great. But then they usually tell me their life story, and I'm like, please don't. I'm just kidding. So I am going to walk my dog while talking to everybody. But it might be dark outside, so I don't know if TikTok is gonna make me like it's gonna do something different with the live. But if it goes dark, I'm still here. Y'all can keep talking. See, it's going dark right now. But yes, Mocha, we're going outside. Now, if you guys hear me scream, that means my dog has pulled me down. And, okay, Mocha, sit. Please, thank you. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Calm down. Yes, we're going. I know, you've been so patient. Oh, hi, light. But yeah, and also too, don't stare at the screen too hard because it'll move around, and if you get motion sickness, you might get motion sickness. My porch light is out and I need to change the bulb, but I've been too lazy to do it. Yeah, it's a little dark out here. It's a little creepy. Does anyone ever get like, oh, look at me being all creepy ghosty. Benedict, Lady Tilly, and her friend. Ooh, we could dive into that one. Let's see. I thought that those scenes were completely unnecessary. Like, you could have shown one just for the sake of the story of Benedict, Lady Tilly, and her friend. What was his name? Paul? Yeah, Paul. But it felt like it didn't flow with the rest of everything. And I felt like because they did that, we ended up losing so much of the pollen content that we could have had. Because they were trying to squeeze it all in. And I just wasn't, it didn't make sense. Like, it would cut to those scenes in random places. And it just didn't make sense to me. Like, why are we going to show this when we could be showing more of the angst and anxiety in a couple that is very much needing to resolve their issues? Hello, that was a tree. I just walked into a tree in the dark. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't too keen on it. I don't even know. The worst part is it's not going to flow with another tree. It's not going to flow into, I don't feel like it's going to flow into his season coming up, because it's a separate story. Like, what's he going to tell Sophie? Oh, I've had a threesome before. I've explored before. Like, what is he going to tell her? Like, is that something that's even necessary? Is he going to try to make her think he's less of a rigid, less rigid in society and more fluid? Like, is that how that's gonna help? That's what I would like to know. Yeah, like, is he gonna say that he got his rakish time out? Mocha, for all your whining, you better go poop. Sorry, I said poop. Out. Mocha, for all your whining, you better go poop. Sorry, I said poop. And okay, Mocha. And okay, Mocha. Resonate with the rest of the story. Which I think, there you go. Good boy. Sorry, he's doing number 2. Yeah, it didn't aid in anyone's character development. I don't think it really aided, unless they tie it into season 4. Then it's going to aid in Benedict's character development. But they're going to have to tie it into season 4 somehow. So, guys, I feel like we've just been like hanging out like just in someone's living room, just chit-chatting and enjoying each other. What are you doing, Mocha? You just went to the bathroom. Do you have to go again? Nope, you're just sniffing. This again? So, I feel like I think he might go back into painting with season 4, because in the books he is a painter. He's an artist in the books. In Colin and Penelope's book, he's an artist. So I'm hoping they draw that back in. I'm hoping maybe Sophie encourages him to go back to his artist roots. If you get my drift. Sorry, that was really up close of my... Come here, Mocha. Good boy. My golden doodle, she has good recall, so I never have to put her on a leash. I should. But she never needs to be on a leash because her recall is so good. But with Mocha, he is definitely a runner. So he always gets a leash. Y'all have water? Uh-oh. Balanced. Sorry, my washing machine was telling me it was unbalanced. It's actually been beeping at me for the last 2 hours, hour and a half, something like that. Still not satisfied. Okay. I have one of those fancy washers. Ooh! Did not mean to do that. What is RBF? Oh, it's resting bitch face. I think we already talked about that, though. Oh, yeah, we did. I just scrolled way up because I was fighting with my washing machine. Why are you giving me difficulty? Okay. That's so funny. Yeah, no, mine was literally, it's been beeping at me for the last, I don't know, 2 hours. And I've just been ignoring it because I was like, oh, it'll right itself. No, I had to shift everything around. It's actually my bedding, so I can't really go to bed until my bedding is done. So. And I'm back at my desk. You know, honestly, once Benedict quit painting. Oh, Mocha, are you okay? You okay, buddy? You good? Mocha's been the star of this show the last hour or so. Yes, he felt aimless, like he felt pointless. He even said that he was thankful for Anthony when he was gone because it gave him something to do. And I think that all for us kind of resonated because he did seem like he just didn't have any kind of purpose. So my kid just texted me. I would pretty please. Okay. I've got 19 people still in this live. We are night owls, friends. Chit-chatting away. What time is it for everybody? It's 11:50 here as well. Some of y'all are not even close to being ready for bed, unless you go to bed early. So I have a question about the Scrabble board. Did you guys find any connection with some of the words on there? I did actually eat dinner tonight, and I'm starving, and I think at this point in time, pretty much everything's closed, so I'm gonna have to dig in my freezer, probably. On the Scrabble board, did y'all resonate with any words in there? I was gonna eat dinner, but then I was sitting there and I was like, I was wondering, I didn't want to eat. I didn't want to eat in front of anybody on the camera because some people have like the misophonia where they can't stand to hear people chewing. So I was like, yeah, I'll just wait. I'll wait. I'm fine. People don't like to hear chewing, so I ate a snack. My I'll probably end up being awake even later after I finish this live because my sleep schedule's been way off. You know, that's a good question. Why did he invite her to the engagement party when he was just screwing around with her? It was like Luke with A. I mean, Luke taking A to Italy, Brianna to Milan. Mixed messages. That's right. It's mixed messages. Yep. Let's pull from the press tour. If you want to spend all your time alone with them, but you just call them a friend, it is mixed messages. I'm telling you though, it reminds me the way Benedict was with Lady Tilly. Like if you weren't gonna be serious about her, why? Like, why are you gonna bring her? And yeah, I don't know. Maybe Luke did give Nicola mixed messages. Maybe that's why she smacked him with the paddle. Alright, there's that thought. Oh, I feel that with, like, where Nick said she wasn't, where she doesn't feel like, she is, where she doesn't believe in love. Because after being hurt by so many men, I don't believe in love. It's kind of sad. Like, I don't believe in romantic love for myself. I think that I believe in romantic love for other people, but I don't believe in it for myself. So if he hurt her, I don't know. I just feel like she's hurt because of the songs that she shared. Why am I wet right? Oh, it's from my laundry. But from the song she shared right after the premiere. If you want to know something, like, thinking back on what he shared in his Instagram story, that still from the Mondrich's ball, the Wallflower ball, the still was the exact part where he says, "Don't worry, I won't let her ruin my night." And it was right after the pap leak from the London premiere. And I was sitting there and I was thinking, he was sending her a message saying, "Hey, don't worry, I'm not going to let her ruin this for us." But I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, okay, if you're not going to let it ruin it for you, like, the way he tried to, like, let her know, like, they were sending subliminal messages to each other, because the song she posted, and then that still he shared, like, they were just going back and forth. He was like, "Look, you know, I know you're hurt, but I'm not going to let her ruin this for us." But then he ended up, I don't know, maybe she just put the brakes on real hard because she was so hurt. Like, he was trying to let her know, "Hey, I love you, I care about you." She posted one by Chaperone, Casual by Chaperone, and then there was another one, I can't remember the name, something Face, I can't remember the name, but the Casual by Chaperone was the one that I really clued into. But she posted that right after, and then, you know, he posted the still from from that part of the ball where he said, "I'm not gonna let this ruin our night," or "I'm not gonna let her ruin our night." And, like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, they're talking to each other through these passive-aggressive posts, and it makes sense what they're saying. Like, he's trying to say, "Hey, no, don't take it that way. This is not what I meant to happen. This is not what you think it is. This is not at all. I was not planning on this. She's trying to ruin it. I promise this is not it." But then, said, okay, go away? No. So then she probably put the brakes on until he could come up. I feel like because she got hurt and she was diving right into the magic faraway tree, maybe she, being the gracious person she is, in her hurt, letting him know she was hurt, and he was trying to say, no, this is not what I intended to happen. This is not, kaleidoscope, that's what it was. Frames your face. Oh yeah, your face. That's what it was. Your face in casual is what she posted. But I think he didn't post a song. He posted a still from the Wallflower Ball at the Mondrich's, and it was the part where he said about Cressida, I'm not going to let her ruin her night. And I'm sitting here and all I can think to myself is he was trying to tell her this was not in the plan. This was not what the plan was. She was not supposed to take the attention off of our premiere. She was not supposed to take the attention off of our press tour. And he was trying to tell Nicola that, but Nicola was letting him know she was hurt. And so in all of that, she's sitting there going, she started filming for the Magic Faraway Tree right after. So her being the gracious human she is, she probably said, why don't you, why don't we just, it's fine, don't worry about it, I've got to work anyway, so, maybe we'll talk later, or something like that. Essentially, letting him know, she's like basically saying, go about your life, it's fine, and in that, because she said, just go about your life, and then she went about her life working, that could be another reason why A has not left the picture. Because she was hurt and she pushed back. And she was like, no, you've hurt me. I already was struggling to believe in love as it was. And then I was starting to let that wall down and you hurt me. And the wall went back up. And yeah. And I just feel like, and I think the reason why I can understand this exactly as it is because I've been in this situation before. And I also understand where Nick comes from saying that she doesn't believe in love. And a person who works all the time. Like, I work all the time to distract myself, I think, from my normal life. And then, to be honest, this whole thing, like, it's become such a deep dive for me, and I'm afraid I'm taking it too personal, because I'm afraid that if they don't end up together with as much genuine love as they have, then does that mean that love really doesn't exist? And that's, or it's just some sort of, like, thing that we came up with once upon a time. Yes, that's exactly right. It does resonate so much with me, and it's watching it play out is like, I with her and her, the way she is, like the way Nicola is, I do really respond to her because I am going to eat chips, guys. I'm sorry. If you have misophonia and you cannot stand the sound of someone chewing, I am so sorry. Yes, I think so. I think every Lukola shipper feels very strongly about this because we want to see it real. We want to believe that it exists. We want to believe. We are holding on to it so tight because we want to believe. So, that's just my... Now, Marley, the bugs! I love that scene! Oh, Velma is one of my favorites! Insert himself where? She just makes me... Yes, I want to believe again, too. I really want to believe in it. I want to believe that love is real. I don't want to think that it's just in the TVs and in the books. I want to believe that it's real life. Barley's incredible. Barley cracks me up. Barley is a phenomenal actress for having so few speaking lines. She's just top-notch. So is Ray. Ray is top-notch. Her gentleness in every scene. And then the way... Okay, when they were in the market and Penelope says that they better get back before they're noticed, when Ray walks by, Colin, the little smirk she gets... I'm like, Ray, you want Colin and Penelope together. Ray is the MVP. I honestly, I still don't think I quite believe in love, but they're giving me hope again. They're relighting my flame. So, we'll see. It makes me think that maybe I've already met my soulmate, and I just didn't know it. And he's out there living his life, and I'm out here living my life, and maybe we'll cross paths again. Like, that's part of what I keep hoping might happen. That would be such a romantic thing. There was but they actually say that most people have met their soulmate by the time they're, what is it, age is it, 16, 18? These. Nikita, do you believe in soulmates? What about you, Felicia? Do you believe in soulmates? How about everybody? Chime in. Do you believe in soulmates? Yes or no? So, Michelle, do you feel like Ross and Rachel's story really resonates with you? Are you familiar with Friends? Oh, Nikita, that's heartbreaking. I'm so sorry. So, when I was a kid, well, teenager, really, when I moved to Connecticut, I was 10 years old. And the church we went to, the Sunday school class, only had, for my age, was all boys. I was the only girl. And there was this boy. His name was Justin. Which, ironically, I married a Justin. But I fell head over heels for Justin. Okay? And Justin had a sister who was 2 years younger than us. Her name was Shauna. And we ended up, she and I became besties. But I was in love with Justin. So a lot of Penelope's relationship with Eloise resonates with me because of Penelope being in love with Colin. And, you know, Shauna was one of 6 kids, so it was a big family. But Justin and I were the same age, same grade. And I held on to that crush for like 7 years, okay? It was unhealthy. And so we were in their kitchen one day. Me, their mom, Shauna, and I think one of their sisters. And she looked at me and she said, Mary, she said, I'm going to tell you something. She said, there is a lid for every jar. But Justin is not your lid. She said, but you do have a lid out there. And I will never forget her saying that, because she said, she reassured me that there was someone out there for me. But now at my age, after having been married and divorced and gone through the situationships I've gone on, I'm wondering if my lid is that lid that got lost, where the jar doesn't have a matching lid. You know, like you have all the Tupperware in the cabinet or all the plasticware in the cabinet, and there's always the lid that doesn't fit. Not the missing lid. It's like the missing sock. Exactly. My lid got lost, or it's sitting in someone else's lunchbox because they grabbed the wrong lid. Just sitting there waiting. Oh my goodness. Nikita, grief is not linear. So the fact that you just started processing it, that it's absolutely okay. Grief is definitely an up and down, all over the place. It is a big jumble of spaghetti. And I think you're doing just fine, especially with the fact that you recognize that you're starting to process your grief. Like, truly process it. Someone stole your lid at work. You know, those people who do that, like, what kind of person are you stealing my lid? That lid is mine. Yes, grief does vary based on how you love the person. That was actually the person I was talking to. That it was, ironically, what I was talking to about romantic love versus, you know, when I was honest, it was the guy I was in the situationship back in 2020 when we were having like that open conversation. I told him, you know, I don't necessarily believe in romantic love at all. And he said, and I said, maybe love is just something that someone convinced us existed once upon a time. And he goes, well, do you love your kids? And I'm like, well, yeah. And he goes, well, or he said, how do you feel about your kids? I said, well, I totally laid out my life for him. He goes, well, that's love. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I said, okay, well, fine. And I finally came to the conclusion that that's when I decided I didn't believe in romantic love for myself. He did apologize, and he said, I admit that I'm probably one of the people who contributed to that. But that's why I hold on so, like I said, that's why I hold on so tight to this Lukola ship, because I firmly believe that if they end up together, if they are in game, then no, but seriously, go buy a new Tupperware. Why make mine useless? Sorry, Nikita, just saw that. But if they're in game, then that means it's real and it's out there, and that maybe we can all find it. And, you know, it doesn't have to be when you're in your 20s. It doesn't have to be when you're in your 40s. It can be anytime. So, people are starting to fall asleep. We're down to 16 people. We had like 37 just about 30 minutes ago. Oh! I am so sorry, Tishtok, that happened to you. But we can totally talk about that tongue scene. Ugh. Okay, but can we talk about the scene in general? I don't feel like it was... It felt awkward to me. Am I wrong? I mean, everybody was like, oh, that was hot. And I'm like, it was a little awkward. Like, why was he half lifted off the bed? Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, her rubbing her hands on his chest, that felt good. Like, that was a good part. When she kissed him, when they were kissing, that was good. But, like, the whole rest of it just felt awkward. Like, I'm sure she had on the robe because she was self-conscious about her body. But that scene was 2 pumps and done. Exactly. Like, I feel like they cut the scene at just the part where he would take her and roll her over on her back. Like, she was mounting the horse. I mean, I get that, but it's still... It just didn't feel like a smooth mount. Like, can we dismount and try again? Sorry. I'm trying to love it. I really am. It's just, I keep noticing other little things in the scene that just, I'm like, it's a little awkward. I do notice, like, his hand placement a little bit more in the scene. Like, that is very much a, oh yeah, 100% Felicia. They should have started from the beginning. Like, her being, like, all dressed for bed and him entering in, and then her stripping him down and, like, pushing him down on the bed and saying, lie down. And then her climbing on top, and then after they fall back down, him flipping her over on her back. Like, I just feel like they could have played out that scene a whole lot longer. Like, just my opinion. And they shouldn't have darkened it so much because, hello, the tongue. We saw the tongue slip, Nicola. We saw it. You can't hide it. And his tongue was playing around a little bit too. So. So did you, it was a, yeah. They shouldn't have darkened it. They should have left it. I mean, I know they were going for ambiance, but he does catch that tongue. His tongue also, if you pay attention in the carriage scene, his cheek, if you watch, his tongue is playing in the carriage scene when they're kissing. You gotta watch his cheek, but it's there. He's definitely doing some deep diving with that tongue too, but or maybe she slipped her tongue and he caught it. I don't know, but his tongue is definitely playing. You couldn't see it in their mouths, but you can see it in the shape of his cheek. Like if you watch his cheek, you can see his cheek bulging out because his tongue is playing in there. We're back up to 27. People are awake. They want to hear us talking about dirty scenes on Bridgerton. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they should have. I was. But everybody was like, keep going, Mary, keep going. And I'm like, we're just talking. We're just chatting. It's like we're sitting in my living room, just hanging out. Because a guy who towers over a woman who is short, it's like he's her protector. Trust me, I want a tall guy. There was something about a guy who is taller than a woman who can, like, the way he looks down at her is that you're my girl. You're my baby. You're mine. Oh. Ooh. Melts me in my soul. Listen, we can't let go of pollen. I'm 5'2", and my ex-husband is 6'1", and I loved our height difference. Oh my goodness, I could settle into his body in the perfect hug. Ugh. Well, I'm sorry, Shell. You should always stay until I say goodbye. I'm a talker. I talk all the time. So welcome back, yeah. We'll probably go until I end up falling asleep. What time is it where you're at, Shell? I was actually involved with a guy right after my divorce. He was 6'5". No, 6'4". 6'4". And I'm 5'1". So he would tower over me. And ladies, let me tell you, he was packing. And I was not happy. But he, oh my goodness. He was, yeah. We used to make jokes about it too. Because it was just, there was one time I asked myself, this is me with no filter, I said, You carry that thing around all the time? Oh, that's fabulous. He was also bald. Firefighter. Tall, bald firefighter. That was good. It was a good one. It was short-lived, but it was a good one. He was a Minuteman, though. That was disappointing. I've learned not to date firefighters or cops because literally every guy I've ever been in a situationship has been a firefighter at some point in his life, even if he wasn't a firefighter at that point in time. And, short. He was packing. Like, he was well endowed. But the time frame with him was only about 3 months. He was definitely a quick shooter. Definitely a Minuteman. Yeah. He said that it was because I would get excited and he would excite him. And I was just like, oh goodness. Yeah. But I mean, he was so funny too. Like we had a good rapport. Like we were I'm sorry if this embarrasses anybody, but no, it was satisfactory. I wish he would have lasted a little bit longer. Both in terms of relationship and in terms of other things. Yes, I agree. Like, if they don't know how to use it, like, I don't care what length it is. I don't care any of that. But if you don't know how to use it, like, he ended up marrying this woman, okay, who for some reason can't stand me. Like, she legit stalks me, and it drives me crazy. Like, I don't understand. I'm like, our involvement, his and mine involvement was way before they started being together. As long as it fits, you can teach him. Exactly. That's my thing. Like, if you can't learn how to use it, then go away. I don't know. I feel like, I know that, it's been said, everybody thinks she's crazy. Even her own kids think she's crazy. And, like, but her obsession with me, I'm like, dude, that was way before your time, and it was a blip. It was like 3 months. Move on. And, yeah, it was just, I do think he's, I'm gonna make a bad joke. I do think that he was a little hung up on me. Nikita, you have been a champion. You've been hanging on this whole time. Sorry, guys. Bad joke. Dad joke. You made it through yoga. You did. You did your yoga and everything. You came right back. I'm proud of you. And I got to see your IMDb. I answered lots of questions. What's next to your guy? She's like, I never left, guys. I was right there. I never left. Okay, but isn't yoga supposed to be done like in silence where you focus on your breathing? It was too juicy. You want to know something, though? I honestly didn't think I had much of value to add to this Lukola fandom. But so many of you have made me feel like I have some value to it. Like I have something to add. And it's given me definitely a little bit more encouragement and concentration, like, and confidence in my thought process. She goes, I was breathing. I can just imagine you now doing yoga and then, like, you start laughing and you're like, I'm still breathing. Thank you. Thank you, Felicia. Thank you, Nikita. One thing I am very intent on is if I get anything wrong, I want to be corrected because I don't want to be that person who gives out wrong information. And I do try to read up on what I'm about to post because if I give the wrong information, I feel bad. Thank you, Reagan. I appreciate that. There's so many people, though, that, like, I feel like are more elitist in the fandom. Like, there's just so many. And it's crazy to me, like, you know, how they like the hierarchy in the fandom. And I know it probably doesn't actually exist, but it feels like it does. Like, we can all be fans, but, like, I do feel like there is a hierarchy in it. Like, there's certain people that you can trust with content, or there's certain people you go to with content, or for content. And I would never claim to be one of those, but it just, it makes me feel like I was worried about jumping in on it and then being like, you're phony, you're an imposter. But some of them have actually, like, liked my stuff and commented on it. And actually, Ho-Ho messaged me privately to let me know I had slipped up on one thing, which I appreciated her not doing it publicly and her being polite about it. Because there's also, I think when there's a hierarchy, there's a little bit of meanness if you're not careful. But all of the ones I've seen so far are very kind and nice. And so, who? Ho-Ho? Yeah, she was live the other night, and she was talking about the professional jealousy, and then it just turned into this whole thing, like, perfect. Like, it was so funny. She's got a great sense of humor. She is so funny. Oh my goodness. I told her she needs to make a t-shirt about the professionalism, the professional jealousy. I would love it. I would wear it. Oh, the professional jealousy? I would believe it. Like, how, okay, so if your on-set hubby has to be, like, with someone else, do you, like, get super, like, I guess you get super mad, right? Like, if he's, like, if he even has to, like, be in a scene with another woman, do you, like, want to be, like, in there, like, standing there, staring him down? Like, that's my work husband, back off. See, I'm saying we're all petty in our own ways. Oh, I can imagine. She was probably, like, sitting there sweating in her pants. Do y'all remember do you remember the interview where Nicola was talking about when Colin had to do the scenes with the brothel and Luke was in there, you know, having to do those scenes, and how she was just so mad and, like, she was just livid about it. Like, she didn't have to do any kissing scenes or anything with Devlin, but he was, like, mad about Devlin. But then, like, he was actually naked in those rooms with those women. Like, well, in his intimacy wear. But he was literally, like, they were topless and, like, she couldn't be in there. So I'm sure she, like, skipped right over those scenes. Yeah, he better not have to, like, cheat on his work wife with anyone, Nikita. Because if it not, I mean, now you've got a whole, we're all going to be there. We're all going to be there. We're going to be walking on set being like, nope, can't happen. We got her back. Oh, yeah. 100% Felicia. Yeah, he said he didn't like those scenes either. He said it was really uncomfortable because he just met the actresses on that day. And he said it was really weird to walk into it. Oh, you have friends. When the music cues for those scenes, I'm like, no, I don't want to watch them. But if you pay attention, he did really good about making sure, like, it showed really good on his face about how he was, like, completely flabbergasted by the fact that he wasn't even into it because of his feeling for Penelope in the second one. So, I could see that. No, he didn't have to dig too deep because he was already thinking about Nicola with Sam. All he had to do was think about, wait, I love Nicola and she's with Sam right now. This is not what I want. I do like that they have feelings for each other because I think it makes it more tangible on screen. She's mine. I do think art imitates life. I would love to do like a stranger session, you know, where, you know, those ones that are trending where where you basically, they meet each other at the photo shoot and see if I'm really good at finding chemistry between two people. Anthony behavior. Yeah, that's true. You know what, though? I do love how Anthony is so protective of Penelope, like, as a little sister figure. And I could create don't be going dancing on bowls. I think that would be fun to do the strangers. Have you all shipping me in that pole? You're gonna marry the pole? Oh my goodness. Hi, Steph. Welcome back. We're still going. I never turned it off, Steph. I'm still here. I do too. I really wish they had showed more of him. Like in the books, each of the brothers always end up dancing with Penelope at the dances because her dance card is never full. So they always, like in the books, they always take her and dance with her at every ball. And I really wish they'd showed more of that. Anthony and Penn? Gross. Ugh. No, thank you. I could not imagine Anthony and Penn together. Ugh. That would be like putting Colin and Daphne together. Like, as the Duke and the Duchess instead of Colin and Daphne. Whew. No. Or Colin and Eloise, yeah. No. That's so... No. Ew. They're so, like... Some of the people get really weird on the fandom. Oh, yeah. I can't wait for her. But have you ever noticed in the interviews when Ruth... Oh, gosh, and I don't know the guy's name that plays Lord Anderson. What is his name? When they're in interviews together with Adjoa, have you ever seen how nervous she looks at him? She knows. Daniel Francis, thank you. She knows something's gonna happen. They know more about season 4 than they're letting on, because she knows. She knows that there's about to be some intimacy scenes with this man, and she got all awkward about it. Oh my goodness. She can't even make eye contact with him in the interviews. Like, have you ever noticed that? Like, when they were having to do the sexy cam one. Like, she couldn't even look at him. And I'm like, Ruth, are you playing shy, Lady Bridgerton? Where your garden needs to be tended? I mean, let's tend that garden, because Daniel Francis is a very handsome man. Mama Violet. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, her nonverbal acting is on point. when Eloise ran out of the drawing room when Colin announced their engagement, the look on her face and that was such a mom move. Like everything she did there, oh, it was so good. But I'm not ready to see her in bed. It would feel like they would feel like watching my own mother. Gross. No, thank you. I hope I can get through it. Oh my goodness. I saw that edit. I saw that. And I was like, oh no. That was on X, where they put his maternal grandpa with Lady Danbury, like that scene on top, and then Colin and Penelope on bottom. Yeah. Yeah, we did. We did see that. I cannot wrap my brain around the fact that Lady Danbury did Violet's dad sometimes. Yeah. Just show the actor of the Under the Blankets like on the Golden Girls. Oh my goodness. I've ate all my chips. No, I haven't. I have a crumb. Who? Violet's dad? You think he was a freak? I think he was a little bit. He did enjoy when Lady Danbury jumped on top. She did not want to stare up at that ceiling anymore. She was all about looking down at him instead of staring up at that ceiling again. Okay, that's another thing. The intimacy scene that young actress had to do with that old man. I cannot. That is an amazing actress right there. More than one, too. She had to do more than one. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, I couldn't stand Violet's mom. She was too much. There are a lot of night owls in here. Well, I mean, I guess it's all over the world. You know, that's what there was some makeup effect. I wonder who played him. I want to see what it looks like. Lord Danbury and I'm looking him up right now. Oh, he's not that old. Yeah, they made him look way older. I'd do him. Hi. Yeah, he doesn't really look that weird in real life. That was some on-point makeup, though. Wigs and everything. They really did age him for that show. Is it Cyril Neri? Him? Oh, yeah, that's him. Oh, he was born in Nigeria. He's actually really handsome. Oh, he was born 20 years ahead of me, but he's really handsome. Yes, I'm actually doing a live about Bridgerton. So, it's probably nothing you would be interested in, Andrew, but I'm in the Bridgerton fandom. I'm down that whole Bridgerton, Luke Newton, Nicola Coughlan deep dive. He has a lot of work too. This guy has a lot of work underneath his belt. Just said that. That was not That was not an innuendo, guys. That was not an innuendo. It's... Oh, tell your mom I said hi. Are you over at your mom's house right now? Stephanie, the one you're asking about in Italy is the one... Let me see if I can find it. Let's go look. Hold on. I keep getting offers for the matches, and after my first experience tonight with a match, I'm like, nope, I'm good. Hold on. It may have been an innuendo. Yeah, I know, Andrew. I didn't know that. I thought that you and your wife and... I thought you guys lived... I didn't know you were... I didn't know you were with... Do you live with your mom, is what I'm trying to ask. I thought that you guys lived separate from her. Because you said your mom said hi. So... Oh, heck no, he says. Yeah, it was the first day in Italy, but I'm trying to find it. Guys, this is Andrew, and I used to babysit him. So, he is about the same age as, he's close to the same age as Luke Newton. So, craziness. Makes me feel real old. Happily moved out. Okay, so you don't live with your mom. Okay. Andrew, cover your ears. He's got a kid and everything. He's grown up. It's just there's a side of me that I just don't think he needs to see yet. I babysat him and his sister for a year. They lived down the street from me. Okay. I'm going to find it so you can see it. So I can tell you which one to look for. I know that they were on, it was posted on May 9th. Let's see if I can find it. No, that's not it. That's not it. That is not May 9th. Nope. Sorry, I lied. When was it? Italy interview. Oh, here we go. You can find it on TikTok. It was a Vanity Fair interview, I believe. If you look up NMC Archive, that's funny, Nicola Mary Coughlin Archive, that interview, she shows them, it's stacked, like Nicola's up here and Luke's under here because they're so far apart. But she shows a brief snippet of it, but it's basically that interview. I'm trying to find... I don't want to go on my phone because everyone has this side of him. You're right. Alright, good night, Andrew. Thanks for popping in on my live and getting to see a weird side of your former babysitter. Tell your mama I said hi. She's wearing the white long sleeve shirt with the bow at the collar, and she's got the outfit. It's like a pullover dress, like a jumper dress, a white jumper dress. And of course she's wearing her pin, and she's wearing a silver headband. with, I think it has a bow on top. Yes, he has the Versace tank and the gray jacket and the jeans. That's the interview everybody's talking about where there was tension. When was it posted? It was posted 3 months ago. It doesn't give a specific date. They did. That was actually the pictures they took in that. Like, that was one of the clips where it showed where he pulled her closer. But if you notice, okay, so that was the very first interview that day. Okay? And then as the interviews progressed in that outfit, the dynamic between them started to shift. Like, they started shifting, their chairs started to get closer. Michelle, do you remember what he was wearing just because of the chest hair that was peeking out? I mean, that tank top kind of gave everybody a good, nice little view of his manly chest hair. But like their chairs started shifting closer through that interview. And then they did the paddle game where, you know, friends or friend zone or lover or love. And they were sitting like practically right on top of each other. So I think when they took the picture together outside, yes, the mixed messages. So when I think they took the picture outside, this was after those interviews. Yeah, that's true too. But there was tension between them in that first interview. Like, there was a lot of tension. Like, Luke was being a sassy pants, like, sitting back, legs sprawled, like, arms crossed, like, not as normal, relaxed Lukey. So, he was just not himself. You're not there yet on the list? He was definitely just yeah. Not his normal Luke Newton self in that interview. What's everyone's drink of choice? This is mine. I do. I think she was there that day. Because of the picture that was sent to me. And I need to share it. I wonder if I can green screen. How do I do that? I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to green screen. I think I'm gonna have to figure it out. I think I need to share that picture, but find also some more of the proof that it's a similar location. Because it is a close-up of her. Like, she was very careful to take more of a headshot. Oh, yeah. They were. And I think that's why they got salty with each other. Because she even said, it's not like you talk to your grandma the same as your boyfriend. Why are you going to bring up boyfriend, Nicola, when you're single? Why are you going to bring up your boyfriend when you're single? Why are you going to talk about the fact that you would talk to your grandma differently than your boyfriend when you're single? So, yeah. I'm just sitting here like, basic water over there. Well, you do yoga, and so I would assume you're more of a water drinker. I don't do yoga. Do you ever infuse your water, like with fruit and stuff? I've done that before. But I'm also I'm not gonna lie, I'm lazy. Top shelf tequila. Listen. I learned very quickly that Patron is dangerous for me. And Mary's not allowed to have Patron ever again because it was bad. It was a bad experience. You know, in Pigeon Forge and Sevierville, it's actually a dry county. So the only place we can get hard liquor is if we go into Gatlinburg. So, or if we go into Knox County. We have to go, to get to a liquor store, we have to go to Gatlinburg or Knox County. And truthfully, Craig is also banned from the Patron. Hi, April. This bad. Patron is not my friend. Yeah, I am still going. I never left. I said I was ending this live like at 10 o'clock, right? And then I was like, I asked everybody, I think it was 11, if I should keep going. And everybody was like, keep going. So I was like, okay, let's keep going. And I've watched the numbers drop all the way down to 16, but then they climb back up to 30. So people are apparently still interested in what I have to say. What we all have to say. We got a lot of information from Nikita about intimacy scenes. We got a lot of information from Nikita about the industry in general. We've talked about men that I've been involved with. Yeah. So, oh, your internet just came back. I'm glad you're back. Yeah, we've had a lot of fun. And we've seen people come and go. But I've had a few consistent in here. Shout out to those who've stayed consistent. Yeah. They got to meet a kid I used to babysit for, who is now an adult, close to Luke Newton's age. We took my dog out. We walked my dog together in the dark. That was fun. Yeah. I ate chips because I have not ate dinner yet. Yeah, so it's been an enjoyable live. I actually am pretty surprised that everybody wanted to stay on and keep going. But we've talked a lot about a lot of things. Michelle had steak and I had seafood pasta. Aw, seafood pasta, that sounds so good. The link for the interview, do you want me to share the link? I'm not sure I have the link. Or do you have the link? Can you share the link? Oh, we haven't really talked much about the Scrabble board. I would love to know people's thoughts on the Scrabble board. Oh, we did talk a little bit about it. We talked about the fact that it's definitely a message for Luke going through A. She's trying to poke at Luke to get his attention by annoying A, if that makes sense. Supposedly it's a message to A from her, but she's basically essentially using it to poke and prod at Luke a little bit to get his attention. So, but yes, we should talk about it. Yes, we should. Because, oh, well, yeah, you definitely need to take a shower. Everybody should have a shower. But just keep listening, because I'll keep talking. Because technically, I'm really talking to myself. I mean, I'm just responding to your comments, but this is probably, I don't know, lives feel a little narcissistic, just a tiny bit. But it's nice that everybody's in here with me. You think she watched some of the tarot readings on YouTube? Nicola watched some of the tarot readings on YouTube? Or... Yes, you're committed, Nikita. You can't go anywhere now. That's what I'm saying. A wouldn't be smart enough to get the message. That's why it's essentially poking at A to get to, or going, here is A, but here's the real person. So she's basically using it to try to get to the person she really wants to get to. It's here's Antonia, here's Luke. She's trying to use the Scrabble board really to get to him by the message to her. A lot of the words are really, they're in the tarot reading, which the one on the lady on YouTube, or the one tarot reader on YouTube, the YouTube one. Oh, that's funny, Just Talk. You didn't even go either. You were like, I'm going to take a shower and bring you with me. And he knows her, so he know. Oh, yes, he would. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The reading. Oh, Busy Bee. Yeah, someone mentioned Busy Bee earlier. I don't watch them all. Okay, so my take on tarot readings is, I don't really put a whole lot of stock into them. Sometimes I'm like, okay, that's cool. But I always come across some on my FYP that are all like, oh, you're going to meet your dream guy tomorrow. You must click and like. And then I'm like, you're a liar. Go on with your bad self. I just wish, why can't they just text and talk it out or have a phone call? How do we know they haven't? How do we know that they haven't tried to text and talk it out? And how do we know that they haven't ended up in a fight every single time? How do we know that they haven't tried to have a phone call and it hasn't ended up with them hanging up on each other every single time? Because maybe they keep running into the same emotional, maybe they keep running into the same subject that's making them feel less inclined to talk. Like, we don't know, like, I mean, honestly, like, they could have had that conversation. They could have tried to have the conversation. They could have been like, let's talk, let's talk, let's talk. But then every time they try to talk, they end up having arguments and disagreements and, yeah. I have to go and watch them. She's probably too hurt to talk. If they haven't talked, it's probably because she's hurt. We did address that in some of the ones that are just coming back in. We did address the fact that she's probably too hurt to talk. That she definitely experienced some hurt because she shared right after the London premiere. She shared "Casual" by Chaperone and "Your Face" by I can't remember the name. Oh. I can't remember the person who sings it, but or the singer who let me look it up. Frames. Yes, thank you. But and then he shared in his Instagram stories the still from the Wallflower Ball at the Mondrich's where he looked at her and said, when Cressida came in, he said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to let her ruin her night." That was where the still was. And we talked about the fact that we think that was a hidden message to each other, like she was hurt and he was trying to say, listen, this is not what I had planned. This is not what it looks like. And so she may just be... They may have gone full on silent treatment after that. Like, she definitely defended him. She's liked some of his stuff, but, like, he hasn't really liked much of her stuff lately. And I noticed that he stopped liking her stuff after that one... I'm going to call it a bully account from that teenage girl. Basically started bullying him and saying that he was only interested in young girls or young women, and then he went through and unliked a bunch of stuff. And some people said that he had unliked some of Nicola's stuff, and I don't think that that's wrong, because I vaguely remember some things that he actually had liked, and then the likes are not in there. But I agree. If the phone call needs to be made, it's from him. He needs to reach out and apologize first, because if anything did happen in Brazil the way we all feel like it did, he knowingly participated in that, knowing he was in a position where he could not be active with her because he still had something that he needed to deal with outside of Nicola. And he got himself trapped between two women, and he got himself between a rock and a hard place. And yeah, that's not a fun place to be for a guy. So he ended up, now he's in a position where he has to sit there and figure out how to get out of it. Like, how am I supposed to deal with this? And yeah, if any phone calls need to be made, it needs to be him, because, and like, you know, like one thing I always preface is we only know what the internet tells us. We don't know anything really that's going on behind the scenes. And I'm sure they love watching these things and thinking they know nothing. But I also wonder too if they think that when people like nail in on it, like they hone in on what's really going on, they're like, how'd they know that? Like, I really think that's like, I really, really think that that's pretty much where they're at. They're like, oh my gosh, how did they know that? Like, how did they figure that out on their own? Well, first of all, Luke and Newt, you are very transparent. And although Nicola plays it off well, there's moments where she's a little transparent with those beautiful doe eyes looking at you, yeah. So, but if phone calls need to be made, yes, it's Luke. I do wish, and I know it's none of our business, they owe us nothing. They literally owe us nothing. It's their personal life. They owe us literally nothing. And it is their personal life. But we, as a whole fandom, have so many questions. And one thing that I've always leaned into is, yes, the truth will come out in the end. Like, the truth will always wash itself. Like, all of the stuff will come out in the end. It all will. But we're in a place where we are confused and we're frustrated. And then Shondaland's not helping, because first she puts out the Friends to Lovers article about it being maybe not realistic for everyone. And then today, there's another article, about the Friends to Lovers trope, about where it does work for people. What are you doing, Shonda? That's mixed messages. Why are you doing this to us? You're literally sending the fandom into a tailspin. And then you've got Ryan Wheeler, who, without a shadow of a doubt, is a wholehearted Lukola shipper. And the comments he makes, I mean, breaks the internet every time he shares a behind the scenes. And then you have things that the cast has said, and you're like, what is going on? Like, can we just have a clear answer? Like, yes, we know they owe us nothing. We know. That man knows how to get... Ryan Wheeler? Yeah, he does. He knows how to promote his page. He is good at his social media. He actually did answer me on a question, though, which kind of surprised me, because there's one picture of Luke, and it's in black and white, but it looks like a tear had streaked down his cheek. And I asked him straight up, I said, is that the remnants of a tear, or is that a tear on his cheek, or is that highlights? And he said, I think it's highlights. So, and that was coming from a person who does photography, talking to someone who does video, because those things can look very similar in black and white. Oh, the cast. Oh, let's talk about what the cast has said. Let's see. Harriet Kane, who plays Philippa, when talking about the wedding, she used their actual names, Luke and Nicola, instead of Penn and Colin. And she was legit crying during their wedding because she said it felt so real. And then you have Ruth Gimmel, Adjoa, and Golda were all on a panel, like all on an interview panel, and they were talking about how, it was so nice to see that they were really rooting for Luke and Nicola. And then they had to correct themselves after they said that, realizing what they had said, and they're like, for them to have their season. Okay. And then they said, yes, the whole cast was very invested in the wedding. Like, Nicola had, like, the little, like a bachelorette party beforehand, like, the night before. Like, they all got together. And then the whole way they treated, like, him not saying the wedding dress until right before they decided to, right before they were rehearsing. And everybody was really invested in it. Everybody was invested in keeping his reaction, like, it was literally, like, they were all on board with this couple. Yes, and Luke T's eyebrow raised to Jonathan Bailey, and the way Polly was watching them when he saw the dress for the first time, and just in general, like, even Golda described, like, the the intimacy scenes is very real, or maybe it was Adjoa. I think it was Golda. Golda described them as very real. And if you pay attention when Luke and Nicola are together in the Netflix live stream, before the press tour kicked off, the only person who really was intentional about trying to keep Nicola a little bit separate from Luke, and the only person who really the only person Luke really seemed to less inclined to be up on Nicola around was Golda. That queen loves Nicola. So, Golda was very protective of Nicola. And they all know what we know. Like, it's there, Stephanie, I promise. The tension's there. Especially at the very end. It's there. It's in the very end. I'm going to have to, clip it and send it to you. Because it's there. But it's, and then, the Luke T and Luke Newton interview when they're all on the couch together, and that was Brazil. That was Brazil, because she's in the red fluffy dress. That was Brazil. And so, when they were talking about the dreams, oh, yeah. Yes. And at the London premiere, when Golda was, staring Luke down, because I have a feeling that everybody knows that Luke hurt Nicola. And, yes, Golda said she's a huge fan of their love story. And I really think that Golda is more protective of Nicola in this than Luke. And she wants Luke to do right by Nicola. And, yes. So, just for everybody's future reference, I am going to go through the interviews chronologically and break them down. That's content that I've planned. I want to go through and show body language that I picked up on, thoughts that I have about how they interact and how their emotions roller coaster through the press tour. And so I will be sharing that content now that I've not got a whole lot of work to do. Yeah, that was a whole other thing. But yeah, so, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I really feel like from a person perspective, they see Luke and Nicola as Luke and Nicola when they're, and not so much as Colin and Penn, like the entire cast does. And even, okay, so there was one interview between, it was Nicola, Jess, Claudia, and Hannah, and they were all sitting there, or was it just, no, it was all four of them, and a joke was made about the person, how it depends on how old the person is, and you can see Jess show Nicholas she's just joking, but they know, and everybody wants them to be in game. There is even there's now I think she's she's a pop star. She's on board with the shipping. She wants them to be together. She even shared it. It was all over X yesterday. And then there was another, we even agree that J-Lo is shipping them. Of course, J-Lo is a little bit more subtle in her content. But if the whole freaking world wants these two together, why are they being so dang stubborn? That's what I want to know. Oh, is it the Real Housewives? Is it one of the housewives? Is that what it was? I thought it was a pop star. Why? If the whole world can see it. Of course, this is where I have to go back to. How? Oh, that hurt. Oh, whew. That's my desk. Jayla wants that boy for herself. He is definitely, you are correct, Tori. He is definitely in a situationship and he cannot get out of it. He is stuck. And he doesn't know how to get himself out. The boy traipsed through some mud and now he's stuck. So hopefully it's not in the mud he finds his future wife. Because not this mud. He needs the different mud. The Penelope mud. It is hard to wait it out. It really is. And I think we as a fandom are we feel completely confused and tossed around. we're on a ship and we all feel seasick because like we're standing here like what the frig is going on, and like can we just have some type of confirmation either from Luke with A, or can we have some confirmation of Luke and Nicola? Like, can we have something? Can we have something to go on? Can Nicola like accidentally go out in public with a boyfriend that she's got? Can we have something? Just something. Instead of all of these little hidden messages and Easter eggs. Of course, we all know Shonda Lynn is the queen of Easter eggs. Like, oh yeah, you're correct. Antonia will hang on as long as she can. She's desperate. She's insecure. She enjoys negative feedback and negative attention. And it's going to be really hard on this 23-year-old when Luke goes to start filming, because there's not going to be a whole lot of interaction time between him and Antonia. He does introduce Antonia as a friend. He does not introduce her as his girlfriend. He is clearly tolerant of her, and I've said this in other videos, that the way he is with her, because he's not aware he's being filmed, that's exactly who he is. So the lack of romance, that's telling. And she is the one who is leaking the photos. She's the one who's getting people to video. She's the one. I know she is. And if it's not her, it's Sienna and Rory, because they're intent on making sure people know that he is with her, for whatever reason they can come up with. And as for like the New Year's Eve kiss, everybody keeps latching on to that. It is tradition on New Year's Eve to kiss someone. You were supposed to kiss the person who is closest to you on New Year's Eve. It is considered good luck on New Year's Eve to kiss someone. And some people plan out their kiss. Other people just plan a kiss on the person closest to them. So do I think that New Year's Eve held a lot of stock? No, it does not. It does not count, because it is considered tradition on New Year's Eve to kiss a person. And even the kiss, like when you look at the way that they were holding each other, she was wrapped more tightly around him than he was around her. And, you know, like I was looking at the GQ photos, his body language. Like even in Galway, when I felt like their body language, like their whole vibe was off. Yes. It was New Year's Eve. Like, and they were all drunk. They had all been partying. So what is he gonna do? But like even in Galway, when their body language is off, there's some press pictures of the two of them. He has a similar stance with Nicola in the Galway pictures that he does with A at the GQ, but he still is the green line. He still is leaning in more towards A, or not A, towards Nicola in the Galway pictures than even he in the pictures with A from the GQ event. So Galway was just off. Galway was not. There was, people disagree. People have their reasons. I think a lot of it boiled down to Nicola was home and she was just emotional for being in Galway, and it was exciting for her to show Luke this side of her life. And they were also coming off of sickness because in Toronto they were sick. So his body language with A, he has more body language with his fans. You are absolutely correct. TikTok keeps asking me to verify to make sure I'm still me. Galway was emotional, but Galway was also, and it was also, they were aware that they were coming up on the end of their press tour, but there was definitely some distance between Luke and Nicola and Galway. And I will die on that hill. There was some emotional distance. There was a wall up. Now, I was talking to one of my friends I've made on here through this, and we were talking about the Kiss FM in London. And if you pay attention, it's the one where she had to whistle and her mouth was really dry, and it set Luke off laughing so hard. If you pay attention to that interview, she is, the way I say it whenever there's tension between her and Luke, she is zoned in on the interviewer. Typically, when she's not mad at Luke, she'll look at him, she'll like maintain eye contact with him, she'll smile at him, she interacts with him more. But when there's tension between the two of them, she stays really honed in on the interviewer. She does not want to look at Luke. She's there's a wall up. So there was a wall up during that interview. And I didn't pick up on it until recently when I started thinking about all of their London press tour. And he was reaching out. He reached out, touched her shoulder. He touched her arm. He reached out. He tried to reach out with his finger to touch her hand, and she pulled her hand away. She was mad at him. And if she wasn't mad, she was hurt. And there was definitely, he was trying to reach out. He was saying, hey, please forgive me. All of his body language was saying, will you just look at me? Will you just forgive me? Yes, he reached, it was his finger like this. He did this. It wasn't his thumb, it was this. The Galway interview is where he reached out with his thumb. She was, on the Galway, yeah, she cried at the end of the Galway interview. But it was actually at the beginning of the Galway interview. It was when they had the Guinness at the table. That was not the end. That was a clip that they put at the end. That was after the theater, like if you pay it, like if you're looking, like they're at the table, they have the Guinness, and that's when she cries. But they put it at the end, and even Luke said in that clip, oh, they're going to put this at the end now. That's what he said. So it was actually earlier on in the interview when she cried. But if you watch in London, if you watch the Kiss FM radio one, there's still some tension there between them. Like, he keeps trying to reach out and talk to her. He keeps trying to, like, get her attention. She is not engaging with him very much in that interview. And in other interviews during their London press tour, there is a little bit more engagement. But it's where he's wearing the red that I noticed less engagement between the two of them. And it could be both. Could be because she knew A was coming, or it could be because the tour bubble was bursting, or it could be because she was hurting because she knew that they had decided to not move forward in their romance together, and because of A, and she was distancing herself to allow herself, she was self-preservation. She was putting some distance between her and Luke so that she could handle the goodbye a little bit better. She did soften through the rest of those interviews, but this is just my take. She's Irish, guys. Whether she's a sweet, sweet, sweet person, but them Irish, they have a temper. My mom is Scot-Irish, and trust me, there is a temper. And probably because she knew A was going to Milan with him right after the premiere. Or because she knew that A was coming to the premiere. Nicola's a human being, that's right. When people say, but they're actors, I get so mad. I'm like, no, acting is their job. No, that's not, you can't define someone by their job. Because if they don't have their job, where's their definition? They do acting as a job. It is their job. They are human beings. If they do their job well, often we can forget that they are human beings outside of that job. But they are still human beings. And no matter what job you do, you are not defined by that. Because if you no longer have that job, then where's your definition? Your definition comes from within. It comes from who you are as a human being. And I will stand by that as well. Yes, there was definite defiance in the Kiss interview. Like, she was not willing to have physical interaction with him like she normally does. That's true. The way they interact with each other is not acting. That's why we can't sit here and say it's all acting. Like, their chemistry, you can't fake that. You cannot fake that kind of fire between two people. You just can't. Not for the whole world to pick up on and be like, whoa, that's too real. Like, if the whole collective is saying that is too real, then are we not seeing something that's real? Like, you can't sit here and tell us we are wrong, that we're delulu, that we're crazy, because if we're all saying it, and it's all there, hello, I'm going to use a Christian term, where two or more are gathered, there it is. That's just my take. Exactly, we can't all be blind. We can't all be delulu. We can't all be crazy. You can't take, there's how many people in the world, 1 billion or something like that, or 2 billion? You can't take, millions of people in the world who are obsessed in this fandom, seeing this and saying we're all crazy and delulu. You just can't. We can't be crazy like that. No. If we are, hello, there's I guess that's why there's a mental health crisis in the world today, and that's why we need all the therapy we need, because we're all crazy and delulu, because we're all seeing something that doesn't exist, or they're gaslighting us. That's true. Because the reality is, it's there. We see it. We know it's there. Maybe they are gaslighting us. Maybe they just. Some people have suggested that maybe A is a PR girlfriend. That maybe it was suggested that to get the attention off of Luke and Nicola, that Luke start dating A just for PR purposes. And I think that could be real, like could be a real possibility. But it is a terrible idea, because what happens when someone catches feelings in that situation? The Irish are not subtle when we are annoyed. That is facts. Like, when an Irish person is annoyed, oh, you know. Irish people are very passionate people. They're kind, and that's why they got the best welcome in Ireland, because Irish people are passionate human beings. They're driven with a certain level of passion that in many ways is unmatched. I don't know much about the zodiac in terms of personality. I know I'm a Virgo, and I know Virgos are the most boring on the zodiac, so there's that. But yes, he would. Luke, let me tell you something. If you pay really close attention, Luke knows all about PR. He may play like he doesn't know PR. Oh, he knows PR. Tell me if he doesn't know about PR, why would he know that the shot of Nicola crying was the best shot? And he was like, this is a good shot for you. They're going to add it in at the end. Why would he say that? Because he knows. Why in the world would he say, when during the outtakes, when she messed up, he goes, oh, here we have some outtakes. Why in the world during the outtake video? There were so many things he said in the outtake video that shows me he knows what he's doing for PR. He knows. He would definitely do a fake situation for PR. You want to know why? Because he watched what went down with Jade. And Luke is a quiet, introverted person who doesn't want to deal with all of the chaos that comes with the fandom, because he had to watch it play out with his girlfriend who he loved, and he probably didn't enjoy watching it. And I sit here and I think to myself, this guy's not as stupid as he plays himself off to be. He can do accents, but he refuses to on camera because he doesn't like to be put on the spot. He also is good at pinpointing what would be a good shot for. He's very calculated. He is, because he's introvert, and I'm going to put this on the introvert part. When you're introverted, you're always thinking, like you're a thinker. You're not necessarily outwardly telling people what's going on, but he takes it all in. He thinks of it. He turns it over. It's like a Rubik's Cube. He sets it up to exactly what he knows he needs. Italy was the worst PR, and that was not driven by him, because if he knew he was being filmed, I think he would have put on a better show for the rest of us. I think that if he is, I think that one was driven by the adjacents. Introverted, yes, you should always watch out for the quiet ones. When they're quiet, that's the ones you got to watch out for, because they're always thinking. They're not speaking, they're thinking. And if you know, like in interviews when Luke does speak, what he says is very important. He is also very good at exposing himself. Because, oh, thank you for saying that. I said that earlier in my live. Rory gives me such a bad vibe. I just don't like him. And I've always been on point when I don't like somebody. My daughter, the one in college, she was going to end up, she and her best friend were going to room with these two other girls. And I kept saying, they were going to go and get a place together. They were all going to go get an apartment together. And I told my mom, I said, I don't feel good about this. Something feels off. I don't like these girls. I don't trust them. And sure enough, my daughter's best friend found out that they were looking for one-bedroom apartments behind their backs, instead of looking for a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom. And I was like, called it. Knew you couldn't trust them. And then they ended up getting me she ended up rooming with a girl that I felt very comfortable with, and it's been so good. Yes, Steph, that's right, Kat. I really think that the Scrabble board was shade, that even though she was technically throwing it out towards A, I think it was referencing a lot of things regarding all of that. And I think that, I'm sorry your college roommate stole from you, that sucks. I think that the Scrabble board really was a message to Luke, but targeting A to get to Luke, if that makes sense. Luke said that Nicola is very generous, and Nicola has said Luke's very generous. And I think because Nicola has said Luke is generous, and like if you think about it, Luke went and bought Nicola that camera. Hello. You don't just go and buy someone a camera. Cameras are not necessarily cheap. And then she offered to buy him a Nintendo Switch. So, I mean, they're both very generous. Oh, she's calling out A. Like Bachiko Hawk said that she kept going back to the song Hey Ya by Outkast. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, okay, well, I decided to look up the meaning of the song because, you can read the lyrics and, okay, but what is it really saying? The meaning of the song is about someone who is in a relationship and they don't want to be in that relationship. So, but there's also people have said it's Hey A. And then, but Hey is also a term that Luke has used towards Claudia in, I mean, it's just a term that really flows with all of this. So, oh yeah, his friends are totally mooching off of him. Like, there's no way that Rory and Sienna and maybe Charmaine and Tom can with their jobs, but I just don't feel like Rory and Sienna with their jobs could truly afford to travel as much as they do. Like, I have a feeling like the amount of travel they do, and if anything, then they're trust fund babies. Like, they have to be trust fund babies if they're not. Hey, Elena. We're just still chatting. I've been on this live since 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It is now 1:25 a.m. Eastern Time. Well, then Sienna's probably a trust fund baby, and I think Antonia may be a trust fund baby. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I get the impression that Luke foots a lot of the bills for these things, like especially if they're going to stay in a more expensive place or do some type of expensive thing, or like, I think too, in a lot of ways, Antonia probably sees Luke as her, I hate to say it this way, but as her sugar daddy. Like, I think A is a trust fund baby from what I've read and understood. They say that she has a $1 million net worth based on her jobs, but there is no way that girl has made $1 million and saved it all with the amount of travel she does. If she travels as much as she does, there is no way that girl is still worth $1 million, because $1 million goes really fast in this day and age. And yeah. Yeah, the way the Scrabble board is set up, like, Bocce was talking about wanting to, like, go through and set it up again, just to see if she could track, like, the pattern of the words. But each section, we feel like, last night we came up to the conclusion in her live that each section is attributed to a different thing. But there was a tarot reading, I think it was Soul Tarot, Soul something Tarot, that said that the message on the Scrabble board was actually to A. But I don't think that A is that relevant to Nicola, except for it's an annoyance for Nicola that every time Nicola posts, A has to post. Soul Embrace Tarot, thank you. But I feel like I just don't feel like, I feel like that's more of an annoyance. Like, it's like that gnat that just keeps flying around your head. Oh, that's her new name, Nat, instead of Ant. They call her Natty. But I just feel like she's like that gnat that just keeps flying around Nicola's head. And Nicola's friends throw enough shade at her that I just feel like if it was a message to her from the Scrabble board, it was more about, girl, you're just, like, I feel like it was more about getting her upset so that Luke got annoyed so that he messaged Nick. I mean, it could started off as regular Scrabble, but Nick is an English major. She knows big words. English lit majors, they know big words. There's no way she's going with all those simple 4-letter words. Not if you really want to win. You're going to go for the big words. You're going to try to use up all of the tiles, all of the yellow colored tiles. You're going to try to use them all up. You're going to try to use up all those spaces. And it's just, yeah. That's my opinion on it. I think she's too smart for the simple words that were on the board. I think there is a message there. I think that she likes also driving her fandom crazy and sending us into a tizzy. I think she gets a small kick out of it, or a large kick out of it. And I think that right now, she might actually be done filming the Magic Faraway Tree. So now she's kind of like on a wait and for Bridgerton to start. And I think that she's having fun at our expense. That's fair. I also think, too, that in part of it, part of the reason why I think A holds on so tight is that A actually has some dirt on Luke that she's going to share if Luke breaks it off with her. And she's threatened him with it. No captions whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. Like, we were around at the beginning of social media. Like, I remember when Prodigy became a thing. And if you're old enough to remember Prodigy, then you're old enough to remember AOL, because AOL came after Prodigy. And we had our American Online profiles that we could shade people on. And then we had, you know, our instant messenger accounts, and then we had MySpace, and then we had Facebook, and now then there became Twitter and Instagram, and now it's like, and now there's TikTok. And I think we have, if you were born anytime in the really early, like mid to early 80s, or even late 80s, all the, you know, anytime before that, up to the mid to late 80s, we grew up with social media. We know how to use it. We know how to shade people on here. We know how to, be passive aggressive without being openly passive aggressive. Let's just put it that way. So, I was born in 1981. And I remember we had all of it. We had Prodigy when Prodigy first came out. We had America Online. I actually met a friend on America Online. He and I were friends for 23 years because of America Online. We never met in person, but we did Skype. We did talk on the phone. We did video chatting. Like, he was a real person. He wasn't catfishing me, but he refused to meet me. He actually came to Pigeon Forge twice and still didn't let me know he was in town. And at that point in time, I finally said, you know what? Screw it. You've been friends with me for 23 years and you can't just say, okay, let's go meet. I'm not interested in being your friend anymore. So I ended up blocking him. It broke my heart, but at the same time, I got tired of him, like, just disappearing. Yes, 5th grade dial-up internet. Okay, I was 12 when we had dial-up internet. When it first started, I think. No, I guess I was 10. Yeah. But I honestly, like, we talked on Yahoo Instant Messenger, AOL Instant Messenger, like, but I met him through an AOL chat room. And so, like, we, as millennial, like, well, I would consider myself a zennial because I came actually between Generation X and the millennials because there's a small gap of years that don't really have, they're not defined as millennials or Gen X. But we honestly, like, millennials, Gen X, it, like people throw shade at millennials all the time, and I'm like, no, we literally grew up with the rise of technology. We know what it means to be passive aggressive without being passive aggressive. We had to learn how to use payphones, and then we had to learn how to use cell phones. Then we had to learn not just how to use a cell phone, but how to use a flip phone to text people. And then we had those boxy Nokia rectangular phones. Then we had the flip phones, and then we had all the... Do you guys remember the Samsung Juke, the one that was like this big, but it was also an MP3 player? I had one of those, and yeah, we had all of it. We had the roller skating rinks that, you know, we'd go to the roller skating rink and like hang out, and then we had like, you know, yeah, the slide up phones. Yes, the ones that slid up and you could text. Yes, like we literally. We had the slap bracelets that got recalled because the metal was coming out, like the actual metal was coming out of the fabric and slicing kids' wrists. Like, I mean, come on. We had a bracelet that sliced our wrists? What the frig? Come on. We lived through it. We had Rollerblade Barbie who literally caught kids on fire and got recalled. Like, we're a strong generation. And like Nicholas says, no one should mess with millennials because we are a strong generation. And I think anyone who was born before the late 80s really, really is a strong generation. Like, I mean, up until the early 2000s, kids played outside until it was dark. Like, they didn't tell their parents where they were going. They just knew as soon as it got dark to come inside. We had a rule in my neighborhood when I was 9 that when the bats came out, that's when it was time to come in. Because there was a bunch of bats that would swarm around one of the lights. And we just knew when the bats came out, it was time to go in. And then, like, I don't know. We drank out of the water hose. We ended up going to strangers' houses. Like, kids we'd never met before. Parents that we didn't know their parents. We'd just walk right in their house. Oh my gosh. The limited talking minutes. Yep, just come home when the streetlights come on. You know? You know, we would run in and grab popsicles out of the freezer and sit outside and eat popsicles all day. Like, we didn't eat, like, actual food most of the day because we were too busy running around. We just snacked. And, yeah. I feel like I'm missing something. Because, Nikita just told Sarah Beth that she had stories. You know what I am glad about though? Is that for the 80s kids, the cell phones didn't really become a thing until, what was it, the late 90s, early 2000s. We don't have documentation of the crazy crap we did. Sorry, I almost said a bad word. We have no documentation because we were smart. Except for the taking pictures on our cameras. I actually, you guys want to see something? This is fabulous that someone just mentioned that. You see this? This is all the film that I found that I still have stored that I want to take to get redeveloped and made digital. I mean, I had the Kodak Advantix. I think I have one of those in here. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I sealed some of these. Gosh. Didn't mean to do that. Wait, let me see. There's one. Okay. Nope, that's film. I don't know when it's pulled up. Oh, wait, no, that is from the Kodak Advantix. Nope, that's film. Never mind, I lied. Hold on. There it is. But I need to take this all and like get it all switched over to digital. I had one of these cameras, the Kodak Advantix. Like, you could do the panoramic, the middle, the mid, like you could do it all. Like, oh my goodness, I love it. But yeah, that's literally the waterproof Kodak made, yes. Yeah, you had to, like, with cell phones, you had to wait till after a certain time. Or, like, when you wanted to make a long distance call from your phone, you had to wait until after a certain time so it would be free. Or, like, if you were on the payphone and you didn't have any money, you had to call collect and you had to be like, yeah, it's Mary, call me, answer the phone. Like, you couldn't just say, you had to say, like, I don't have any money, can you answer the phone? Like, you had to call your parents collect if you got stuck and you needed to call from a payphone. I remember, okay, so when I was 9, that was when caller ID first came out, okay? And me and my friend decided to prank call a girl in our neighborhood that kind of annoyed us. And we called her and we said, hey, is your refrigerator running? And she was like, yeah, I think so. And we were like, okay, well, you better go catch it. She was the first one in our neighborhood to have caller ID. We called from my friend's phone. The girl's dad called my friend's dad. My friend's dad brings my friend over. And me and my friend, we got heavily disciplined that day. So, yeah, caller ID really taught me not to prank call anybody. Yeah, but, I mean, you could star 69. Then you can also star 67. Yeah, that was the star 67, but, like, they had caller ID. Like, it showed up and everything. Oh, and then when I was 17, I had a beeper. I had a pager because cell phones had not come out yet. Or affordable cell phones had not come out yet. But my uncle had a cell phone in his car at that time, but he has money. So, we were so amazed by the cell phone in his car. But I had a pager for my family to page me when my nephew was born. So, I think I paid $50 a month for that pager, or maybe $70. But, like, the messages you could send on the pager, oh, that was fun. Oh, yeah, cell phones were, like, huge. Like, I remember, like, what movie was it where they were carrying a cell phone around talking? It was Pretty Woman. I think he had a cell phone in Pretty Woman. Like, it was really big and fat. Yeah. You gotta take your puppies out? Well, they were like bricks. My uncle, the one he had in his car, like, it sat in the middle, and it was covered in plastic and had big buttons, and it was like, he could pick it up, and it was like an actual phone, but, like, it had, like, it had the cord and everything connected to the car. Yeah, don't put that together. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yes, it is getting late for a lot of people, and I'm so sorry. Yes, they still do the calculator trick for boobaless. I substitute teach a lot for junior high and high school, and they still do it. It is so mature. And it's funny, because, I mean, they think that they're the OGs, these kids these days, and I'm like, we're the OGs. I can't believe there's still 39 people on. I keep reminding myself, like, this is all over the world. Oh. Ireland, hi. Where do you live at in Ireland? Thank you, Nikita. I will check it. Thanks for joining in. I appreciate all your information and talking. He was born in the 90s. He was born in the early 90s, so yeah, is he a millennial? I think so. Let me see. Millennials are 1981 to 1996, so yes, he is considered a millennial. She would be considered Gen Z. And now we have Gen Alpha. See, they say 1981 to 1996 for millennials, but for the longest time there was a drop off between 1978, I think, to 1983, where those weren't ages that were classified in that. So then they called us Zennials because we were like between Gen X and the millennials. Yeah, so she's Gen Z. So she actually, I mean, she grew up basically with cell phones, whereas Luke was around as the rise of cell phones. And like, A is Gen Z. Lukola and Luke are millennials. I'm an elder millennial. I'm like the beginning, like I'm on the cusp of Gen Z or Gen X and millennial. 3:44 p.m. on Sunday. Where at, Judy? People born in 94. It said that 1993 was the end of Gen Z, or Gen Z's, wait, no. Hold on. Chart. $1994 is Gen Z. Ooh, holiday in Austria. 1996 would be Gen Z. Australia. Queensland, Australia. Oh. South Africa. Wow, this is like worldwide. I've gone international. Look at me go. I'm impressed. Did I miss something? You're near Belfast, Ireland. Oh my goodness. I am an international delight. Oh. It's the weekend hours on the East Coast. Yes, it is. It is 1:45 a.m. in East Tennessee in the U.S. Luke watches. I think they both have fake accounts that they watch from. Or they have like their private accounts that they watch from that nobody can find because they've worked so hard to hide them. I really do think that they're lurking 100%. They are lurking. They know. They know that they know too. They are. And I am not actually. So the long story short is for about 8 months straight, I worked part-time night audit at a hotel. So my sleep has been way off. And fun story, I got fired from that job last night over a travel ball team. It was not night. I for the last 2 weeks we've been working overtime because we lost a couple people that quit on the spot, and I ended up picking up a bunch of overtime and some hours, so I was really tired, and there was a travel ball team in house and their kids were just wreaking havoc, and it was the same 5 boys who kept running back and forth in front of the front desk at the hotel, and we told them to stop running multiple times. Guests were starting to complain because the boys were running into them. I happened to be in the back room where the big trash can was, throwing something away, and I looked over at the camera computer where all the cameras are, and I watched one of the boys like lob a football all the way down the hallway to one of his friends when there was another guest in the hallway that was not with their group. So I actually took the boys to show them where they could play football outside, where they'd be safe. They wouldn't be in a parking lot. They wouldn't be near a road. And one of the parents came out screaming and yelling at me, telling me I was targeting their kids. How do I know it was the same kids? So I called my boss to inform him, because the first night I worked night audit this week, when they checked in, we had some issues with them too, from the same thing, running around the hotel, not adhering to quiet hours. Parents were drinking at the pool, partying really hard, and we don't allow alcohol at our pool. also in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, there is an open container law. You cannot have open containers of alcohol in public places. So you can only have it in like private places, or it has to be closed container. So I felt like maybe I was responding more sensitive, being more sensitive to what was going on with the travel ball team because of fatigue, because my sleep schedule's been off. I've been working both night audit plus second shift, plus, you know, I run my own photography business, plus, you know, I have 3 kids, and one's at college, so that one kind of, she's off on her own, but I think I was just extra sensitive, and so I told my boss, I said, is it okay if I clock out? Because I called him to let him know what was going on, and he got mad at me, saying that I should have let him handle the group, and I'm like, but you're not here. And so I called him and was talking to him about it, and he was like mad at me, and I finally was like, and he said, you know, Mary, the entire time this group has been in house, you're the only one who's registered any kind of issues with them. And I said, yes, I guess it's just all me. And I was like, but the other night auditor did have an issue with the parents. He just didn't put it in his report. He told me about it. And so then he also didn't believe me about the guests who were complaining. He said, well, you should have got their room numbers so I could talk to them. And I'm like, they cornered me in the hallway and pointed out the boys. What was I going to do? Be like, what room are you in? And then one of them was at the front desk buying something from the gift shop, and we don't take the room numbers when they're buying from the gift shop because they pay right there. And when I asked him, I said, well, you know, it's been a long couple weeks. Can I clock out and just go home? Because the desk is staffed. We have 2 other people. And he goes, well, if you clock out, it's permanent. And I was like, well, I mean, I understand if it has to be that way. But at that point in time, I'm like, he was already mad at me. He was already blaming me for the issues with the group. So, and then I said, well, I understand what you're saying. I said, if it has to be that way, I understand. And I was like, I just feel like I'm being extra sensitive because I'm overtired. And he goes, you know what? Clock out. You're done. You're done. Just clock out. You're done. And he literally fired me on the spot. So, stood up for myself. Stood up for the hotel, trying to keep the hotel from having really angry guests complaining and potential liabilities. Because if any of those boys had hurt somebody in the hotel, we would have gotten sued. And I ended up losing my job. So, I mean, I have my business and I substitute teach, but like right now it's the beginning of the school year. Like the kids just went back on Thursday. So like there's not a whole lot of teachers out. Have a good night, Steph. But I do my job. I do it well. I was told I was the only night auditor who ever did the entire list of things I was supposed to do. Everybody said I was really good with the guests. So, okay. Have a good day. Thanks for joining us, Lang 22. So, yeah. Standing up for myself and losing my job was... I cried last night, and then I couldn't sleep, and then I couldn't sleep today, so I've just been... I think I'm like... You know when you're like... You're hurt over something, but like... Your brain keeps running a mile a minute thinking, what could I have done differently? I think that's where I'm at right now. Like, what could I have done differently? And part of me wishes that... Yeah, and that's actually what I keep going back to, Kat, is that... Yes, I'm processing this. I think you're right. I feel like this is a blessing in disguise. That's what I keep coming back to. Literally keep coming back to. I got in my car, and on the radio, it said that literally as I'm driving away from my job, it says that everything happens for a reason. There's a plan in place, and you just have to trust it. And I was like, what? Okay. And then I logged on to X, and an inspirational quote was the first thing came up, and it said that, you know, sometimes there's a new plan in place. And then I sat down on my desk tonight to do this live, and I looked up, and I forgot about the sticker that I had put on my whiteboard above my desk, and it says, every ending is a new beginning. So I just feel like I'm getting the message over and over and over that this was meant to be. There is bigger and better coming for me, and I really wasn't disrespectful. I just wanted to show the boys where they could throw the ball, because obviously, if that guest had gotten hit with the football, it would have been way worse. And I think what it boiled down to, though, is my manager's been under a lot of stress, and he just wants to handle everything himself, because the hotel I worked for is part of Choice Hotels, and every time a guest lodges a complaint through choicehotels.com, the hotel is fined $250, and then the guest gets a free night stay. So I think he was worried. And also, too, this travel ball team, like, they had spent in the thousands. Like, they stayed for a week. All of their folios were over $1,000 each. And so, and when you have 9-10 rooms, that's a huge chunk of money. So I know that he was worried about that. And I can give him grace about it, because, you know, his job is to manage the hotel, and his job is to focus on the bottom line. And if he feels like I'm a liability because I'm enforcing rules, then that's his job, to decide who's a liability and who's an asset. And apparently he didn't feel like I was an asset to the company. So, Sarah Beth, you're back. Or did you just accidentally leave and come back? I hope the best for myself. And actually, I'm looking at this as a positive thing, because it's giving me more time to do Lukola content. Because right now, I don't have a lot of sub jobs. So, okay. I don't have a lot of sub jobs to do right now. I think I have a half day next week, which more will pop up, because teachers do need substitute teachers all the time. And in our county, we are definitely under a sub shortage. But this gives me time to focus on the content that I really want to create. And who knows, maybe this is my sign to become a content creator. And maybe it's my sign to, like, lean into something I actually enjoy. Because when you are not doing a job you enjoy, it does feed over. And people can tell you're not happy at your job. I like working in the hotel. Like, we had this family come in from the Netherlands. And it was a really rough night when they checked in. The hotel fire alarm had gone off. I had been yelled at by 2 different guests about different things. They came in, they checked in. We were roasting each other back and forth. They had a great sense of humor. They come up to me later, and I guess I made a good impact on them, because they brought me actual Dutch stroopwafels, like a whole bag of them. Like a brand new bag of Dutch stroopwafels. And it made my whole night. And then I had an elderly gentleman who, he had just been put on Ozempic, and he had an accident in the middle of the night, and I came to his room, and I helped his wife remake the bed. And, you think you saw me on where? On Twitter, my waffles? No, I made a TikTok about him. And I posted on TikTok. So you saw me on TikTok about my street waffles. But unless it made it to Twitter. If it did, that's kind of cool. But, yeah. I helped his wife remake the bed. He was so ashamed, this old man. And so I was talking to him about it, and I said, you know what? I said, we're all human. I said, we all go to the bathroom. We all have accidents. I was like, anyone who says they've never accidentally had an accident, like, and I was like, on top of that, you were asleep. It's not like you could control it. And I said, this is no place for shame. And I was taking the dirty bedding. I was bagging it up to take it to housekeeping. And his wife stepped out and handed me a $20 bill and said, thank you. She's like, you were so kind. And I'm like, so it's moments like that, like in the hotel industry, in the hospitality industry in general, when you meet people who you can bond with and connect with and really minister to. If you don't have a heart of service, you shouldn't be in the hospitality industry. That's just facts. But one of the things I really enjoyed about it was connecting with other humans. Like, I met someone who's written 2 books about the Titanic, because their Titanic conference was in town, because we have the Titanic Museum here in Pigeon Forge. And I also met, I guess I'd call her a C-list star. She's on Hacks on Hulu, and she had a movie on Amazon Prime called Cora Bora. But yeah. So, Kat, I agree. I don't think Nick and Luke realize their connection. I think that, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, actually. I think they do see their connection, but I think that I think the whole world sees their connection, and we want them to see it, and we hope they see it, and we know that they have it because we can't all be crazy. So, yeah. That is facts. That is a Grey's Anatomy quote, also a Shonda Land show. The only people who don't know Derek and Meredith are in love is Derek and Meredith. The only people who don't know that they're in love are Luke and Nick. Ironic that you brought up a Shonda Land show for that quote. It's fabulous. I'm actually, like, not tired. My throat's just dry from talking. Sure, Dan. I love that. That movie came out during our time frame. Yeah. You know what? I think it would be fun to write a screenplay for a rom-com. I really do. I need to study up. I have all these ideas in my head of things I want to do. I want to write a screenplay for a rom-com. I actually want to write a couple novels. I want to be a content creator, obviously. I love the idea of working on a movie set as a behind-the-scenes photographer, videographer. Oh my goodness. Okay, so he's just not that into you. I was glad I watched that movie when I did, because it really did give me a good idea on what it feels like when a guy is truly into you. And, I mean, it was hurtful. I mean, the truth hurts, but at least it was there. Yeah, let's all rewrite season 3. We do need a Colin and Penelope spinoff. Like, we need a spinoff of just their story. Like, from the beginning to now. Wouldn't that be so cute? To see them as young kids meeting each other. And, like, I mean, we got to see a little bit in season 1, season 2. But, like, the pining after each other. Like, yeah. Oh. I would love for if Luke and Nicola get cast in The Happy Place, I think I would die from happiness. I also think that, your now husband took you to the he's just not into you for your first date? What was he trying to say? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. My first date with my ex-husband, we went to see Monsters, Inc. And then when we had our first daughter, we were in the doctor's office at the pediatrician. We were at the pediatrician, and on the TV in the doctor's office, Monsters, Inc. was playing. I thought that was cute. Okay, good. Because I was going to say that by the title of the movie, he might have been trying to give you a different message. That's cute, though. See, it's little messages like that when guys are do little romantic things. There is a guy that I'm actually interested in here locally, but I don't think he's interested in me. I'm pretty sure he's not interested in me because, so like I noticed him last year back in October. He's a SRO at one of our high schools. He's at one of our high schools here, and we were at a softball game, and because my daughter played softball from 4th grade all the way through her senior year of high school, so I still go to the high school softball games, even though she's in college now, to support the high school softball team. And we're standing there, and I'm talking to some of the parents, and I'm just cutting up. I'm just being me. I have quite the sense of humor when I get going, and I was making jokes about the umpire because he's been around since before Noah and the Ark, for sure. And I was like, what is going on out there? I would make random comments. And then he would just he was standing kind of ahead of us, and he would just kind of look over and kind of pipe in and contribute to the conversation. Well, then a couple of people, and the parents I was talking to, they kind of dispersed. Well, he stepped back and he was talking to me. And by the end of the conversation, he was leaning into me the way Luke leans into Nick when he's talking to her. And I was like, oh, okay, are we interested? So I sent him a Facebook friend request 3 days later. He accepted it within the hour. But then when I would try to message him, he would leave me undelivered. Literally 16 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours. Like, I was just like, I gave up at that point. I was like, he's not into me. I'm telling you, this umpire has been around before. Not like the guy is going to die doing what he loves most, making bad calls on the softball field. That's literally what he's gonna do. He's gonna die making bad calls because he loves doing that. He actually had a heart attack or a stroke. Heart attack. No, stroke. No, heart attack. I don't know which one. He had one of those on the field one day, and then his wife yelled at him because he went back to umpiring instead of taking a break. I'm like, dude, you just go ahead. You know, you keep making, you can't even see anymore, and you can't see these calls, so why are you even still here? But he loves it, apparently. What's this rom-com we're talking about that we would buy? A bestseller. Oh, yeah, Nick and Luke's story. Oh, it would be a bestseller. 100%. Men are the worst with mixed messages. Like, they make you think they like you. I actually found out that when he found out that I was interested in him, because leave it to teenagers to out a person, because I told my teenage daughter, who told her friend, who happens to be in a club he sponsors at the high school, and she happened to tell him while they were in Chattanooga at a competition. Apparently he was making jokes about it. And I was like, oh, so it's funny that I have an interest in feelings. Okay, cool. Thank you for trying to save face in front of teenage girls. That's gross. Let's move on. And so, yeah. Like, I just don't understand it. Like, if you're not interested, don't pretend to be interested. Don't flirt with me. You know what? Don't waste my time. I'm in my 40s. I don't have time to waste. You can see I'm getting wrinkles. I'm getting gray hairs. Let's move it along. This is a rom-com in the making. Yeah, it was definitely a dodged bullet. I will say this, though, that phrase, and this is something that I came up with this year, because some of you might have missed, some of you missed the story about the guy I figured out I was seeing that had a girlfriend for 2.5 years. That was a long story, but that, I had to give the Reader's Digest condensed version on that one. But when people say you dodged a bullet, what I tell people now is, just because I dodged the bullet doesn't mean it didn't graze me and leave a scar. So, on this guy, though, yeah, I dodged a bullet because he clearly has commitment issues or something going on with him. Who would we even cast to play? Well, duh, Nick and Luke. We'd have them play a movie of their own romance. Oh, Ryan Gosling. Oh, that would be funny. Who would we get to play A? Hailey Bieber! Hailey Bieber could play Antonia. She would love that. Oh my gosh. Luke would be fuming if Ryan Gosling played him. Oh, Ryan Gosling for Luke, and then who for Lukola? Oh gosh. Someone iconic. It would have to be someone iconic. Ant would be over the moon. Oh my gosh. That would be so funny. Who would we get to play Nicola, to play her? Like, who really truly represents Nicola? Like, when we see someone, we're like, oh wow, you could... Oh, it would have to be someone really iconic. No one else can be her. It would have to be Luke and Nick playing themselves, and then Hailey Bieber playing Antonia, because why would we bring Antonia to play Antonia? That would not be okay. But we could bring in Ryan Gosling to play Eamon Farron. I know, no one really, like, hey, can't act, no. I don't think she can. Who would play Rory? Oh. Who would play Rory? That's a good question. Who plays Hannah? We'd have to come up with this whole cast. Wouldn't it be funny for Luke and Nick to play their own love story and then just see how it played out and then be like, looking back, be like, were we so stupid? Were we this blind? Like in season 2, when the younger Sharma sister goes, was I this blind all Edwina when she goes, was I this blind all the time, the whole time? This whole time? Oh, that was fabulous when she said that. I follow her on TikTok. Her makeup tutorials are amazing. The girl, I cannot say her name, so I don't want to say it wrong, but oh my goodness. Yes, when she was like, was I this blind this whole time? I would love to see Luke and Nick when they finally are going like, were we this blind this whole time? Did we not see this? Who is Source Ronan? Yes! You were so right. That, like the dirty lawyer, right? That's the one you're talking about? The sketchy lawyer that was friends with him? Oh, yes. You are right. That is exactly what I get. Ew. Ew, gross. Oh, you were so right. Yes. Ugh. That guy gave me, even as an actor, like, I know he's just acting, but as a... No, we need to keep Rory as far away from Luke as possible. We do not need them interacting with Luke whatsoever. Put up a wall. Put Luke in a bubble. We're talking about... Oh, you're back. I thought you were going to go do adulting things. We're talking about... Yeah, I just don't know how to say her name. Is it Carithra? Carithra? I think it's Carithra? Carithra. We're talking about Luke and Nicola's love story if they turned into a screenplay. Who we would cast in their spots. Well, we've already decided Luke and Nick need to just be Luke and Nick. And we decided Hailey Bieber would play Antonia. And we need to avoid allowing Rory to come back in. So we need someone good to play Rory. And we also need... we talked about Ryan Gosling being in it, but we haven't really nailed down a part. I suggested Eamon Farron. But that could be wrong. Yeah, Luke and Nick can't play... I mean, no one can play Luke and Nick except Luke and Nick. She would. She would nail it. I do feel like part of me thinks that once Luke is back on set for season 4, like I have a feeling that I know Luke Thompson's going to be super busy because he's going to be one of the leads, but I feel like Luke Thompson and Jonathan Bailey are going to end up pulling Luke aside and talking to him a little bit. Just kind of being really open. Because I feel like with that amount of time that the cast is on set and that they're not all filming all the time, like, I really feel, Miss Phillips, is it Miss or Mr. Phillips? Well, no, it's Miss. M. Phillips. That's what it is. I'm sorry. I can't see. M. Phillips. We have been in here since 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I've seen some come and go. I have stayed consistently around 30-ish people. I went up to 99 at one point, but everybody told me to keep going, and I'm not tired yet. I'm actually debating on going and fixing myself a cup of coffee. But yeah. M will do. Thank you. What was I saying? I forgot. Maybe I am tired. Hold on. Your eyes are closed but listening. I did that last night with Bachiko Hawks. I kept falling asleep during her live. So then I was finally like, when she was finally coming to it, like I finally had to leave because I was like, I'm falling asleep. I do think that, I feel like the brothers, Jonathan Bailey and Luke Thompson, at some point, because they're always filming all the time, right? Like it's a lot of filming. But they're not, like, there is downtime between scenes. And I feel like maybe there's going to be a point where Jonathan Bailey and Luke Thompson maybe pull him aside and be like, hey, dude, what are you doing? You need to figure this out. Like, not to be in your business, but... Sarah, you should go to bed. You don't need to stay up. That's funny. I tried to stay in Bocce's live last night because I really wanted us to nail down like what was really going on. But she was like, we were deep diving, and I was really, really falling asleep. But it was so late. Like at that point I was struggling to sleep well, I was struggling to fall asleep because of everything that happened with the job at the hotel. But then like I was like, yeah. I think they will do it on all parts. Like, they're gonna sit down and have a heart-to-heart with him and be like, hey, listen, what are you doing with your career? Where are you going with your career? What are you doing with Nick? What are you doing with Antonia? What are you doing with these friends? Yeah. So, I feel like he will, at some point, say... You know, I feel like Jonathan and Luke Thompson are going to say to him, you know, you got to figure this out, man. Like, they really, like, if you think about, like, the New York City premiere, you know, Jonathan Bailey walked up to Luke Thompson and said, you know, how are you feeling, man? Like, he was talking to him about it, and he was like, you know, he was talking to him about it, and he was like, well... You know, just take it in. Just take it. Just enjoy it. He told him to enjoy it. To take it in. To just embrace it. And, like, it was that moment that you could tell he truly felt like a big brother to Luke Newton. And he does really respect them. Like, they even have the, like, little notebooks the private notebook that they send between each other with the notes that they take. Like, I feel like they have their own, like, chat thread on WhatsApp that's separate from the rest of everybody else. Yeah, they do need to talk to him about his friends. They really do. As someone who cares enough about Luke to see that these people are not a healthy influence on him really needs to take him aside. Like, if I was in his life, I would be like, Luke, I know you don't want to hear it from me, but these people are not a good influence on you. You need to get away from them. And, you know, in a lot of ways, like, people are, like, they think he's gorgeous, they think he's attractive, whatever. I see Luke as, like, a younger brother in my stance. Like, I feel like he's more of Richard Harmon. That's a good idea. I feel like Luke is more of a younger brother type person to me. Like, I don't see him as attractive as much as I see, like, Luke Thompson as attractive. And Jonathan Bailey's gay, but, I mean, he's still attractive, but Luke Thompson, I do see him more attractive than Luke Newton. But I do, in a lot of ways, feel like I want to be an older sister to Luke right now. I just want to take him aside and be like, what are you doing, man? Like, come on. You're crazy doing all this stuff. Like, my sister, and she can confirm this, like, when she's caught up with people she shouldn't be caught up with, I've straight up told her, get away from them. They are not healthy. You do not need to be with these people. You are not stuck. You convince yourself you're stuck. These people who get stuck in relationships they don't want to be in, they have somehow convinced themselves they're stuck. You're not stuck. You're never stuck. There's always a way out. Yeah, Shay would slap him around a bit. Yes, I feel like his older sister. Like, I just feel like I just want to take him under my wing and be like, dude. I mean, he's a lot taller than me, so I couldn't take him under my wing. He'd probably be taking me under his wing. Probably put me in a headlock, but He's definitely not stuck, and I'm sure in many ways he probably feels like he's stuck. He does have to be willing to. And if he's not willing to, you can't do anything about it. Like, if you're not willing to make the steps to go, then you're not. Aw, but that would be so callous. I hate to say it. Like, you can't just send a goodbye text to someone you've slept with. Like, that's just messed up. I've had that happen, and it hurts deeply. It cuts deeply. And it's in a lot of ways, it is a little cold-blooded. So, speaking on what happened at the hotel last night, I just looked up. I keep fortunes from fortune cookies on my whiteboard. Like, I just tape them around the frame. And I just looked up at one, and it says, good things are coming to you in due course of time. I'm going to own that one. I do think he's a gentleman. Like, I feel like he would have that sit-down conversation with her. And if he doesn't, that just means that he's a little bit more cowardly than I thought. But she did cause a lot of drama. You are right. She did. Causing that kind of drama, like, I don't know. That can really put a wall up between you and the other person. Ratchy. Oh, I'd love to send her a goodbye basket. Hey, girlfriend, let's talk. We'll put some ice cream in there. Nick posted some stuff. There was a little bit of shade posted about paparazzi. Where Nick posted the picture of Camilla for her birthday, and she said, hey, do you remember that time that the paparazzi came out and you covered my face to protect me? I do think she threw some shade at A there. Yeah. But nothing really else came up. She celebrated. She did post a really cryptic post about, like, there's the Saturday Night Live casting director. She said yes and then tagged her. So some people have speculated she may end up on Saturday Night Live as a guest host. It is Camilla's birthday. It was Camilla's birthday today. Or yesterday. It's now yesterday. Yeah. Yes. Yes! That's exactly the shade she was throwing. Remember? Like, remember when you were actually my friend and you took care of me and protected me instead of capitalizing on my success? Yes. Camilla is so tall. Like, so tall. Yeah, and she does follow SNL, and, like, a lot of people are speculating that perhaps that she may be an SNL host. So, by that post, so who knows. Nicola's really good at the cryptic stories on Instagram. And now that, have you ever noticed, okay, this is just my take. Have y'all noticed that when Nicola posts and then Antonia would post right away after her, Nicola wouldn't post for a while? Like, she would just kind of hold back for a little bit? Like, I felt like she was getting frustrated because she just couldn't post. Because every time she posted, the adjacents had to post. And so, oh yeah, Martin Sorcy's following her. That was major too. The Wardle, Anvil is talking about weddings. So, yeah, I think she was getting annoyed. Every time she was posting, the adjacents would post. And so I think she got to the point where she just didn't want to post because it was like, why she couldn't enjoy her post. Like, it got to the point where every time she would post or Bridgerton would post, they had to jump in and post. And what I noticed was, she posted the Scrabble last night. A didn't post anything today that I saw. Or, well, the rest of it yesterday, I guess. And so I feel like she felt a little bit more free to post a little bit more today. So I think that, you know, I think we do need to wait till tomorrow. Well, now today. No, A didn't post today. She didn't post on TikTok. She didn't post on Instagram. Eventually the pattern will pattern. I mean, she and Luke could be off doing something because Luke also hasn't liked any of Nicola's stuff lately. So I'm a little bit worried about that, but I don't want to think that A is controlling Luke from keeping him from liking Nick's stuff, because that happened with Jade. Like, Jade basically wouldn't let Luke like Nick's stuff once she realized that Luke might have some feelings for Nicola. I want to say Sorrento was a Sia trip. I really want to, I feel like that. I could be wrong though. Like, if it would be nice if Sorrento was a Sia trip, because, but someone said that Luke was in LA like last week or week before last. And if that's the case, that's where Shondaland headquarters is also at. Anytime Luke goes to LA, he's probably going to Shondaland. I would say that would be what a Sia trip is basically the last hurrah before you break up with someone. So basically, we're going to go on one last big vacation so that we can have some good memories, so that it can cushion the blow. Yes, he sneak liked Nicola's pics from other people's, like, through other people's pages, so that Jade wouldn't know. If he was in LA and he was at Shondaland, it's either he was getting a slap on the wrist, or they were going over contracts for season 4, updating contracts for season 4 because of content that might have to happen in season 4. Like with Colin and Penelope as a married couple, you know, like the intimacy scenes, because if he is in a true relationship with Antonia, that may have changed what he was comfortable with for intimacy scenes. I don't know, Nez. I really don't know. It's all speculation. There's no proof he was in LA. There was no pictures or anything. So, I hope that they're not going to change the dynamic of the intimacy scenes between him and Penelope being a married couple. I think that would suck, because Canthony's intimacy scenes this past season were on point, you know? Like, they weren't, like, super, like, into it, like they were at the end of season 2, but they were still actively a married couple. And I would hate to see that things get adjusted just because he's with somebody. But I don't think he's officially with her. Like, I have called this a situationship multiple times. He's never hard launched her. He's never claimed her publicly. And that is a sure sign he has no intentions towards her. I think you're right about him being with Jade during the carriage scene. But I think that was where the downfall was coming with their relationship. I know Jade picked up on his attraction to Nicola in season 2 when she was watching it. And they had not started filming for season 3 yet. So, yeah. That's what I'm wondering. If he was in LA, how did someone not see him? And if he was with something would have gotten leaked if he was with because A always leaks whenever they're in LA. She always posts whenever they're in LA. She'll post a story and delete it, or she'll post a random story to let people know she's in LA, but yeah. He can't. Yeah, she sensed it, and that's what we've said before. Like, a girl who has been with a guy for years can tell when he's attracted to somebody. Like, you see it. The carriage scene, I think, was filmed, if I'm not mistaken, in November, maybe. And the intimacy scene, the mirror scene, was filmed in December. Bieber 2.0. He had his lifeguard part-time job in Italy. That's so funny, guys. I do think the carriage scene was filmed in late October. Because like the ball scenes take like a whole week to film. So like they didn't just jump from the carriage scene right into the mirror scene. Yeah, I have Tiff's timeline from the part 1. She was gonna do part 2 today, but where she's camping at, she can't get good signal, so we have to wait a week for part 2. I don't think she knows the specific dates. I don't think it's on the timeline that the specific dates that they filmed the scenes. I could be wrong though. I'm going to end this live in 30 minutes. Cutting it off. That's 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Because I do need to go to bed at some point so I can be a human tomorrow. Well, today. I think you're right. Like, I don't know. They've just been super quiet. And it's like, that's not normal. Like, but then again, he has been gearing up for season 4. Like, he's probably doing his costume fittings. They've probably been doing, like, table reads. Like, when they go in, they do have to do table reads on some of the scripts. Yeah, so I think that they're gearing up for season 4 because he does have to do costume fittings, and they've already started those. So and then they have to do the promo, like the promo stuff, like where they pass the torch. So that stuff will get filmed once the costume fittings are done. Because if you note, Simone and Nicola did, and then Luke and Jonathan Bailey did their passing the torch videos before the season started filming, because you can tell by the hair. Also, Luke and Nicola did a read on the book before it started filming, and you can tell by the hair. I don't think table reads will happen until September, though. And also, too, like, the Lord Featherington has not been cast yet. They were doing a casting call for him. We think they were doing a casting call for him. I don't know if Sophie's been cast yet. I know people have auditioned for her. Were those from Soho? The ones that she posted, like the photo booth type photos? Were those from Soho? I don't know much about Soho. I just know that it's a thing. So, and apparently it's like a club. Nick sitting far away from Luke during table reads. See, part of me wonders if he did go to LA and have to go into a meeting with Shonda, if like Shonda actually brought them both in and sat them both down and said, hey, is everything okay? Is the season going to flow the way we need it to? Like, is she going to... Oh, there is a... Oh, I didn't notice the watermark in the corner. Thanks for pointing that out. I wonder if Shonda sat them down and said, hey, is the season going to go the way we want it to? Is the chemistry still there? Is there tension here? Is this going to ruin the season for us? Do we need to readjust some things? Do we need to talk about some things? I feel like, yeah. I feel like they were... I feel like if that did happen, then she did, yeah. I think you're right, too. I think that when they go into dance rehearsals, someone said about dance rehearsals that they're going to recognize their connection again, because the dance rehearsals is where they first connected. And when you go back to a place of history, with someone you care about, it really does bring up those feelings. They do need to have a talk before going back to work, because if they don't, any tension that's there. Oh yeah, Tiff's live is gonna be worth tuning into. She does a breakdown of her timeline, and then she'll share the full timeline where you can go in and either screenshot it. You can't really download it, but you can screenshot it. And she does not like people to like share it on here. Like she wants it to keep it like among the fans and not go super public with it. You know what I noticed? When he had to dance with the girl who played Marina, Ruby Barker. Is that who it was? Yeah, Ruby Barker. When he had to dance with her, their dancing was so awkward. It was not smooth flowing at all. But his and Nicola's dancing is just very smooth. Very smooth. Listen, we need to ply this guy with some Guinness, get him drunk, so he opens up. Because a drunk man is an honest man. Facts. Yeah, we don't want any kind of tension bleeding over into Pollen. Not unless they're like supposed to be fighting as a married couple, but they did enough fighting in season 3 that we want them to be all in love and happy-go-lucky. We need them happy and in love and joking around and just enjoying each other. If not, it's just going to ruin all of season 4. The fact that we have to wait till 2026 for season 4 is excruciating, though. Is it not? Like, we're going to have to wait a whole year, like another whole year and a half. More. I can't. I'm not sure I can. And they honestly think that we're going to be sitting by and, like, not talking about Luke and Nick and Colin and Penelope and Lukola and Pollen. Like, they think that it's just going to die down. Are they stupid? Like, do they honestly think it's just going to die down? Like, yeah, they do a Christmas special. Why can't we have a Bridgerton Christmas? That would be beautiful for us to have a Bridgerton Christmas. Just a 1 hour or 2 hour Christmas special to tune into. I don't think it's so much that it's 8 episodes take 2 years to edit. I think what the problem is that it takes so long to film, because when you talk about the behind the scenes, there's a lot of CGI involved. Like they do develop a lot, like the for instance, like the Dankworth Finch ball, the butterfly ball. Yes, the set itself was set up with the columns and things like that, but there was a lot of CGI involved. They also had to CGI in the butterflies. And Nicola said herself that ball scenes can take up to a week to film. So when you think about it, in every episode, there's typically a ball scene. So you've got 8 ball scenes. So that alone is 2 months worth of filming. And then you have the intimacy scenes. Those can take 2 to 3 days to film. So if you have multiple intimacy scenes, you're looking at upwards of, it could be, depending on how many intimacy scenes there are, you're looking, like, for instance, we had the one with Lady Tilly Arnold and Benedict. Then we had the one with Lady Tilly Arnold, Benedict, and Paul. Then we had the church scene. Then we had the intimacy scene, the mirror scene. And then we had the final intimacy scene. But they did come back to film that one, I think, because of her nails. I'm debating on if that one she came back because of her nails. But so that in of itself, all those intimacy scenes right there, that's basically, we're looking at, 3 weeks of filming right there? And then each individual, like, scene itself, like, they only film, Nicholas said they usually only film maybe 2 scenes at a time. So if one scene alone is going to take 2 weeks or a week to film, and they can only do 2 weeks at a time, or 2 scenes at a time, right there. Like, that's the chunk of it is the filming itself. And then you have the editing. And then you have if they missed out on any, like, if a take wasn't good, like if it was blurry, or if they missed the mark, like for instance when they said Luke had to come back and refilm the post wedding dance scene right after the Queen came in. She had to oh yeah, both the Featherington sisters had intimacy scenes. They had to bring Luke in because he was too angry in the scene right after the Queen came into right after the Queen ruined their wedding dance. So they had to refilm that. They refilmed her writing, like about her engagement. And then they refilmed the willow tree. And you got to think too that they got to be able to organize all these people to come back, like these extras and the other actors to come back. And so basically, you're looking at all the filming and then all the reshooting. Then you're looking at if they have to go on location anywhere, they have to travel they do travel to places that are on location. So they have to travel, they have to set up all their stuff when they're on location. And that alone can take a few days just to set up everything they need set up. And then to take it down and then travel back. And then you have the editing and adding in the CGI and then the music. And then they have to choreograph the music to it's not just the filming. It's not just the editing. It's all of it. Like, and then on top of that, you have all of the promo that goes behind it. Like, they have to have a whole team to set up all the promos, and scheduling that. Then, of course, all the costume fittings and all of, like, the wig fittings and making sure that the costumes fit right, because if they don't fit right, then they have to be readjusted and changed, and it's a lot. Like, we're sitting here getting impatient about the 2 years, but a Regency era drama is going to be harder anyway, because you have to keep it somewhat on point. You've got to have all the right furniture. You've got to have things that are part of that era. So going on antique hunting, like trying to find things that fit into that era, it can't be easy. Like, for instance, they had one person who was just in charge of finding the right mirror and the right couch, the right settee. And that was her job. She had to find these things. She had to locate these things. And she said it took her a month to locate the right mirror. A month. And then to get it shipped. So, it's not just a simple, it's not a simple process to put together something so in-depth, especially something a Regency era, like that it's not even in the current modern times. Because on top of that, they have to have closed, secure sets. It's a closed, secure set. So, like, hiring drivers to make sure that they have plenty of drivers to get their actors and crew where they need to be, because it is closed and secure, and they don't want people just coming in and out whenever. Like the church that they used for the church they used for the wedding and then the other church scene, that was an actual church that they had to close off. Like, they had to make sure that they could secure the church and be in there, and they had to schedule that. And even Luke and Nicola have said they filmed before at 3:30 or 2:30 in the morning at night. You know, like, it's a lot. Yes, and you know, they choose the songs that they play while they're filming, but the final song is what gets put overlaid. So, like, they chose True Colors for their wedding, but Yellow played for their wedding, which I think was a little... I think they should have kept it True Colors, but Yellow worked too. There was a reason behind the Yellow. And there was one, like, the ball scene where they chose... I think they chose something else, and they ended up playing a different song. And then for the wedding dance, they chose something else, and it was a different song. Yeah, I looked at the words for the Fortnite Taylor Swift songs on the Scrabble board. All of Nick's songs are very Lukola coded. You know, you're right. They could have got the ball rolling in 2023. But then they had the 6-month press tour. So they had all of these people who were are like already scheduled for this press tour, and they scheduled out all the launching of it. So, like, the wedding notes was "Take Me to Church." Oh. But yeah. So I feel like if they got the ball, they probably did get the ball rolling in 2023 though, like with writing the script, because they already knew that Colin and Penelope were going to be the leads in 2023 when they were filming. Well, they knew in 2022 Colin and Penelope were going to be the leads because they started filming season 2 even before season 3 started filming. Like, they said, Luke and Nick said that they knew that they were going to be the leads partway through season 2. So they knew that they've been writing these scripts. It's just maybe even the scripts are taking a while because they have to read the book. They have to sit down and they have to figure out what they want to include and not include. And so, yeah. I think that they're well ahead of it in terms of like preparation, like writing the script out starts well years in advance because they've already talked about even going full 8 seasons because there's 8 kids, but I'm not sure how that's going to work. I think season 4 will be the telling season. The edit outcome was still messy. It's funny. I'm missing some clue. And they do have other projects. So, like, Nicola was filming Big Mood at the same time she was filming season 3. So, like, on a Monday she'd film Big Mood. And then on another day she'd film season 3. So she was doing double projects. Luke did a voiceover for an animated film that's coming out, I think, in December. Or maybe it's coming out early 2025. But he did do a voiceover. Jonathan Bailey had Wicked, which would explain some of his absences in season 3. Yeah, so there's a lot of grace to be offered here because they have really busy actors on set that have to schedule it. Like, they have double projects. They're working more than one job. Yeah, Luke Thompson is not on social media, so any promotion that's being done is going to be done through Bridgerton Netflix or through his castmates. So, oh yeah, he was also in Jurassic Park, you're right. Oh, in Travelers, yeah. Jonathan Bailey was really busy. He was super busy. And so I feel like that explained a lot of his absences in the filming. Who? What if who didn't want to continue Jonathan Bailey? They may. I think that Colin and Penelope are going to have a larger role in season 4 than we're expecting because of the fact that Lady Whistledown, they alluded to the fact that Lady Whistledown may have some trouble from the Ton. And Shonda is very good at Easter eggs. Any Shonda Rhimes show is very good at Easter eggs. So I think we're gonna see a lot more. They're gonna ride heavy on. They're gonna ride heavy on. I can't. Colin and Penelope. The Bridgerton ride. Oh my gosh. I do think Shonda's gonna really play up Colin and Penelope's love story. Like, they're just gonna lean very heavy on lean heavy, that's better. They're gonna lean very heavy on it. Because of the fact that it is such a winning love story for Bridgerton. Like, the obsession over Bridgerton was not this big with seasons 1 and 2. It just wasn't. The fandom was not as huge. So I really feel like they're gonna be leaning more into Colin and Penelope than we even expect. So a lot of people are like, oh, they're not leads. They're not going to be as busy. I disagree. I think that they're going to have a lot more play in their roles than they realize, because you got to remember Daphne is no longer on the show. So they don't have Daphne to lean into. Francesca has moved off with Lord Kilmartin, so her storyline is probably going to be bits and pieces, because I think they'll delve more into her storyline in season 5, along with Eloise in season 5. I think Eloise they might allude to Eloise writing the letters to Sir Philip Crane in season 4, but they won't really lean into her story and Francesca's story more again until season 5. That's if it gets renewed. And then we have we're gonna have a lot more. I think we're gonna. Then of course there's Benedict and Sophie, and then we're also gonna have some of Lady Violet's love story with Lord Anderson. So I really feel like they know what to bring to the table in term. I could take an intimacy scene. They know what to bring to the table in terms of what's going to bring the fandom in. And right now we're obsessed with Colin and Penelope. So I really feel like, yes, and we really do need more Penelope's moments, because we need to bring their friendship back to where it was. We also need to see, I wonder too if Sophie's going to get, I wonder what's going to happen with the column. I think too that in season 4, we're probably going to see Penelope get pregnant with baby number 2. Or get close to being pregnant. Or maybe towards the end find out she's pregnant with baby number 2. Because if the casting call that they had put out for a redheaded baby that needed to be available starting in September is for Lord Featherington, that baby would be 8 months old. And if I didn't read Eloise's story yet. But they really didn't dive into, they're in Romancing Mr. Bridgerton, the epilogue only shows Penelope pregnant with the first baby. So they may go into more of a, they may show towards the end Penelope getting pregnant with baby number 2, because they would be like Irish twins, I guess, maybe 13 months apart. No, that's not Irish twins. They would be about 13 months apart, something like that. Which Colin and Daphne were very close in age. They were 18 months apart. Sophie hostage. I need to go and read that. I don't want to touch on the Michaela and Francesca thing. I mean, I feel for that. Like, I do feel a lot about that. But at the same time, my feelings come in the fact that she actually suffered infertility with Lord Kilmartin in her book. And I don't want her to miss out on having children, because she technically had her children with Michael Sterling, not Lord Kilmartin. So I really don't want to see all that. I don't want to see Francesca lose her opportunity to have children. Although Francesca really didn't want to have a lot of children, but because she likes the quiet. Alright guys, I'm ending my live in 9 minutes. I am cutting it off in 9 minutes, so I have to go to sleep. But I am still talking. I need to read. I actually jumped around a little bit. I jumped ahead and read Romancing Mr. Bridgerton. I almost finished The Duke and I, and then I started reading the Viscount Who Loved Me even while I was reading The Duke and I, and then I ended up moving right into Romancing Mr. Bridgerton. I already finished that. So I do need to read An Offer from a Gentleman. I want to read it before season 4 comes out, which I'll have time. I honestly, you know what I found? If I read the books in their voices, it helps me connect with the books better. Because I know the books are so vastly different, but there are parts in the books that they bring in, like certain lines, like the beguiling smile line that was in the book. But it was not addressing like Lord Featherington. It was not said by Penelope. It was said by someone else. Then there was something else. Oh, in the carriage, it's actually Penelope in the carriage ride that says, "Can the carriage driver not keep driving?" It was actually Penelope who said that. Little hoe. And Colin has green eyes and Penelope has brown eyes instead of blue. And then Penelope's hair is not red. It just has red highlights. And yeah, Colin and Pen in the book, Colin was an angry soul in the book. He won me over at the end, but that's true, they do stop at her house because he takes her right in to let her mom know he wants to marry her. And then of course they got rid of Felicity, her younger sister, which I think it would have been nice for Penelope to have a younger sister in the show so she had someone that she could connect with, because her other 2 sisters, she just didn't connect with them. He was more like Anthony in the book. You're right. And I didn't like the anger. Like, it just... Okay, and this is just a side note on... I'm comparing something. People who love The Notebook, okay? Even Luke Newton brought up The Notebook in some of their press tour, which means he's watched it. He enjoyed it. He remembered parts of The Notebook, which means it resonated with him. But when I watch The Notebook, all I see is a toxic relationship. Maybe it got healthy towards the end, but all I see is toxic. And so when I was reading Colin and Penelope's book, I just saw some toxic stuff going on. And I'm like, I feel like the relationship, even like in the show, I felt like Colin was a little toxic towards Penelope. And we're not addressing this as Luke. Like, don't take it out on Luke. Like, I just felt like when he threw out the whole, maybe this was your way of entrapping me. You even just told her mother she didn't entrap you, that you proposed out of love. So why are you switching up on her? Because you're mad at her? Because you're jealous of her? Like, get over yourself. And, like, the jealousy he had towards Lord Debling, and the fact that he didn't have the courage enough to just go ahead and say, I want to be with you. Like, he'd known her forever. Like, why was it so hard for him to open his mouth and say it? And, yeah, he technically entrapped her because he convinced her. He took her to a place alone. Not only was he in the carriage alone with her and then led her into something she really didn't know much about, then he took her to their future home alone with no vision. He technically entrapped her. And then he had to say that. The audacity of that man. But, like, that's what I feel when I watch The Notebook and I see, like, in The Notebook, they're fighting and they're arguing in the way, you know, she cheats on her fiance with Noah. All I can think to myself is, how is this healthy? Like, why do people romanticize this toxicity? Like, the way she, like, screams at him and, like, I think even hits him in the movie, in The Notebook. I'm like, was that even healthy? That's not healthy. That's abuse. Like, oh my goodness. I have someone who keeps trying to get me to co-host, and I'm just like, they asked me 4 times now. No, I'm not doing a match. This is 5. I'm about to block this person. Everybody says that it's all mushy. And it's just, I mean, there's some romantic parts, but like in The Notebook, like all I can see is some toxic stuff. And maybe it's because I've been too, and maybe I'm too jaded. I don't know. But like, you know, that's very insightful about Colin being forced to marry her, despite her lying, because he already went through that trauma with Marina when Marina lied to him and tried to entrap him. And I'm sure that that was because of Colin's sensitivity. That was a huge sucker punch for him. And he was still traumatized over everything that happened with Marina. And because he still brought Marina up about, like, he was still hurt that Marina got exposed and ruined from the Lady Whistledown. So I think that that is on point. That, you know, I didn't even consider that from Colin's perspective, that, you know, he already went through one traumatic betrothal where he was being lied to and being tried to entrap. And then he ended up, you know, he ended up with Penelope, finding out she lied to him, and this was someone he had on a pedestal. It wasn't even, Marina wasn't even someone he had on a pedestal. It was just someone he was attracted to. He had Penelope up on a pedestal. And I feel like he felt betrayed and used by Marina. And then he felt betrayed and used by Penelope. And his attack and his hurt was to say she entrapped him. When in reality, yes, a lot of love stories can be toxic. Because if you don't have healed trauma and baggage, you tend to carry your baggage into your relationship. And then it comes out on the other person. And healthy relationships are hard to come by. So a lot of relationships, especially a lot of romantic relationships, can be very traumatic and very toxic if you're not careful. Shelbert said something that I missed. I will go and watch Busy Bee's tarot card reading. Is that on YouTube? Or is it on here? I have been told that a lot of what I say about Luke and Nicola, someone told me this, and I don't know how true it is, and you can confirm, that a lot of what I say about Luke and Nicola is on point with a lot of these tarot card readings. And if someone could confirm or deny that for me, that would be great. Because like I said, I don't really dive into the tarot card readings that much. But a lot of people have said that a lot of everything I'm saying is very in tune with that. Which is ironic to me that that's true, because that's not, I don't even watch them. So it's like, I'll occasionally see them on my FYP, but I don't necessarily follow them. So when people say that to me, I'm like, okay, so then maybe I'm not off base. And it makes me feel a little bit better to know that I'm more in tune with them than I thought. It is now 3 a.m., guys. Oh, she was crying. Oh, now, you know what, now I'm not going to go to sleep, because now I'm going to go down another wormhole. I'm going to be diving down a rabbit hole. All right. Yeah, I know, it's 3 a.m., so... You guys have been amazing. I did not expect so many people. Oh, it's an hour long. Oh, maybe I should wait till in the morning to read that, to watch that. Was that like? Yeah, and I have heard that every tarot card reader pretty much says the same thing, that they're all getting the same read. So we'll see. Thank you guys for engaging with me for so long. Some of you were on here like almost the whole time, and I really can't tell you how much I appreciate it. You guys made me feel like I have some value in this world, so I appreciate it so much. But y'all have a good night and sleep well. And if you're awake, get that adulting going today. But I will be adding more content. So, good night.